If you think about Citi, we're everywhere. We are a global organization. Our customers are everywhere. Our job is to make sure they're connected wherever they go.
It's getting tougher for an individual, a small business, a company, a family to really think through their finances today and planning for the future.
The way that we're looking at delivering financial services is really to be embedded in their lifestyle. Our goal is to be their always-on financial life partner.
Putting the customer at the center of everything we do is the new mantra within our organization.
In a world where the client experience is becoming the true battleground, how we can offer that segment of one, the right service, the right advice, at the right time, and in the right channel.
What our customers are asking for is a better experience. They want an experience that's simple, personal, human, and most of all, cohesive. They want to know that we know who they are.
So if I understand you as a customer much better, I can provide a set of services that are unique to you. And I think the technology is enabling us to be able to serve that need now.
Technology is the bank of the future. There's so much going on as we build Citi into that future-compatible competitor.
The tools that we have in working in partnership with Salesforce allows us to provide that insight in minutes.
Salesforce enables our colleagues to do what they do best, which is build that relationship with our customers. It allows them to understand our customers' needs in order to see our customers realize their life goals.
Our relationship with Salesforce is key to building customer trust because what it really does is ignite our relationship managers, our financial advisors with our financial services cloud. This really does allow people to be able to connect to us in a way that they never could before.
If they need a home lending solution, we have a mortgage specialist. Or if they need wealth management advice on investments, we have specialists who can help them think through that.
What you're seeing is Citi develop into a learning organization where new tools and techniques are being introduced to help us better meet our goals and ultimately serve our customers better.
We're listening, we're co-creating with our customers.
We're sitting there side by side with them, understanding how banking fits into their daily lives.
And what we look for is understanding our customers' needs at any particular point in that life journey and become that always-on life partner.
Welcome to Salesforce Live at Dreamforce. I'm here with Greg Lewick, VP of Sales for NTT Group. Thank you so much for being with me.
Thank you very much.
All right, so let's start from the beginning. What is NTT Group?
NTT is a large global company headquartered out of Tokyo, about 105 billion, and we do all things technology related.
That is amazing, and so at Dreamforce, you're actually showcasing an end-to-end solution. What are we seeing behind us?
What you're seeing in the booth here is representation of several of our global companies. Each one of them has some relationship with Salesforce, either product-oriented or as a solution in the space.
And so Salesforce is not only you're not only a customer of Salesforce, but Salesforce is a customer of NTT Group.
That's correct. That's correct. We provide them data center services.
All right, so we are at Dreamforce number 15 right now, and you have been at every single one. So I'd like to hear, in your words, how has Dreamforce evolved? But even more so, how has it stayed the same?
It's a good question. I think from the beginning on, the focus has been around the customer. And from day one, it was about bringing customers together and sharing that relevant experience. And what's really evolved over time is the product has gotten just larger and larger and larger. Basically in the early days, CRM, moving into service, and then once the platform was opened up, boom, it expanded into what you see today.
Well, thank you so much, Greg. We really appreciate everything the NTT Group does, and I can't wait for you all to get to know them at Dreamforce.
Thank you very much.
It's no joke. I know it hurts me to treat you this way. Betrayed by words I've never heard, too hard to say. Up, down, turn around, please don't let me hit the ground. Tonight I think I'll walk alone, I'll find myself as I go. Up, down, turn around, please don't let me hit the ground. Tonight I think I'll walk alone, I'll find myself as I go home. Each way I turn, I know I'll always try to break the circle that's been placed around me. From time to time.
Hold your hats and don't let your wigs fly back. You are about to be blown away.
For the past 18 years, Salesforce has been transforming the way businesses around the world connect with their customers.
And today, we are the fastest growing top 5 enterprise software company in the world.
We want to help you deliver a seamless, amazing customer experience.
Salesforce is our eyes and ears. It's the most important thing that any business can have right now.
We can give a great experience to the customer.
It's empowered our team to really make better, faster decisions and send ideas to the surface.
Now everything is in the palm of their hand.
What do we make of Salesforce.com, the king of cloud computing?
We are the leader. We are the #1 sales platform in the world. We are the #1 marketing solution in the world and #1 in service.
The world has turned to CRM, and the world has turned to Salesforce.
Salesforce encompasses every single important tech trend.
This is working. We are definitely doing the right thing, and we can see the growth.
Salesforce is the source of truth.
We are incredibly excited to join the family.
We have an amazing amount of innovation. And our job is to bring that innovation to you.
Einstein puts AI in your sales, your service, your commerce, and your marketing.
All to help you connect with your customers in a smarter and whole new way.
And this has built something amazing, the Salesforce economy.
Trailhead is your path into the Salesforce ecosystem. This is your way forward.
And what really defines Salesforce is this.
Trust,
growth,
innovation,
equality.
These values define who we are as a company. It's a company that deeply, deeply cares.
And at Salesforce, we're guided by this model of giving.
1% of our time.
1% of our equity.
And 1% of our products.
You'd love to see that in 5 years, 5 million apprentice jobs in America.
It's something actionable that we can do.
Education is that one thing that levels that playing field. It opens the doors for opportunities.
Companies have stepped up.
We recognize that education is a quality.
A trailblazer is a pioneer. It is a forward thinker. It is somebody who inspires, who thinks differently.
Trailhead is unlike any other learning experience I've ever had.
It's personalized learning that's fun.
You can be anything that you want to be.
There's so much love within the community for each other and for helping each other.
The company has a soul, and that soul is our Ohana.
That adventure has catapulted us to a place I don't think anyone would have imagined 18 years ago.
We are Ohana. It is the Hawaiian word for family. our customers, our partners, our employees, all of our stakeholders.
You guys are key to our success.
Because together, we are Salesforce.
Good morning and welcome to day 4 of Salesforce Live at Dreamforce. We are on the last day of this conference full of innovation, inspiration, growth, learning, and equality. And I have 2 of my favorite people here to close out the week with you, Karen Flores and Julie Legal. Thank you so much for coming in and talking to me today.
Thanks for having us.
Thanks, Marissa.
Thanks, Karen. We have had this amazing week so far, and we have even more great content today. But Julie, I'd like to start with, what have been your highlights so far?
Oh, wow. I mean, it's hard to pick just one. It's been an amazing 3 days. Obviously, Mark's keynote is always a real high point because it's such a great check-in for where we are and where we're going, and the 4th Industrial Revolution, and the messages about equality and opportunity are always so amazing to see on that big stage. It's impossible to describe how inspiring Michelle Obama was. That was an incredible session.
I think you're still glowing from that.
I'm still moved by that experience, and it was already 2 days ago, but it feels like it was just yesterday. Yesterday, all the equality programming was incredible. I actually got to personally meet the mayor of Stockton, Mayor Tubbs, who spoke, and he is, 26, 27 years old, youngest mayor of a major city in the United States history.
The world.
He is an incredible young man. I mean, young leader. So it's stories like that I think I always walk away from Dreamforce. Of course, there's the technology and the innovation and the amazing, trailblazing customers and what they're doing. But sometimes it's the inspiring, unexpected moments that really stick with you.
All right, Karen, what's yours?
Wow, I think Julie did such a good job recapping all of those moments. I think for me, of course it's the content, obviously the keynotes. I must also give a huge shout out to Michelle Obama because that was a true highlight. But I think it's also just being a part of this campus and moving around. I did a meditation session.
We all need that.
With the monastics that was pretty inspiring. I've enjoyed my time here in Trailhead, the campground being, just getting to kind of experience everything that Salesforce and our partners and our communities has to offer. And also, I would be remiss if I did not mention the amazing Dreamfest. And Lenny Kravitz and Lucas Nelson and Alicia Keys. And we were very lucky to be a part of that day when Lenny and Alicia both did visits to the UCSF Benioff Children's Hospital here and in Oakland, and that was pretty inspiring.
So people may not know exactly what you 2 do, but you 2 have a huge hand in making this incredible conference happen. And Julie, you've been here since day 1. And by that, I mean the first Dreamforce, singing Christmas carols with Salesforce themes. And so that really actually speaks to the fact that Dreamforce has evolved,
but there's still the core points that have stayed the same. What's that mean for you?
You know, it's hard to describe, and you know, people always ask me that, like, how does this compare to the first Dreamforce? And of course, 1,200 people in a single hotel. If you had taken a time machine and fast forwarded me here, no one would ever, I wouldn't have believed it, even if you had actually literally shown this to me. But I think it's so important that we've stayed true to who we are. I think, first of all, one of the things that have really stuck with me that first time and is so true today is that first Dreamforce was, for a lot of us, the first time our community was all in one place together. And they were coming up to us and saying, first of all, thank you, and we're so excited to be here and meet each other. This is before Twitter. This is where we had our success community. This was the first time they could actually really be together and meet each other. And they also had all these ideas. And, you know, what we've done along the way is, first of all, we've cherished and treasured that idea that Dreamforce is where our community comes together. Like, that is first and foremost really what it's all about to us. You know, we call them trailblazers now. They were definitely trailblazers then. It was, cloud computing wasn't even a term we were using. These were real trailblazers, you know, coming to this conference for a company most people hadn't really heard of yet. And we've taken their feedback and their ideas and used their voices, you know, both to literally shape what this conference is. You know, their feedback, their ideas are definitely part of our DNA. And also, they're the ones telling their stories. You know, I sometimes think that our job as, you know, the events team or at Salesforce as a whole is to sort of create that framework and the sort of opportunity for everyone to come together. And it's really our community, the trailblazers, that give Dreamforce its heart and its soul and what it really is. And we're just here to kind of not mess it up and give them their opportunity to be on our stage and be with each other and be with us. And I think that's always been there. And of course, I think the other thing, and this is part of that, is the fact that we gave back from day one. I think it was actually literally day 0. I need to go check, but I'm pretty sure what we did that year was the day before we started. We're like, hey, let's do a beach cleanup. I think we probably emailed everyone, said if you want to come volunteer, like come do a beach cleanup on this day before we get started with this conference. And people showed up and did it. And now, of course, it's everywhere. We're the world's largest nonprofit technology conference. We have volunteer activities every day in the park. We've had Girl Scouts selling cookies every day. And one of my favorite things, actually, of this week is I've been over here in the Trailhead Zone every day, multiple times per day. And we are sitting, you know, directly next to where the kids are coding every day. And you come in and it's a different group of young people learning how to program these robots and learn and get mentorship. And that's been there from day one. And to see how that's grown alongside this conference and as part of it has been inspiring.
That is key, that we really are providing an opportunity to give back. And I know, Kayla, you have been a big part of that this year. Yes. I'd like to start with a little bit about what went on at the Dreamfest, and then I want you to tell everyone about what we have going on tonight.
All right, well, do you mean giving back in terms of Dreamfest to start off? Yeah, well, so as I mentioned earlier, this year, Lenny and Alicia both did a hospital visit, and what is really special about that and special about Dreamfest is that Dreamfest is the way we celebrate with our community, but also, let's see, I think it's been 5 years now, we joined together the UCSF benefit with Dreamfest, and it's really made for, I mean, actually, I think that we are the only company who has really done that and kind of pioneered in that space. And we've raised a ton of money for the hospital.
I think we broke records this year.
I think so.
$15 million.
Sure. $15 million, yeah. Oof,
that feels good. That feels good.
Yeah, it's been pretty special. And then again, to see Lenny and Alicia make the time to go visit with the children, they did bedside visits. It was really powerful, and it's kind of a once in a lifetime experience for those kids as well.
And I know that when we do think about Dreamfest, we're not just thinking like, hey, this would be a great entertaining band, but we're thinking, how do these people that are playing really feed and share our values?
Absolutely. We put a lot of thought into the entertainment for Dreamfest. I think we all remember we had U2 last year. We have a long-term partnership with them. They're friends. They're part of the Ohana. And really so are Lenny and Alicia and Lucas Nelson. Alicia in particular has really strong values around equality and empowering women. So yeah, a lot of thought and time goes into that. A lot of time goes into that, doesn't it, Jules?
It does. But we're not done raising money via fun rock concerts this week, are we?
No, we are not. So what's really exciting this year, as you might know, I'm wearing one of my favorite garage bands, as I like to say.
House band?
One of our house bands. So this year we have joined forces with Tipping Point, and a lot of the leaders in the tech space in the Bay Area. As many of you know, we've had the most devastating fires in our history here in California. As a former Sonoma resident, it was pretty personal for me. And we are joining together tonight for Band Together at AT&T Park. Metallica will be headlining, and we have a super awesome lineup of local bands.
They're local and they're national. They're huge headliners. I mean, Dave Matthews.
Dave Matthews will be there. Dead & Co. They're also bringing along John Mayer will be with them.
Oh, that's new. I hadn't heard that one yet.
Yes, we have Rancid, everybody's favorite.
Well, it is my favorite. I love Rancid
The best thing this year was learning that Marissa is a lifelong Rancid fan.
I really am. It started at camp when I was 13 years old, and it will never leave me.
G-Eazy. It's going to be an amazing night. You can get involved. You can go to bandtogether.org. You can donate. You can learn more about this cause. This concert is kicking off a multi-year effort for us to raise money, and our goal is to raise over $10 million just tonight.
And so let's talk about that. It is a multi-year effort. There's so much damage and hardship that we have to consider this a long-time effort. It's not going to be fixed with $10 million.
Yeah, and us as Salesforce, we're going to really work closely with Tipping Point, and our focus is going to be on education, really getting up there with our volunteer hours, with our resources to help rebuild the education system focused on middle schools up in the Sonoma, Napa areas. So a lot of great work to be done and a lot of work to be done. And again, I'd really recommend everybody to go out to bandtogether.org, learn more about what we're doing and how you can get involved and support us.
And I think that people might not even recognize that every single dollar from this concert is being donated. Everything is being donated.
Well, speaking of donations, and this was quite exciting, we actually donated the stage from Dreamfest, which really enabled us to make every single dollar count. So 100% of your ticket sales go to fundraising, and Live Nation has donated back those service fees.
That's amazing.
It is.
Yeah. So, like, these bands that are playing are really part of our community. I joked that Metallica is our house band, but they are part of the Salesforce community, actually. To be honest, I actually saw James Hetfield out at dinner last night, our Dreamforce team, and we said thank you to him right there in the restaurant. He's part of the San Francisco community.
They are amazing people, first and foremost, and they were the first to throw their hats in the ring and be absolutely 100% on board with this program. So we couldn't have done it without them, and Dead & Co., also, like Bay Area legends.
So, Julie, you have been working so hard on this and working with our wonderful Karen Flores on this concert tonight. Do you get to relax at any point?
Never in my whole life. No, you know, obviously this entire events organization, the entire company, all the volunteers, everyone's been working really, really hard. But I think the reality of our job is we also feed off of this energy and this excitement. And again, being involved with such great causes like Band Together Bay Area with Tipping Point, I think it re-energizes you. So, you know, yes, are we always thinking about what we need to do next and making sure everything's okay? Absolutely, but it may not be relaxing, but we're having a good time. Just because it's so exciting to see all these things we've been working on so hard, to see them actually happening, both Dreamforce and tonight. I'm very excited to see the concert that we've been working so hard with Tipping Point and many others on.
I'm really excited. So we had 171,000 Trailblazers register for Dreamforce this year. But I think that what's really special is moments like this, that we get to bring all of Dreamforce to people all over the world.
Yeah, and I believe I saw last night we've already had 11 million people join us online this week.
They're all here right now.
Yeah, we're all watching this show. So, hi, Mom. You know, Dreamforce obviously sells out now, which, again, go back in time to 2003 and tell young me that was going to happen. I would not have ever believed it. You know, we were so happy that we got as many people as we did. But that we're able to bring this experience to the people who aren't able to join us in person is great. And of course, we're also going on the road. We do an amazing road show with our world tours, with our Trailhead Lives, with our base camps, with programs all over the world. So I hope that the people who are watching online will be able to join us in person somewhere in a city soon, or join your local user group. Find it on the Trailblazer community. Join a local user group, and you can meet some of these people in person.
And we actually are not only just bringing the show on the road, but we are having get-togethers, global gatherings.
The global gatherings.
Yes.
Dreamforce used to be called the Dreamforce Global Gathering. So it's funny to me, you're right, that we now have this idea that we're sending out these kits to local user groups, and they're hosting get-togethers all around Dreamforce, taking this content, experiencing it together, having a little fun. I think there's a little swag in the kits along with some great content. So that's absolutely true. Go to a Dreamforce Global Gathering. If you're watching at home and couldn't join us in person, definitely get involved there.
Yeah, it is really special. And, for all of us, yes, we work year-round on Dreamforce, but the energy of Dreamforce and the content from Dreamforce is already available online right now. Mark's keynote is available on YouTube. It's available on Facebook. I know that one of the highlights for everyone yesterday was slightly unexpected, was Brunello. And just the comments that you're seeing online about how inspiring he was. And because of that content, if you missed it, it's available right afterwards. And that's something that's really unique and excites me.
Agreed.
I mean, I think we probably see less of Dreamforce than anybody else because we're running around.
I've never been to a full session.
I know. I will fully admit I didn't get to watch the Bruno session. So I'm very excited to see it because I was literally getting texts and tweets as it was going on. I'm like, I'm running around dealing with something else. So I am excited. Maybe that's what I'll do tomorrow is just pop up some popcorn, sit on my couch, and watch all the Dreamforce sessions I missed.
I mean, there were 2,700 unique sessions, 3,200 sessions. And we really, again, something from the very beginning, feedback. We listen to what people want to have, the content they're looking for. And we do think about, our special sauce, the forward-looking goodness that, maybe people didn't know that about Michael Tubbs, and we are so excited that we get to bring him and as the mayor of Stockton to something like this to Dreamforce. But we love getting feedback. And how can people give us more feedback on how we can make Dreamforce even better?
Oh, wow. Well, I mean, just email me directly. No, please don't.
CEO@salesforce.com.
Well, obviously, if you're on site here, you're getting survey after survey about your sessions and an overall Dreamforce survey. We absolutely read the community. If you're in the Trailblazer community, or formerly known as the Success community, we have an all Dreamforce group, and my team is in there constantly, year-round. And we are sharing information, but we're also listening about what's going on. So that's a great place. How about this? How about that? We're absolutely going to be in there. We may not be in there tomorrow.
I plan on
we may take
sleeping.
a couple days next week. But starting then, we'd absolutely love to hear, what else would you like to see? That's a great place. Or hit Marissa up on Twitter.
Yeah, I'll pass everything on straight to Julie.
It's true. You can see some of your changes next year.
Yeah.
A lot of the great things we have is from feedback from our community.
Absolutely.
Well, thank you both so much. Congratulations on an amazing Dreamforce. And
Thanks.
I cannot wait to celebrate our community and give back tonight, bandtogether.org.
Cannot wait. Thank you, bandtogether.org. Thank you, Marissa.
Have a great last day of Dreamforce. And thank you all for joining us on Salesforce Live at Dreamforce. Stay tuned. We still have great content to come today. And have a great last day of Dreamforce.
about what's going on at the Kids Coding Camp.
So the Kids Coding Camp is our one-stop shop for everything kid-related at Dreamforce this year. We're bringing over 350 students and Girl Scouts. These students are really going to be the ones paving the way towards developing these new technologies. So every group, when they arrive, they'll actually be split into two. Half of the group will hang out in the coding camp, and they'll be learning how to code with Spheros. They're these little round bots.
Today we're going to be working with robots.
And then they'll take that code and actually put it into action, where those bots will be navigating through a maze that we built in the camp.
Here we go.
The other group will be meandering the trailhead zone on a treasure hunt.
We've created this cool game called Trail Finder.
It's an interactive treasure hunt through geolocator beacons that'll be guiding them through different tricks and tools to see everything that Trailhead Zone has to offer.
All right, so here we go. Here's the next beacon.
Beat 1.
So now you should be able to
This old one runs forever, but never moves at all.
We're really passionate about bringing coding to the youth. Why is it so important?
These kids are going to be middle schoolers that'll be here throughout the week, and that's really a pivotal time where they can really soak in the exposure to coding and to potential careers in technology. It's all about equality and access to education and creating that pathway towards the workforce of tomorrow.
My way. Only time will tell if I am right or I am wrong. While you see it your way, there's a chance that we might fall apart before too long. We can work it out. We can work it out. Yeah. Hey, 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 hey. Work it out with me, baby. Work it out with me, baby. Try to in my way. Only time will tell if I'm right or I am wrong. Why you said your way? There's a chance that we might.
Technology is changing every industry, and real estate is no different. I'm here with Robert Refkin, CEO and founder of Compass, who's really taking that to heart in real estate in his company. Thank you so much for being with me.
Thank you for the invitation.
So today is a big day for Compass. You just secured $100 million in additional financing. Tell me about it.
Yeah, today is a great day for Compass. We raised $100 million from investors Fidelity, Wellington, and IVP, and we're going to use the capital to grow our number of markets. We want to be in every major market in the country and ultimately the world, and to invest in our agents as well as our technology.
So let's back up a little. So you have this huge day today. People are investing massively in Compass. But what is Compass?
Yeah, so Compass is a technology company. We have a team of engineers from places like Google, Twitter, and Facebook that are building an end-to-end platform for agents to manage and grow their business. The average agent came to Compass and grew their business 24.9% in the first year, and it's the technology that helps them do that. It's similar to Amazon, where they're building or they have a one-stop shop for people that are buying and selling goods. We have a one-stop shop for a software platform for agents and their clients.
I know that real estate technology is taking off, but what was really the aha moment for you where you said, this is the company that I need to be working on?
Yeah, so my roots are grounded in real estate. My mom's been an agent for over 20 years. I'm here from Berkeley, California. I went to school in San Francisco, so it's good to be here. And I saw her every single day struggle because she didn't have the tools or the technology to support to be her best self. I saw her move from brokerage firm to brokerage firm and feel like she got little more than a name. And ultimately, I worked at Goldman Sachs, and we had over 10,000 engineers there building tools for bankers and traders. And I thought, the aha moment, what if my mom had tools that from engineers built for her? And I reached out to my friend, Ori Alon, who had sold one company to Google, another company to Twitter. And I said, let's come together and let's bring this beautiful thing, software, to real estate and to real estate agents, and let's build workflow and productivity tools for agents. And that was how it happened.
So when did this happen? When did you come together? And then how have you seen real estate tech really evolve over that time period since you started the company?
Yeah, so it started in 2012. And that year, there was only $200 million of investment in real estate tech. Last year, it was $2 billion. This year, it's on track to be $3.6 billion.
Wow.
Yeah.
That is huge numbers. Do you have, is there still going to be a huge amount of growth moving forward? That's just 5 years.
Yeah, it is. Look, real estate is one of the last segments of the global economy that has not been transformed by technology. There are $217 trillion of real estate in the world that moves back and forth all the time. $400 billion of commissions. The real estate market is 4 times the size of the stock market, the value of public companies in the world. But again, there's never been a great company. And so we're the only entity that's building an end-to-end platform for real estate agents to better work with their clients.
And it's really fascinating to because there are so many industries that we see over the last few years really being disrupted, the transportation industry, the hotels and industry. And why do you think that real estate is finally coming into its own and recognizing what technology can do for it?
Yeah, I think that there have been hundreds of technology companies that have come to real estate, but they focused on the wrong customer first. Now, they focus on the buyer, but not the pathway to the buyer. So 9 out of 10 buyers use an agent. The agent owns the transaction. Virtually all homes are sold by agents. And so what we've done differently is we started with the agents, and we've had the view that by elevating the agent experience, that's how we'll elevate the consumer experience. But so I think that people just haven't had the right steps.
So the landscape in general is going to change with this.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
That's awesome. So we're here at Dreamforce, and we have seen some great technology trends that have been discussed throughout these days of the conference. What do you think is really aligning in terms of our technologies alongside Compass and real estate tech?
Yeah, what I've heard a lot here is about AI, artificial intelligence, and I think AI will transform every industry in the world. And that it can particularly power Salesforce businesses, like agents. Agents are 2 million in the country. It's the largest Salesforce business that I know of. And CRMs matter here, and an AI can help provide recommendations and insights throughout every single day on how they can grow their business.
And what about data? And I know that AI really doesn't exist without data. How are we getting that?
So therein lies the challenge. In order to have AI, you need data. In order to have data, you need agents because they control the transaction. So over the next 3 years, in 2020, we want to have 20% market share of the top 20 cities in the United States. And then we will be the largest owner of real estate data in this country.
Wow.
Yeah.
Do you have competitors that are looking for this data as well? How are you going to be able to own all of that data?
So this industry is highly fragmented, 270 software providers. There are 8,800 boutique brokerage firms. Then there are 52 lead generation companies. The data is split between all of them. It's almost like if Google had 0.5% market share and there were 200 of them the exact same size. And so then they wouldn't be able to give the same insights. You need the market share to provide the insights because you need more data. And that's why we're committed to having 20% market share in the top 20 cities in 2020.
And you're using those new investments that we discussed at the beginning to make that happen.
Exactly.
How invested are these companies that have invested money in terms of your success, not just making money, but in terms of making the industry go in a different direction?
Can you say that one more time?
Sorry, in terms of Fidelity is providing loans, and so they are really invested in what your company is doing, not just from a monetary perspective, but in terms of how you're changing the industry.
Exactly. And so Fidelity only invests in industry leaders. And so we're thankful that they see us that way. But the view is there's $75 billion of commissions in the United States alone. And there's no great company that's investing to make the process better for every stakeholder. So when Ori and I launched in 2012, one of the things we realized is that every stakeholder is unhappy. The buyer, the seller, the agent, everyone thinks that this process isn't what it should be. And so we're looking at every piece of the overall process from search to close and trying to improve it.
That's awesome. So this is still, 5-year-old company. What do you see as the future of the real estate industry?
Yeah. So 9 out of 10 people that buy a home use an agent today, and I think that will continue in the future. I believe that instead of being 270 software providers, there's going to be one. There's going to be Compass. And it will...
That's awesome.
Yeah.
I love that.
I think our kids are going to grow up in a world of Compass signs. Whether they're in Hong Kong, London, Dubai, Sao Paulo, Compass signs will be everywhere. And then because you have that market share in a technology-based company, we'll be able to make the process better for everybody. And that's the future that I see and the one that we want to create.
Well, I think that I can't wait for the future. The home buying process, again, is such a big part of people's lives, and being able to really have a better operation through Compass is huge. Congratulations on an incredible day today. Thank you so much for joining me.
Thank you for the invitation.
And have a great time at Dreamforce. Thank you all for joining us on Salesforce Live at Dreamforce. Check out Compass online and check out more great content on Salesforce Live.
Hey everybody, welcome to Salesforce Live at Dreamforce. We're here in the heart of the action. I'm Heike Young here with Tim Handorf from G2 Crowd. Tim, you're the CEO of G2 Crowd. Tell us a little bit about what your company does.
So G2 Crowd is an online review platform for B2B software and services where real users rate the products that they're using, and then buyers of products, if you're considering buying, come to G2 Crowd to read those reviews to get insights about what products will work best for them.
Okay, so why is this kind of transparency so necessary right now in the B2B buying process?
That is a great question. So it's really necessary because traditionally in the B2B buying process, the salesperson has held all the cards. And so they tend to divvy out the information as they see fit. But really that may not always be the best decision for the buyer. And so when you interact and you connect the buyer with the seller in a very transparent way, better decisions are being made.
And can you also explain to us how G2 Crowd is giving back this week at Dreamforce?
You bet. So we are really excited about partnering with a News Story, who is building homes in Haiti for the hurricane and earthquake victims there. And if you stop by our booth, write a review. For every review that is written here at the show, we are donating $10 to News Story to build homes. And for every 600 reviews written, we will build a home in Haiti.
Super worthy cause. Thank you for doing that. And if folks want to learn more about G2 Crowd, where do they go?
G2crowd.com. Very simple.
Thank you, Tim. Well, folks, thank you for watching. I'm Heike Young from Salesforce Live at Dreamforce.
Hello, Dreamforce. My name's John Busman, and I'm part of Platform Product Marketing. In the summer of 2017, Salesforce started a contest. It was the Great App Venture. We challenged our customers to come up with the best, most innovative apps. And I'm really, really proud to be joined on stage today with our 3 App Venture winners. We had submissions from Amazon to Zax. But right now, I want to first introduce Jim Young from ETE Reman. I've got Tiabi Lokanwala from TD Bank, and I've got Paul McCollum from 7-Eleven. Jim, can you tell us a little bit about the app and your submission that you had?
Yeah, thanks, John. So we created an app called Sales Hero, and the objective of Sales Hero was to allow our sales managers and sales coaches to create questions that our sales team could then answer during the busy conversations they're having with our customers. It's hard to find time to engage with a customer, and so by allowing our sales managers to kind of whisper in their ear through Salesforce, we could get that done. So we used a Lightning component on the account page so that the reps would have access, and we used flows to enable us to configure it really well with a lot of different filters, and lastly, just some reports and dashboards so we can take action on that data.
That's awesome. All built on the Salesforce platform.
All with the Salesforce platform, yes, indeed.
Excellent. Tayabi, at TD Bank, what did you guys put together, and what was your submission?
So basically, TD Bank, we are moving our small business and commercial lending platform onto Salesforce platform. For this app to perform optimally, we have like 40 plus integration points. And when we moved there, we realized that we have a gap where we couldn't monitor our ecosystem. So we created an app around that which does real-time API checks. It runs a health check, a synthetic transaction to see which APIs are up, which APIs are not up. And if something is not working right, is not responding correctly, or in the time frame we expect it to respond, it sends out alerts to the developers and the managers and saying, hey, there's something going on with it. Along with that, we have capability to monitor how our data centers are load balanced, what is the performance over a period of week, month, years. And we made this information available to our business partners, so now they don't need to come to IT to get this information. They have it on their hands.
Excellent. Paul, what was your submission while you're working at 7-Eleven? What did you come up with?
Well, we're just starting to roll out Salesforce, and I wanted to do a proof of concept that would bring the focus back on the user. One of the things we wanted to be able to leverage was the mobile capabilities of phone, and I leaned into geolocation. And so we use geolocation, or my app uses geolocation, to help provide a kind of a next best action set of menu choices. So if you're in a store, you get choices for right where you're at for what you're doing at that particular time. If you're not there, it kind of assumes you're someplace else and gives you options for where you're at home office or away from the store. So it's a way to cut out steps and make it even easier for people to use Salesforce.
Awesome, excellent. So I've got a series of questions for you guys, if you would humor me. So Paul, I'm going to start with you. Why did you join the Great App Venture? What was behind your submission? What was the reasoning for that?
Really, it was a shot in the dark. We had the idea. I wanted to do something to make it easier on the users. We put a couple ideas together around when they approached me with App Venture, and then I got lucky and found, or got sent to a couple of trailheads that did most of the work for it. It was really very, very close, and all I had to do some finishing touches and turn it around a little bit, and it was almost done. So by the time we had a good solid idea, Trailhead took me to the finish line, so it was done almost before I got started.
That. Awesome. Tayabi, what about yourself? What was behind the submission for the Great App Venture?
So just a little history. So when we started building this app, initially it was just like a proof of concept. We were just trying to play around with the platform to see what we can do. And suddenly this idea caught on, and we started developing, iterating over it, to bring it to the state where we are right now. It was a really nice story, and we really wanted to let everyone know, hey, what's the power of the platform, what you can do. It's a very, at the bottom of it's a very simple idea. We want to monitor our ecosystem. And you can build it so easily and quickly on Salesforce with the tools it provides. You don't need to go and buy an expensive product and stuff like that does that. With just simple tools that Salesforce really provides to you, you can build an amazing app that drives a lot of business value.
Awesome. So Jim, same question. What was behind it, and tell me a little bit about that.
Yeah, so first of all, I like a challenge, and I'm a little bit competitive, so the fact that it was called a contest got my interest right away. But then we had this pet project idea, this Sales Hero idea, and it was sitting pretty far down our priority chart. We have a lot more sort of low-hanging fruit to address before we got to this one, but I was really excited to build it, and this gave me the perfect opportunity and sort of reason to try experimenting around with the functionality that we did. So it was kind of just kismet.
Awesome. So we pushed it to the list with the contest. I love that.
Exactly.
So part of this is, of course, when we build apps, we're helping our fellow coworkers, our fellow departments, and even our companies on this. Tayabi, I'm going to start with you. What was some of the reactions from your coworkers and the like when, one, they found out about the submission, and then two, when they found out that you were a winner?
It was a great reaction. They were really very happy because, to be honest, it was more collaborative effort. Like once you start building this, people are coming up with ideas. They had some issues, and hey, we can do this better. Can we do it over here? So in the end, it kind of become like a community thing, like people trying to collaborate. And when we submitted, we got when we won this contest, it's like not a win just for me, it's for the entire team, because everyone has contributed to it. It's truly a team effort, and we're truly very excited about it.
Excellent. Jim, I'm going to go to you as well. What was the impact of the app and the contest on your coworkers?
Yeah, absolutely. So for me, the people I worked with closely on this is the sales team that I work with. And they were really valuable members of a testing team and helping me prototype it. Plus, we shot a couple of videos for our entry, and they were a lot of fun, and we got a lot of our team members involved in the videos. So they were really invested in the contest, even though they weren't so much on the development side. But then when we won, it was really great. Everybody had a lot of cheers, and once things calmed down, they wanted to know when they got to come to Dreamforce. So.
Awesome. Paul, what was your experience with the app? I know you're still working on pushing out completely, but what was the reaction when 7-Eleven found out that you won?
It brought a lot of attention back to the platform, and a new kind of attention. We'd been developing apps, and a lot of times you develop apps at people, and this kind of took it the other direction, and you're developing an app for people. It let them see different parts of what we could deliver and what we could provide, and put a new spin on it. The CIO came and gave me a quick fist bump on winning the contest, and got the idea and some of the other direction that the app implied in front of our business people, which spun up quite a bit more interest, and it's going to start having us, setting the groundwork for new development.
Oh, excellent. So what I loved, what I heard there too, we had the team success, the team win, the celebration. We had the team collaboration, and of course we've also, Paul, we got the fist bump from the CIO, so we also got some personal accolades, so I love that. For the people listening right now, and when we do the next iteration of the Great App Venture and they're submitting, I want to ask, what kind of advice do you have for them? Jim, I'm going to start with you. So what kind of advice do you have for the future app ventures?
Absolutely. So I would say experiment, experiment, experiment. The software that Salesforce gives us, things like Flows and Lightning App Builder, allows us to prop up a prototype very rapidly and determine how effective it'll be in the field, how useful it'll be, what kind of data you can get out of it. So the fact that you can experiment and try things and discard the bad ideas and move forward on the good ones is really powerful, and I think that's what's the secret to our success.
Rapid prototype, love it.
Yeah.
Tayabi?
I would say just whatever we are doing, take a step back, think what we are doing, because every problem, every requirement we're implementing or trying to solve, more or less we kind of leave a loophole or create a new problem for us. And that gives an opportunity for us to innovate, challenge ourselves, and make sure that what we develop is holistic and it's ready for future. It's like if you're stuck building something that's to the requirements, just the present, by the time you go live, you are obsolete.
Excellent. Paul?
And you'll have to repeat the question for me a little. There's so much going on here.
No problem. No, we are in the middle of the Trailhead Zone. It is buzzing right now. So the question is, what advice would you give to future app ventures? As the inaugural winners of the Great App Venture, what advice would you give to future ones, future app venturers?
I don't know. Keep pouring over trailheads. There's so many quick wins there that are kind of pre-chewed for you and very much low-hanging fruit. The more you go over, the more opportunities you'll see, and some great ideas can spring from those.
Excellent. Thank you. So we heard today about 3 great app venture winners who won. We had Jim from ETE Reman, Tiabi from TD Bank, and Paul from 7-Eleven. We hope to see you next time and next year on stage for the Great App Venture winners, and I hope you're having a great Dreamforce watching at home. Thank you.
Till the words start
everybody. My name's Natalie Moore. We're here at Dreamforce with Derek Slayton from Dun & Bradstreet.
Hey, Natalie.
Hi there. So tell us how customers are using Dun & Bradstreet to empower themselves with actionable data.
Sure. Well, most customers know Dun & Bradstreet for our fantastic company and contact data assets, but one thing we're working with customers more and more on is how to use our analytic capabilities to identify their best customers, their best segments, and then align their sales and marketing teams through that data with a common go-to-market objective.
Excellent. And we're thrilled to have you here in the Customer Success Expo telling those stories. A key part of Dreamforce is celebrating success and innovation.
Right.
Tell us what you're celebrating this week.
Yeah, well, this week we're really excited to be here in a big way with Salesforce in the booth here. And we're really excited about our new product we're launching this week, which is our Optimizer for Salesforce solution, which is an embedded capability that lets Salesforce users activate D&B data inside their Salesforce instance with a cleansing and enrichment solution without shipping data around. It's part of the Lightning Data Exchange, and we're really excited to be showcasing it here on the floor and celebrating it with Salesforce throughout the week.
That is indeed a phenomenal reason to celebrate. So now that we know what you're here, what you're celebrating, tell us what's next. What's new in 2018?
Well, what's new for us in 2018 is really leaning into the Salesforce install base with not only data cleansing and enrichment solutions, but also, as we talked about earlier, the ability to use our analytics, our powerful analytic capabilities to identify new customers and to align sales and marketing teams better. We feel like our customers are succeeding more and more when they align their teams around better use of data.
Well, Derek, we appreciate you coming out, and we look forward to partnering together in 2018.
Yes, we're excited. Thanks for having us.
Great to see you.
We are the Desperate Dan Appreciation Society. God save strawberry jam and all the different varieties. Preserving the old ways from being abused. Protecting the new ways for me and for you. What more can we do? We are the Draft Beer Preservation Society. God save Mrs. Moss and good old Mother Riley. We are the Custard Pie Appreciation Consortium. God save the George Cross and all those who are loving them. We are the Sherlock Holmes English-speaking vernacular. Help save Fu Manchu from Moriarty and Dracula. We are the Office Block Persecution Affinity. God save the little shots, China cups and virginity. We are the Skyscraper Condemnation Affiliates. God save Tudor houses, antique tables and billiards. Preserving the old ways from being abused. Protecting the new ways for me and for you. What more can we do? We are the Village Green Preservation Society. God save Donald Duck, Vaudeville and variety. We are the Desperate Dan Appreciation Society. God save strawberry jam and all the different varieties. We are the Village Green Preservation Society. God save Donald Duck, Vaudeville and variety. We are the Village Green Preservation Society. God save Donald Duck, Vaudeville and variety. God save the Village Green.
Sometimes work feels like an uphill battle, or work can just flow like a cool waterfall. Transform your documents and let work flow. By adding automation, efficiency, and transparency to your document processes, you'll save time, automate tasks, and deliver more for your customers. This is the power of Spring CM.
Shake it up. Dance all night, get real loose. You don't need no bad excuse. Dance all night with anyone. Don't let nobody pick you Shake it up. Shake it up. Yeah, shake it up. Shake it up. Dance all night. Dance all night. Get real low. Go all night. Get real low. Shake it up. All you got. Dance all night, whirl your hair. Make the night can't stop and stare. Dance all night, go to work. Do the move with the quirky jerk. Shake it up. Shake it up. Yeah, shake it up. Shake it up. Dance all night. Go, go, go. Get so light. Get real low. Dance all night. Get real high. Shake it up. All you got. Shake it up.
All right, we're here with Joe from Insight Squared. Joe, you've had a long-standing partnership with Salesforce. Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
Sure, we've been partners with Salesforce since pretty much the beginning, and it's a compelling partnership. For a certain segment of Salesforce's customers, try saying that 5 times fast, we provide essentially a virtuous cycle. So you have done an incredible job at sort of whetting the SMB to mid-market buyers' appetite with Lightning for what advanced analytics can do and what data visualization can do. But for some, it's sort of like a gateway. They like it and they want a little more. They want to see what else it could do. And for those companies, there's Insight Squared, where we take that power and we kind of expose an answer to every question you could imagine is lingering, lurking in your Salesforce instance, and we surface the answer for you. So it's like a Lightning extension for companies that aren't quite ready for that big, heavy BI implementation.
That is awesome. So you're here today kind of showing us some incredible use cases and some demos. Tell us a little bit more about what you've got going on.
Yeah, it's funny to call out demoing use cases. We should all be demoing use cases. Everybody does, product features and speeds and that sort of thing. But what we found is that our happiest, most successful customers use us for one of 4 reasons. They use us for better visibility and predictability in their pipeline. They use us for better visibility into their forecasting. They use us for rep coaching that's based on individualized data profiles of each rep. And so we look at Dreamforce as step 1 in the customer journey for the vast majority of our buyers. And we want to start that customer journey off right. And the best way to do it is to correlate it to the kinds of behaviors that ultimately make for a more successful customer down the road. So we start with the use cases to set the trajectory right from the start.
That sounds awesome. Thank you so much for being here today.
Thanks for having us.
There's so much inspiration, there's so much learning, there's so much networking that happens over the course of the week, and it's fantastic to start off in a room full of incredible, accomplished women that are working in tech.
For our daughters to see us in control of our money in a way we did not see our mothers sends a powerful, powerful message to them.
I'm the fairy godmother of the Women in Tech groups, formerly known as Girly Geeks. For me, this is my favorite event. This is their community that supports them, both the women who are here and the male allies.
I really want to drive change. I look at what happened to my mother in her career, my wife in hers. I just want to be part of the solution and make the world a better place for my daughter to go into.
Gender equality is something that we believe in and that we're willing to stand up for. It's really powerful to work at a company that has your back.
One of the things I've learned is to learn how to be comfortable being uncomfortable. If you're too comfortable, that's probably not a good thing.
What I'm really excited to hear is some of the inspirational stories, the stuff that they've done that just makes me think, wow, I can reach for the stars.
And he interrupted me. And I said, excuse me, I'm not finished.
Some people would say, you don't say very much, but when you do say something, it actually makes sense. I'm like, yeah.
I hope they take away from this event, they're underrepresented, but they're not alone.
I hope they take away how much they matter.
We need mothers and fathers because we like to remember there's always a place to go back to. We need athletes because they make us feel like anything is possible. But what about the founders, the dreamers? They inspire us to believe that no matter the obstacles, we have an obligation to try until we succeed.
industrial revolution is defined by trailblazers. They harnessed steam and water to power machines, unleashed electricity to power mass production, and pioneered electronics and IT to transform everything. And now the next wave is building. The physical and digital worlds are blurring. We're in the fourth industrial revolution, a wave of innovation and technology, radically transforming our economies, societies, and lives. It's creating new jobs, industries, and opportunities. But it's still a revolution, and revolutions never change the world gently. Many people feel uneasy. They're afraid that the future may be good for only a lucky few. They worry about automation, becoming irrelevant, being left behind. We see another way. At Salesforce, we live by a core set of values: trust, growth, innovation, and the equality of every human being. We believe we can do well and do good, that the business of business is to make the world a better place, that we're all in this together and we can rise as one, that instead of letting the future happen to us, we can create a future for us. The fourth industrial revolution is going to be shaped by trailblazers.
Salesforce has changed my career, has changed my life. It makes me proud.
For 18 years, we've been on this journey together.
You become stronger as a force to create even greater things.
And every year, we all come home to Dreamforce to help more trailblazers drive this revolution and thrive.
There are just so many opportunities for so many talented people to be a part of this.
Using Trailhead to master the skills they need to learn jobs of the future.
We are blazing a new trail, and Salesforce helps us do that.
And our customers, using the Customer Success Platform to help everyone succeed and create millions of new jobs.
It's just going to help us do what we do best every day. Follow your passion.
It opens you up to so many opportunities.
We can create a world where these new technologies lead to more opportunity and greater equality for everyone. Welcome to Dreamforce. Let's blaze a trail together.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Monica Langley, Executive Vice President, Global Strategic Affairs, Salesforce.
Welcome to a very fun session today. I'm pleased to introduce you guys to two women who are going to really impress you. They are now best-selling authors, not just best-selling authors, #1 best-selling authors. And we have with us today Jenna Bush Hager and Barbara Pierce Bush. Please come out, ladies. Hello. Hi. Hello. Let's go ahead and be seated and get started.
All right. Hey, everyone.
Hi, everyone.
And I found out back here, I've already talked to them before today, but they are competitive women. They may not be running for office, but I first looked up on the bestseller list and saw they were #2 nonfiction, but more importantly, they were #1 of all books.
Yes, of hardcover and ebooks together, so we had to correct her on that.
Yeah, so I'm like, okay, straighten me out. So this is super cool that you all are #1 best-selling authors. Your idea has changed. You're not just the twin daughters of a former president. This is super cool. And the book they have out is called Sisters First. And I've read it, and I thought it was a really fun but important book because it talks about your growing up, but all the experiences you had have really not only just shaped your lives, but it's shaped all our lives. Because we have lived through your grandfather and your father's presidency, and we see it through your eyes, which is really interesting, I think, for all of us to see. Before we delve into your lives, let's talk a little bit about what you do today. Okay. So, Jenna, tell everyone what you do today.
Yes, well...
They may see you on TV, but
yes.
Tell them.
I work for NBC, which is a lot of fun. I was a teacher. I taught in DC and West Baltimore, and there's no more important job, but one of the things that I don't know if our culture appreciates is how hard it is,
particularly in marginalized areas. And I went to a party in New York with Barbara's friends, and they said, "What do you do?" And I said, "I teach third grade." And they go, "How cute." Somebody was like, "That's so cute." And I'm like, "No, teaching isn't cute. It's difficult, and I dreamed of my students." And so in BC, I was on for books that I had written previously, Honest Story, which is a young adult narrative nonfiction about a woman living with HIV/AIDS that I met in Latin America, and then 2 children's books. And they emailed and they said, "Would you want to work here for probably 2 years?" And for 2 years, I was like, no way.
Because you're the one who famously stuck your tongue out at the press. I don't know if you,
directly
at the Today Show. But when your dad was president, you have a great shot of you sticking your tongue out.
Yeah, that was a really lovely picture. I actually thought the limo was tinted, but anyway, it wasn't. It was not. But it's been so I've now worked there for 8 years, which I can't believe. And I think it's an amazing privilege to tell the stories of the people that I've met, some who you all know and some who you don't.
One of the books that Jenna wrote with your mom was The Great Big Backyard, which talks about getting the kids out to the national parks and away from their technology. We love technology here, but we also love national parks. As you can see, that's one of our
all these animals.
And you see behind us that that's one of our themes with trailblazers, which are the people who change their lives and lead their customers to success. And so we're all into national parks here, so that's a great book for your kids.
The 100th anniversary of the national parks last year, so we decided to write this book to celebrate them, and I think it's really important that we protect them now more than ever.
And my assistant Tato called every bookstore in the city last night to try to get one.
They're wildly popular.
Sorry. Okay, Barbara, tell us about what you do now.
Yes, I run an organization called Global Health Corps, and we are a nonprofit focused on competitively recruiting young leaders to solve the world's most pressing global health challenges. We work with Salesforce, by the way, so we're thrilled about that. And when we started Global Health Corps about 8 years ago, we were inspired by the Teach for America model, and we used that model but applied it to the field of global health. And what's been interesting working in global health is usually people will come up to me and say, "Man, that must be so depressing." And on the flip side, we are so lucky to live in a time where we have the drugs that we need to keep people alive. We have the knowledge and information we need to make sure they can live a dignified life. But if you are poor, you often can't access the healthcare system that is meant to serve you. So we have the tools we need to solve problems, but systems don't necessarily serve those that need them most. So our intervention is great leadership, and we've been lucky to work with about 1,000 young leaders over the past few years. And what they do every day is we embed them within healthcare systems, and they solve pressing healthcare challenges, and then they go through our curriculum focused on policy change, advocacy, and entrepreneurship so that they can make an impact now, but more importantly, they can make an impact throughout their lives. And it's been awesome. We added 150 new fellows this year, and we received about 12,000 applications for those positions. So
12,000? Yeah. For 150, that's fantastic.
So it's certainly makes me hopeful about solving pressing healthcare issues. And I think what I'm more excited about is not what's going on now, but anecdote that I think really illustrates our model is we partner with Yale University for our training. And one of our fellows named Adana Chukwuma, who's Nigerian, she joined Global Health Corps for her year, and when she got there, she stood up and said, "It's gonna be so convenient when I'm the Minister of Health in Nigeria, and Solene is the Minister of Health in Rwanda, and Diego is running the Gates Foundation, because we're all gonna know each other, we're gonna have a shared vision for what the world can look like, and we'll really get work done." And I burst into tears and was like, that's so sweet. And then she completed her fellowship, which she did in Newark, New Jersey. She got accepted into Harvard for her PhD. It's being paid for by the Ministry of Health in Nigeria. With the stipulation, she returned to work with them, and she's under 30. So I can only imagine what the world will look like in 10 years when there's thousands of Global Health Corps alums that are in positions of power using them responsibly to serve others.
Well, that's a test. That's fantastic. That's a testament to your leadership and your vision to put that organization into place. So we'll get back to this at the end too, but let's start at the beginning.
The very beginning.
The very beginning.
Yes.
Here's what I found so interesting that I don't know if everybody knew this, but your parents wanted a baby, not just babies. They wanted a baby so badly, and your mom was an only child that they had just they were filling out adoption papers. And then you too.
They were thrilled about that till the teenage years, and then they were like, maybe this wasn't what we wanted.
So it was great. Then they got twins.
Yes.
And I guess they've told you about it many times, but they had made a decision that they were going to name you two for.
Yeah.
Tell us about that.
Well, they made a decision that they were going to name us for their mothers. I'm named after my mom's mother, Jenna Welch, who's 97 and still lives in Midland, Texas. And I think you can guess who Barbara is named after. The thing is, my mom claimed, she was like, we would have never named Barbara Bush if we knew Ganny was going to be famous. Except
suspect, because our grandmother was already the wife of the vice president when I was born. And usually the next step that you keep your eye on is likely the presidency.
Exactly.
So there were some early clues.
So that's kind of BS, if you ask me.
Yeah, I don't know why she lied about it. And poor, Barbara, as y'all know, is a little bit of an older name. I think you could
We're going extinct.
Yeah, you could do the data, but it's slowly on the downfall.
For sure.
Not slowly, quickly on the downfall.
Yeah.
But also imagine being a little girl with the name Barbara Bush when your grandmother is the first lady.
I know. There was something that called Little Girl, Big Name.
Yes, that's
exactly. And that still haunts you to this day when you show up somewhere as Barbara Bush.
I recently showed up to give a talk about Global Health Corps. I'm excited. And I arrive, and I'm kind of floating around. I'm thinking the organizer of the talk certainly is going to find me sort of lurking. And someone comes up and says, oh, are you her intern? And I'm thinking, I don't have an intern here. I don't have an intern. They thought my grandmother was coming to give the talk.
A little disappointed, but that was okay.
I hope I wowed them.
And another thing is, given who you are, you became accidentally famous. I think that's one of the lines that you all say. And so here we have, from the very beginning.
Oh.
Look at Jenna.
I don't know if that's an accident. Yeah, I was just working on my stage presence.
So Jenna, it's often said that you are the outgoing one, and Barbara is the more reserved one. Is that actually true?
Well, in that picture, the answer is yes. Very outgoing. No, yes and no. One of the reasons why we wanted to write this book is that now in our world, with the way that things are going with the rise of social media, it's so much easier to reduce people to headlines. It's so much simpler to single story somebody, to say, oh, you're the loud one. And especially when you're twins, it's like we have to be the inverse of each other. You're the loud one, she's the quiet one. You're the troublemaker. What's the opposite of troublemaker?
Really, really, really good.
You're the really, really good.
And then you all look so different.
Yes, and I think that's
And everybody's like, even my own mother says, they're twins, but they don't look alike. I said, Mom, there are fraternal twins. They're not identical twins. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like,
well, I think we so easily reduce people to just a very simplistic characterization. So people say, now you're the one that's loud, right? And your sister's quiet. But meanwhile, my sister started a global health nonprofit and her commute is to Rwanda. That's not an introvert. And so I think it was fun to write and empowering, although we didn't do it because of this, to write a more nuanced view of ourselves, but also of the people we love. And I do think our country would be less divisive if we could try to understand people more instead of just reading a quick headline.
now, in 1988, Barbara Bush did become the first lady.
Yes.
Not you.
The other one.
And by the way, this shows my age, but that was my first presidential campaign I covered for the Wall Street Journal. I'm very old for
you are not.
And then we have, here is Barbara. This was important to Barbara. It was your first blowout.
I believe I had a blowout. I mean, if you look closely at my hair, I think I had a blowout.
So you're like really stepping it up there.
Although, by the way, Mom could have been the one that did the blowout.
I mean, yeah.
Oh, okay.
So, but still.
It was a blowout.
Doesn't matter who did it.
All right, so this now puts you all firmly into the public eye, really. I mean, you kind of were as grandkids of a vice president. But what was it like now suddenly seeing your grandfather, whom you loved, who you would go spend time with at Kennebunkport, now being the president and taking some heat occasionally?
Mm-hmm.
So what was that like?
Well, we were 7 when our grandfather became president, and our life was a huge juxtaposition. We had an extremely ordinary life. We grew up in Texas. Our grandmother, Jenna, who Jenna mentioned earlier, and our grandfather, Harold, they were who we saw all the time because we lived in Midland, Texas, near them. And then on the flip side, our grandfather was vice president and president, which is hugely magnificent. And being in the White House was really so different than anything that we were used to, but our day-to-day was so ordinary. So that was interesting growing up and kind of trying to figure out that juxtaposition. I, at the beginning, didn't totally get it. I thought that everybody's grandfather was president. I thought that was what you became when you were a grandfather, that we just love grandfathers so much in the United States that they're all president. And I found my journal from first grade. We went to our grandfather's inauguration in DC, and it's so much fun. When you're 7, there's parades and there's balloons and confetti and glitter. And I loved it. And then I was journaling about how excited I was because I was gonna get to go to all these other inaugurations. And I went to school and I asked my best friend, Catherine Oliver, when her grandfather's inauguration was. That is when I realized that I would not be going to any other inauguration.
Well, that's not true.
Well, except.
That is not a true statement.
At the time, we thought that.
Yeah.
And then you went to the White House and you get to go to the bowling alley.
Yes.
And you picked up the phone, like, we want a.
Yes. Well, we went to the bowling alley. Our friends told us about it. We picked up the phone.
There was a phone in the bowling alley, so you're gonna pick it up.
Yeah, and plus we were 7, so that was when prank calling was really popular. So we picked up and we were like, hello, we're Jenna and Barbara down here. We'd love a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. We thought we could do that. It was the White House after all. We were bowling, although we didn't know how to bowl, so we just were throwing the ball. And all of a sudden we hear the door open, really anxious for what a peanut butter and jelly would taste like, a presidential PBJ would taste like.
Exactly.
And in walks our grandmother, who is called the enforcer in our family for multiple reasons. And she was like, we heard you ordered a sandwich. Absolutely not. This is not a hotel. This is a temporary home, and you will only eat when it's time to eat. And then slam the door. And we never ate that sandwich.
We never got it.
But I'm sure it was delicious.
I bet it was incredible.
Now, also, you all saw a cover of your grandfather called a wimp.
Mm-hmm.
How did that affect you?
Well, I was in the first grade and I knew the word wimp. I mean, think back, that's what kids called kids on the playground. It was very sort of toddler talk, and I could read that word. And I was in the grocery store with my mom, I'll never forget it. And I saw this magazine cover, I think it was a Newsweek, with a picture of my grandfather's face that said the wimp factor. I just read the word wimp and saw it with my grandfather, and I asked my mom, what? I don't understand. I mean, we still didn't even know that he was the president. So there was this, we were naive, we were little, which is a good way to see the lens of Washington, D.C. politics until it's not. And it broke my heart, and I felt ashamed for some reason. I felt ashamed that I looked at it. I wanted to cover them all up. I didn't understand because the grandfather that I knew, this was before, even though I know we're talking about technology in so many ways, this was before technology. So our grandfather wasn't looking at his phone, tweeting. He was so present when he was with us. So he was a lovely grandfather, and the man that I knew was anything but a wimp. And so it was hard. I mean, I think that's part of what people don't understand about being the kids of presidents, the true kids, little children, is that the criticism hurts. And especially things that, you know, this was a man that fought in World War II, a man who, as I said, was a really present, lovely grandfather. And so the disassociation was difficult. But the other thing is it teaches you to know people for who they are. And we knew who he was to us. And that was what really mattered.
Then you tried to prove that you yourself weren't a wimp, right? On the playground.
I did. Oh. I know. A sixth grader came up to me, and I was younger, and said, well, I bet you can't do an apple flip off the monkey bars. And an apple flip was when you stand on top of the monkey bars and flip off. And that
sounds very dangerous.
I can't even do a cartwheel. So the answer is I should have said was no, I cannot. But basically she was like, you know, wimp. And I was like, all right. So I climbed to the top. I stood on the top and I dove into the ground. And I broke my jaw.
It was so sad. I remember this. We were in kindergarten. I was on the playground and I heard my sister screaming, and all these kids came up to me and said, your sister needs you, and she refuses to leave the playground without you. And I went over, and she had broken her jaw, and she had a bloody handprint on her matching shirt to mine, and it was the most sad.
Anyway, don't try that at home.
Do not do an apple flip.
And then, Barbara, you had your own injury from a Pearl Jam concert when you... and guess what? Eddie Netter, was it?
Eddie Vedder.
Whatever. Eddie Vedder. Okay, he was here with
I love you so much.
You know I'm such an... I'm so out of it.
Don't y'all love her?
If I don't look at my card, I won't get it right. Eddie Vedder was here with Mark Benioff.
Cool.
He was here 2 days ago touring this. He's friends with Mark, our CEO.
Oh, how cool is that?
So he was here. I should have told him that you hurt yourself at... What did you do at a Pearl Jam concert?
Well, this has haunted me my entire life. I'm 35, and it's never going to go away. We went to a Pearl Jam concert. We were really into Pearl Jam in middle
Who wasn't?
school. Who was not at that time? And who isn't still, really? And I was 14. I went crowd surfing, obviously, as a 14-year-old. I was about 80
I mean, not
pounds.
obviously. I didn't go crowd surfing.
I was like a small little middle schooler.
And see, this shows. You would think you're the one.
I was responsible.
Anyway, I went crowd surfing. Had a great time, but it's not that much fun, really, crowd surfing, by the way, in case anyone's not done it.
I haven't tried
when they were 14. And anyway, I fell on my back. My mom found out somehow. I'm not totally sure how. And
You suspect your sister?
I mean, someone in our household told her, and I'm pretty sure it wasn't my dad.
He wasn't at the concert.
Anyway, it has haunted me. My mom brings it up every quarter, basically. And like, I ran a half marathon and I saw her and I was like, I'm kind of sore. And she was like, I know, that Pearl Jam concert.
All right, now let's zip ahead. You're in high school and your dad is governor from 95 to 2000. And so suddenly you guys are on like the front page of the newspaper going to the Austin High School?
Yes, the Austin High School.
How was that?
Well, it was fine, actually. I mean, I wrote a very dramatic journal entry about it but we had a very normal high school life. We lived in the governor's mansion, but we could drive our car to Austin High School. Austin still is a great town to go to school in. We could walk to dinner with my parents. So it was normal, and then it wasn't so normal when he decided to run for president.
Okay, let's talk about that. So he comes to you guys and says, I'm going to run for president. And Barbara, what'd you say?
I'm ashamed. We just did a public apology to our father 3 days ago for this. He told us he was going to run for president. We were 16. We burst into tears in unison.
As twins do.
On command, basically. We told him he was going to lose. That was part of our public apology. And we also told him that he was going to ruin our lives. And we're ashamed.
Because of course he didn't ruin our lives, but
and he didn't lose.
No. But it was close. But it was close. I mean, it was. We can't even name like a dog Chad, you know?
Exactly. The famous hanging Chad.
We can't name anything after. None of these animals are named Chad, are they?
And we don't know if that's an animal or a human over there.
Yeah, that's a strange, but he's cute.
Oh my goodness. Okay, so yes, the 2000 election, you didn't know when you all went to bed that night if you had won or lost.
No.
First Gore conceded, then he took it back.
Yes.
I mean, I was covering this campaign, and you
Oh my
all then
gosh,
had to
how
go.
wild.
You all had to go back to. You were just started your university. You were at Yale. You were at University of Texas. You all went back to your lives. Now, Texas probably was a supporter of your father's, but I know Yale wasn't a supporter of your father.
Not really. I think I might, I mean, I don't know for sure, but there's a chance I was the only person on the college campus of Yale that voted for my dad.
I think there's a very good chance of that.
Yeah.
And by the way, she said that
Republicans.
She said that the other day with friends of hers, her roommates in the audience. I'm like, I'm sure your roommates voted for him, and they were like.
They love Barbara, but not her father.
Yes.
Maybe.
Well, it was a good.
Her father as a father.
Yes. I mean, that was what really taught you, and I don't want to speak for you, but disassociate politics.
Yes. I mean, it was an interesting year. It was freshman year of college. We started school in September. The election was in November. I chose to go to a school where I didn't know anyone because I like being out of my comfort zone in that way. I like knowing that I can build a life anywhere. I love that type of experience. And so I did go away to a school where I didn't know anyone. It's just sort of an awkward time to be meeting people when your dad is the candidate in a presidential election.
Maybe particularly a Republican candidate.
At Yale.
At Yale.
And you have the name Barbara Bush.
And my name was Barbara Bush, so it wasn't like I was not.
She couldn't escape.
That's a liability at Yale, perhaps.
Yeah. So it was interesting. I really quickly had to learn to disassociate politics and my personal life, which is not that easy to do. But I really had no choice. I mean, there were, protests, and the windows outside of my windows into the dorm across from me all had Al Gore posters in them, and they obviously were not personal to me. They were who those students were supporting. But it definitely, I mean, the only way I could really deal with it was disassociation and know that that is who they were supporting, and it was for another person. It was not against my dad. And I really had to think of it in that way, because if not, it would have just been too many small slices about a person that I really know as a dad. It's difficult for us to judge our dad as a president because we can't split apart the 18 years of our life when he was not in politics in that way. And all of our memories are not necessarily debating politics together. They're of a man that loves us deeply and has always allowed us to know that we were loved and therefore be more brave than we probably could have been had we not felt that comfort.
Exactly. Now, he's elected, finally. After all of that recount and the Supreme Court decision. And so there you are on, I guess that's Air Force One.
Mm-hmm.
And so then you all try to lead normal lives.
Mm-hmm.
Some people who are maybe so young they don't remember the news.
Well, we don't need to rehash it.
So you know where I'm going. Jenna first became famous for Jenna and Tonic.
Which is such a bad headline. If they had done any research at all, they would have known I don't like tonic water, and they would have called me Jenna and Soda. Tonic is too sweet.
Okay.
But yes.
Yes, you were
I got in trouble. But the thing is, this is what is unbelievable.
Underage drinking for Jenna.
Okay, yeah, okay. I was getting there. Okay.
This is the mother in me. My daughter is a freshman out Columbia, so I'm like on her.
Don't get in trouble for underage drinking. The thing is, if she does, nobody will know.
Exactly.
If your dad is the president, they find out.
Exactly.
We were very naive. And I think, going back to that conversation where he told us he was going to run, we said to him, but Dad, please, the ruin your life part was like, we just want to be normal. We want to have a normal college experience. You give us that. And when you love your child, which now that I have 2 little girls, I understand, what you say is reassurance. Okay, you can be normal. You will be normal. Don't worry about it. Which none of us knew that that's not true. We were naive, which people are like, well, how could that be? You were the granddaughter of a president, but we lived in suburban Dallas, Texas. Our life was so different than Washington, D.C. And so we acted normal, which got me on the cover of the National Enquirer and People Magazine, the New York Post.
Well, on People Magazine, Barbara made it into
Barbara, so the first time I got into trouble, I was alone, and every article ended with, her sister Barbara attends Yale University.
Exactly. But as usual, Barbara came out smelling like a rose.
Exactly.
Absolutely.
And I came out smelling like bourbon. No, but I called my dad and I said, Dad, I'm so sorry. I hope I didn't embarrass you. And he said, no, he interrupted me. He said, I'm sorry. I told you that you could lead a normal life, and I was wrong. That was the first time I got in trouble. The second time, he wasn't so thrilled. The second time I was with Barbara.
Yeah.
And we ordered a margarita.
We went into a restaurant together, ordered a margarita together.
That was stupid.
Got busted within 20 seconds.
But what is really a gift now, in retrospect, is that my parents, everybody else put us on this level of perfection when we were 19 and 20 years old. But my parents didn't, which is such an amazing gift as children, because we could have never lived up to that level of perfection. We weren't perfect. We aren't perfect. And so allowing your children to be flawed and to make mistakes allows for us to grow and to become our own people and figure out who we are. And for that, we are so grateful.
Now, as your father's presidency goes on, then you have 9/11. Obviously, that affected everyone in the United States and around the world. I was living in New York at the time, and my daughter was 3. That was a really big moment for especially those of us in New York. And I remember your father coming in and standing at the World Trade Center, my office at the Wall Street Journal. The windows were blown out because we were at the World Financial Center, and it meant a lot to have him down there. But for you all, tell us what it was like to have your father having to handle the situation, and where were you all at that moment? Because you had to be involved intimately.
Yeah. Well, we went through the day the same way that you did and everyone else did in terms of such surprise and such shock. And people often ask me or say things to us like, man, it must have been so annoying having Secret Service. And we were very prickly when we got Secret Service to begin with, because we were 18 and we wanted to be independent, and we weren't thrilled about guys following us. And yet our Secret Service did a great job at that time. They downsized their teams. They hired younger men and women. They all dressed like they were college kids, except they all had a fanny pack on. And
they pack heat.
Yeah,
they pack heat.
Well, that's where the heat was.
The heat's
in the fanny pack.
They pack it in the fanny pack. And they would hang way back. So if any of y'all had seen us, then you wouldn't probably have noticed the Secret Service men. And I say all of this because my relationship with them changed on 9/11. I was at Yale. It was maybe a week into my sophomore year, and I had a roommate, and we woke up to our clock radio, and the news was on, and it said that one of the Twin Towers had been hit. And at that point, that's when everyone thought it was just this freak accident. So we were getting ready for class and getting dressed, and then on the radio, it said the second Twin Tower had been hit, and that's when it was clear it wasn't an accident. So it was real time, the same way it was for y'all. And 1 second later, Steve, my Secret Service man, showed up at my dorm room door, and we just had to get out of there. They were worried that Jenna or I would be a target because it would be such an easy thing to do to the President of the United States to, create a very complicated situation. And so we left right away to where I didn't even bring my contacts with me. I mean, we brought nothing. And we went to the sterile office space in New Haven, and then after that went to a motel off the highway that was just totally nondescript. We needed to be places where no one would assume that we were. And I was with all my Secret Service team, and because we were in Connecticut, they were all out of the New York field office. And their office was in World Trade Center Tower 7. So it wasn't one of the towers that was hit, but it was one of them that fell quickly thereafter. And I was with them, and we were all grieving in the same way. We were all crying. I was in touch with my sister, in touch with my mom. I was later in touch with my dad when Air Force One landed. And they were doing the same thing. They were all checking on their family members, trying to track down colleagues that they knew had gone to work that day to make sure that they were okay. And it was such an interesting, it was such a humanizing moment. I mean, I was listening to them as they were whispering to their families, trying to reassure them. And from then on, they really became like my brothers, because you can't see someone hurting alongside you and not see them in a different way. And it was a dreadful day, but it was also really bonding for us. And we ended up going to this motel, and Steve, my main Secret Service man, he had his wife and his daughter come in from New York because he didn't want them to be there without him. He was worried for them. And his daughter was about 5, and it was this really beautiful juxtaposition. She was so excited to have a slumber party with her parents in a hotel. She obviously had no idea what was going on, and she was jumping wildly on the bed. And it was such a stark contrast, obviously, her innocence really in contrast to what was going on. And they were so sweet. I was, by myself in this motel. I didn't bring anything with me. And they went and got my roommates and brought them to spend the night with me in my hotel room, which was just such a generous, unnecessary gesture.
How about you, Jenna? Where were you?
Well, her story is much more interesting because I got taken immediately to a hotel room in Austin, Texas, and I was really by myself for the entire day, in a room by myself, not with the Secret Service. We're in a room next door. But Barbara, because they were in an office building first, spent this day. So I was by myself and really wanting to, speak to my family members, although it took a while to do that.
Now, later on, you all are, then there's the Iraq War. You're also then seeing your dad. He got a lot of credit for how he handled 9/11. Mm-hmm. Then the Iraq War came, and he started getting a lot of criticism. Mm-hmm. And in that instance, I think that you all had to deal with that too, as daughters. Was that something you dealt with about the Iraq War? I know you saw a bumper sticker about, did that deal with the Iraq War, or is that just?
Well, that just dealt with him.
Yeah.
That just dealt, there was a bumper sticker that said, somewhere in Texas, a village is missing its idiot. And Barbara and I read it. We laughed.
We were like,
we first were like, is that about Dad? And then we looked at each other.
And we were like, that's mean. And then we looked at each other and burst into laughter.
But, with the war, it was really complicated because, and the war is, obviously, but it's too hard for us to judge, as Barbara said, our dad on political decisions. And he wrote us a letter, which is in the book, about how he knew that this would be, one, how hard this was for him, that he knew he would be comforting many a parent, and then also that he knew it would be unpopular on college campuses, so it would be hard for us. We try to make our dad laugh. That's our response when he's grumpy, and usually it's via making fun of him because he likes self-deprecating humor. So he
doesn't mind if you all make fun of him?
No, probably not.
If it's funny.
If it's funny. And probably publicly, not as much, but.
We try not to make fun. It's light making fun.
But so it's worked a lot. But there were nights, we were in DC one summer, I was working as an internship, starting a charter school with a woman, and Barbara was in town, and we were sitting down for dinner, and we were trying as hard as we could to make him laugh. He was really sullen, really grumpy. He was not talking to us. And of
course,
which
is not his natural
disposition.
Yeah.
And I think also teenagers can't help but think, well, why is he mad at us? It had nothing to do with us. But it's hard to tell that when you're, more self-centered. And so we tried and we tried. We called him grumpy. We called him an old man. Finally, he got up. And
we don't know why he wasn't laughing.
Finally. But usually it would work. Finally, he got up. He threw his chair in and he left. And we looked at our mom and I had tears in my eyes. I remember feeling angry that I couldn't, at myself for not being able to break through, at him for getting up and leaving like that. And then my mom told us that a military helicopter had been shot down.
That day?
That day.
He had just found out before dinner. Passed away.
And that he had seen the casualty list, that he had already called some of the family members of those parents.
Mm-hmm.
And I just think now that looking at the life on his own daughter's faces was too much to bear.
Well, then, Barbara, you had the incident where you confronted a Yale professor, not confront, you went and said, I'm not getting a good grade.
Yes.
Which I'm proud of her for doing.
I'm so proud of myself for doing that. Go me, really.
These are the kind of things we tell our kids.
Yeah,
Go
to do it.
Advocate for yourself.
Yes. And by the way, Barbara missed one math SAT problem. She did. And I will stand up for her. But so she is brilliant. So to be making a bad grade and doing the work would probably not be fair. Go ahead.
Thank you. I was in a class.
You mean you didn't do quite as well on your SAT?
Well, not quite as well. But I retook it and it was just fine.
Jenna's promised that she's going to stop bringing up my SATs.
Listen, if I missed one math problem, I'd have a little pin that was like, I missed one problem 18 years ago.
Anyway, I was in a class at Yale, and I wasn't doing well in the class, and I couldn't figure out why, because I was doing the work and doing the reading, and so it just didn't really make sense to me. So I signed up for office hours, and I went to go meet with my TA to understand what I was doing wrong and how I could do a better job. And I got there, and she said to me, I'll give you an A if you convince your dad not to go to war in Iraq. And I was totally shocked. I was speechless, largely because I knew that I could not change the mind of the United States Congress. And I couldn't really do anything. And I was also shocked because I saw my TA as an authority figure, and I really assumed that she saw me as a student, and just made the assumption that she would have been above that, really. And I didn't do well in the class, and that is fine. But those were the kind of moments that were sort of bizarre, because I had no power in that situation to do anything to be changed. And when someone is in a position of power and assuming you have power, it was just a really strange experience for me. But I'm fine that I didn't do well in that class, and I learned from it. And that really was the only example of anything like that I experienced. So it was just one moment.
But it was maddening.
I was sweating. I had a sweaty upper lip, and I was very irritated by it, but I just had to walk out with my head held high after walking in.
Now, how did the White House impact you both? Those White House years are over. How did it lead you to be the women you are today?
Well, we wrote 2 open letters to Malia and Sasha Obama. We showed them around the White House. And we wrote one for the Wall Street Journal and then later for Time Magazine. But the reason why is that we saw ourselves so much in them. They were 7 when their dad became president. We were 7 when our grandfather became president. And we showed them around the White House and saw the awe in their eyes. And we realized after we cried and told him not to, he was going to ruin our life, what an amazing privilege it is to live history. It really is this incredible opportunity to meet these people that like Wendy Kopp and others who just are changing the world. And so that's why we wrote them letters, because we knew that it's difficult in some ways to be the daughters of presidents, but at the same time, it's this incredible opportunity. And our parents were so generous to allow us to travel around the world with them.
Yeah, we really, I mean, that was incredible, and that was a huge gift for us because it opened the world up for us. We were in college and right after college when our dad was president, and that's when you're really thinking about what you want to do and how you fit into the world and what you want your journey to look like. And we really did travel around the world. I went to 5 continents with my parents, and we traveled across the country with them. And I never would have worked in global health had I not had that type of exposure. I was studying architecture. I always thought since I was little I would work in architecture or design, and that is what I was doing. And for 2 weeks of my junior year summer, I had a summer internship, and I took 2 weeks off to travel with my parents. And we were traveling for the launch of PEPFAR, which is the President's Emergency Plan for AIDS Relief. And if y'all pay taxes, and I hope you do, you're responsible for this, so I hope you know that. At the time, if you were living on the continent of Africa, no matter how wealthy you were, no matter how well connected you were, if you were HIV positive, you could not get access to the drugs that you needed to live because pharmaceutical companies wouldn't distribute them there because they didn't believe they could make a profit. And so PEPFAR was and still does provides free antiretroviral drugs for people that are living in poverty, that are HIV positive. And so I went on this trip, and it's very cliche to say that I traveled and my eyes were opened, but they were. We landed in Uganda, and there were hundreds of people waiting in the streets for drugs that we'd had in the United States for years. And I was 21, and I was furious. I mean, I just could not believe that injustice, that if you lived in the United States, you could live. It would be a chronic illness, and if you lived somewhere else, it was a death sentence. And my mom and I were standing at a clinic, and a Ugandan mother brought her daughter in, and she was little and she was beautiful, and she dressed her up in her fanciest white and lavender Kitenge dress. And we were standing with them, and so I was speaking with the mom, and I said, you know, your daughter's so beautiful. Is she 3? And the woman said something like, no, she's 7. She's not little because she's young. She's little because she's sick. And it was just such a stark contrast. I mean, I'm standing with my mom. This little girl is with her mother. She's there to get drugs for the first time. And by no fault of her own, she simply was born in the wrong place at the wrong time. And I was born at the right place at the right time. I was born in the United States. If I was sick, I could have access to what I needed. And I was so angered by that I quit what I was doing in architecture and pursued global health. And really the reason that I did was, I mean, it was half anger and then half inspiration, because I couldn't think of anything better than the fact that we didn't need a scientist in a lab somewhere to come up with these drugs. They already existed. We needed to figure out how they could reach people that need them most to live. And flash forward, 15 million people are alive because of PEPFAR, which is remarkable. And we don't read those headlines.
Well, that is a great tribute to you and also your father, who did more in Africa than probably all the presidents combined. Is that right?
That is right, and I hope that continues to be the trend. It's hilarious. Now with Global Health Corps, we have 4 offices in East and Southern Africa, and I've met a lot of other George Bushes. Like I was with one of our Global Health Corps fellows, and he said, you know, this is my little brother, George Bush Mutariki. And I love that. And obviously, I mean, I think it's largely because of PEPFAR, which of course, you know, my dad was part of, but I really mean this. I mean, I don't think people know that this is a policy that we're all supportive of, whether or not we know it, which is really incredible. So I love that there's other George Bushes around, because it means that, you know, they're living because of something that is a testament to the United States broadly.
And President Obama continued it. President Obama continued it, and so far the current administration has too. But that is what's, you know, we need to make sure happens, that we don't become such isolationists that people around the world are dying, and we have the power to do something about it.
Now, Jenna, you didn't start a global health.
I know, my work is not as important.
That is not true. That is not true. This is not true. But one cool thing that you did is that you're a mom, and that's the most important thing potentially in the whole world to your 2 daughters. And during the White House, you met your husband.
Yeah, I did.
Oh, man.
Poor Henry. Oh man is right. The comedic foil in the book is Henry Hager, because, and that's my husband. We didn't tell people we met during those days. I don't know why our kids' parents would ask, like friends of our kids' parents would ask, well, now how did you meet? And we'd be like, we met at a bar. And I'm not sure, I know, because it's classy. Yeah. Because it goes with like my storyline. People would believe it.
Gin and tonic.
Yes, exactly. That really works. But, mainly because we didn't want our love to be defined by politics. And also I think we're both interested in politics, but it's changed so much that I don't know if people, it would put us in a sort of single story situation. That's
out the Today Show.
That's me. That's not my husband. That's
no,
not
but
Lauer.
I just put you in the Today Show.
Yeah, cute. That's us at the White House. That's my work.
That's your work life,
wives.
but I'm just putting it on. Changing the picture.
Yes, I like it. So anyway, it is. Henry is great, and my girls are great, and Henry did put up with a lot dating the president's daughter. The second date, his car ran out of gas. And it started slowly, like slow motion, rolling back and hit the Secret Service car. One of our dates while I was in Africa with my mother, I said, Dad, take Henry, you mountain bike, Henry mountain bikes, go out and bike. Henry he didn't have the proper equipment. He had like a Schwinn 10, although he does mountain bike. And my dad was just showing off, going as fast as he could.
Also, if you're president, you have an entire fleet of Secret Servicemen biking alongside you. And then behind that, Secret Service vehicles also.
Which make for not a peaceful mountain biking
It's not
experience.
like a tranquil mountain biking situation.
It's horrible.
But what I loved is that when he wanted to ask to marry you, he didn't go to your dad first. He went to
Barbara first. Yes. But the thing is, the fact that he even so this mountain biking, his chain fell off. He was going as fast as he could down a hill to catch up because my dad did not stop to wait. And he was almost there and a Secret Service door opened on him. Oh. And he said he flew 20 feet in the air. I think it was about 10. But I called and I was like, Dad, how'd it go? He's like, well, Henry's getting some medical care. But he's a pretty good biker. And he did. Henry proposed to Barbara, which is a really good move
if any of y'all are dating a twin.
Or sisters.
Ask
the sister.
Yeah.
Because we have to spend more time with Henry than my dad does.
I mean, he got a second wife out of me, really.
Which sounds awesome, but really it's just two people bossing him around.
That's great. Well, now, so there you are with the Today Show.
Yes.
You're at the White House.
The Today Show family.
Sure you bossed them around, too, when you're in the White House, because you know the
I'm like,
place.
here, y'all, I'll show you some my secret spots.
Exactly. And here we have Barbara.
Yes,
with
that's my Global Health Corps group.
With your group. Where are you in that photo?
I'm in Rwanda, and everyone in the photo is a Global Health Corps alum. So they're young, they're out of our year-long program, but they're still working in global health in the fab.
Now, before we close, I think that it's pretty clear we can all say that the Bush family legacy continues with the two of you. And the one thing that is part of the Bush family legacy is that no matter what the politics, no matter what time period we're in, your family has clearly been devoted to public service and love of country. Mm-hmm. And I think that we can all agree that these two women are the same. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
And at our company, at Salesforce, we also believe we're dedicated to public service as well. All employees give back, our company gives back. And so I think that we adopt schools here, and so you were a teacher and we're very big into public education and also into health. Mm-hmm. And so now you know a great organization is the Global Health Corps, and we adopt our schools in our local communities.
That's so great.
So we are so gung-ho on your causes. And before you go, is there any words of wisdom you should pass on to our Salesforce people and other friends who are at Dreamforce?
Well, I mean, I'm like, what words of wisdom can I find? I think one of the things that's been this gift about this book, and I've sort of already said this, is that we so easily single story people, which is not our line, but
Chimamanda Adichie's line.
And it's something that's important to us because now more than ever, listening is really, really important. And people are somehow shocked when we tell them that our parents raised us to have our own opinions. And I think Barbara's...
Yeah, that has been really surprising to people for some reason. And an example of that is I filmed a video for marriage equality in 2011 in New York, and I didn't think anyone was gonna see it.
That was naive.
Again, there's this sort of a naive thread sometimes. I had seen that Whoopi Goldberg had filmed a video for it as well, and it had about 70 views on YouTube. So I was like, okay, I can film this and no one's gonna see it. I don't know why, it just made me more comfortable thinking that. And then flash forward, it was on the front page of the New York Times the next day, and it was in the back of every single taxi cab in New York City on Taxi TV. So a lot of people saw it, and people would come up to me after that and say, you know, thanks for filming that video. That was so brave of you to betray your family like that. And I was so shocked. I mean, that made my hair stand up when people would say that, because in no way was it a betrayal to my family. I'd talked to my dad a number of times before doing it about if I should do it, was it the right way to use my voice? And also, this might sound ironic since we just wrote a book of short stories about our life, but I'm a very private person. And
not anymore.
Not anymore. So I was, you know, figuring out what I was comfortable with and what would be the right way to affect change. And my dad had coached me through all of that. And so it was not a betrayal to him. If anything, my parents wanted to raise curious girls that knew it was our responsibility, that if we can make an impact and if we can use our voice on something we care about, then you can't just talk about it, you need to do something. And so if anything, it was actually sort of living out how my parents had raised us. But the perception was that if you have a differing opinion with your parents, and everyone here has parents, and I will make an assumption that you probably have differed in opinion on something with your parents, that in any way that's a betrayal, and it's not. It's, you know, being your own person, and hopefully you can have a dialogue and listen, and therefore both understand each other and why you believe what you do.
And I think dialogue, and then I also think empowering women is more important now than ever, and we see that happening. And I think that's because I am the mother of two little hilarious girls. And the other day, Mila, my oldest, said, "Mommy, Poppy's gonna rule the world." Which made me want to tear up, because I'm like, the older sister should make the younger sister feel that way.
Very sisters first.
Yeah, that's why we wrote the book. We've had each other to empower each other throughout our whole life. And I thought for a second, and I said, now you know what, Mila? Poppy could maybe Poppy could. She could maybe be president. And Mila goes, but Mommy, presidents are all men. And I took like a deep breath, and then I was like, Henry, let's get her enrolled in Gifted and Talented. She is 4, and she knows that presidents have been all men. And Henry was like, Jenna, she knows 2 presidents. You know, she also has a current fascination with the current president. I'm not, you know, I don't know why, but she is. She's like, Donald Trump, Mommy. Poor Jeb. Anyway. I don't know why.
One of the fun, you recently even called yourself low energy Jenna. I was like, oh my God, having covered Donald Trump and how much he said low energy Jeb.
I know.
I'm like,
well,
you had
sometimes
to correct
I am
yourself.
low energy Jenna. I know, I don't know why that was the first thing I said.
I know.
But
well, listen, we're so appreciative of you two coming to Dreamforce with us. You share a great bond as twins, but also it's wonderful to hear from the only 2 people in the whole world who are daughters and granddaughters of presidents, and it's a unique slice of history, and we're really grateful to hear it.
Well, thank you all
Thank you all.
very, very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Smaller and small's not your style. I don't like this place. We better go. Then I compare notes with your older sister. I am a lazy cat. She is as pure as a cold-driven snow. bike with a boy with the Arab strap. With the boy from the Arab strap. Assembled, do you ever feel you've gone too far? Everyone suffers in silence, a burden. The man who drives many cabs down in Old Compton, the Asian man, with his love-hate affair with his racist clientele. Central occasion for you is a must as you stagger about, making free with you.
So at Salesforce, we are very unique in that we believe that businesses are powerful platforms for social change, and we truly believe that our higher purpose is to drive equality for all people. That includes people of different disabilities, people of different genders, people of different races, ethnicities. Our Chief Equality Officer, Tony Prophet, always says he'd like to see when you walk out on the street that it looks just like the workplace inside. We have been really focused on furthering equality in 4 core areas. That's equal rights, equal pay, equal opportunity, and equal access to education. I'm very excited for this year's Equality Summit. It's a full day of programming with some amazing Equality Trailblazer speakers. We will have Taraji P. Henson, and she's going to be talking about how she's changing the face of entertainment. We have Natalie Portman, who's going to come talk to us about equal pay. A big theme at Dreamforce this year is that we are all trailblazers, whether it's giving back to your community, adopting a school, volunteering with a school, or whether that's standing up in your businesses for the people who don't have a voice and empowering others. We really want to create a world where everybody feels heard, everybody feels valued, and everybody is able to be their authentic selves and nobody is discriminated against. Anybody can be an equality trailblazer.
$1 million in prizes.
film, drive a GTO, wear a uniform, a line of government loan. I'm worth $1 million in prizes. Yeah, I'm through with sleeping on the sidewalk. No more beating my brains. No more beating my brains. With liquor and drugs. With liquor and drugs. Well, I'm just a modern guy. Of course, I've had it in my ear before. Could have lost for life. Could have lost for life. I got lost for life. Got lost for life. Oh, lost for life. Oh, lost for life. Lost for life. I got lost for life.
So this is my favorite part of Dreamforce. It's usually on a Friday. It's the last day. People are kind of processing everything that you've learned. We're getting ready to go home. And then we have this kind of magical slot, this time slot. It's actually a kind of tradition now, where in this time slot, we talk about other kinds of things. We get Tony Robbins up here, rah, rah, rah. Like Tony Robbins, rah, 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 rah. Or we have a session with the Thich Nhat Hanh monks. Have you seen them here? The monastics? They were pretty amazing. They were here last year as well. In fact, last year, we had a session on mindfulness that was just amazing. It was called Mindfulness and Compassion. We had 20 monastics from Plum Village, Jack Kornfeld, the wonderful founder of Spirit Rock, Elizabeth Gilbert, author of Eat, Pray, Love, Dan Goleman, the author of The Idea of Emotional Intelligence, and Meng, Google's own jolly good fellow. This year, in this time spot, this magical time spot, our theme is compassion in action. Now, compassion in action means lots of different things to different people. It might mean being of service, doing charity, church work, political action, random acts of kindness. It might mean helping a friend or a neighbor through a life event, like the death of a loved one, putting aside your own needs to serve another. It might mean service on a community scale, like the outreach from your church or synagogue or mosque to homeless people. It might mean service to the world coming out of a spiritual motivation or a secular commitment to social justice. We might think of, as I do, religious leaders who exemplify in their life compassion in action. Mahatma Gandhi, Martin Luther King, the Dalai Lama, the Holocaust survivor Elie Wiesel, or the Sufi teacher Hazrat Inayat Khan. And of course, Pope Francis and Saint Francis, after whom our wonderful city was named. Have you enjoyed your stay in this wonderful city named after compassion in action? It's a magical place too. Of course, compassion doesn't have to come from a spiritual or religious motivation. I work with the Skoll Foundation. We have 100 social entrepreneurs that we have funded. They work on such a diverse set of issues, from stopping female genital mutilation, preventing blindness, preventing the horrors of genocide, cleaning up the air we breathe, the water we drink, the food we eat, stopping climate change, or preventing pandemics. Social entrepreneurs are also the embodiment of compassion in action. And so are those who respond to emergencies, catastrophes, like Médecins Sans Frontières, many of whom lost their life fighting Ebola, working in war zones. And especially the heroic health workers in Pakistan who have been trying to eradicate polio despite the fact that 100 of them have been murdered by the Taliban, making the ultimate sacrifice. That's really compassion in action. And I'm pleased to tell you that we're very close to eradicating polio. There have only been 15 cases in the entire world this year. We're pretty soon going to get there. But speaking of heroic first responders, what about the 11,000 firemen and women who battled the blazes in Napa and Sonoma, less than 2 hours north of here? And the other first responders who fought the damage from hurricanes in Puerto Rico, Houston, Florida, and the earthquakes in Mexico. You know, yeah, for all the first responders, you'll be hearing more about that a little later. You might see a video. We might have a surprise for you at the end of this event. You know, I learned today that of the 11,000 fire workers, the first responders, the firemen and women, 7% were prisoners who came from San Quentin and other California prisons. Compassion in action can also mean how a for-profit company tries to balance doing well and doing good. How many of you heard Mark Benioff's amazing keynote? I mean, really, what a guy. I'm proud to call him my friend. He's on the stage, he's there, and he's selling product. He's selling Einstein and Trailblazer and Salesforce. And at the same time, he is selling equality. He's selling justice, preserving LGBTQ rights, ending sexism in the workplace, and building a company that does as much good as it does well. Mark Benioff. Did you hear the keynote from Rob Aker, the CEO of Salesforce.org? How many of you heard that? I'm on the board of Salesforce.org, the parallel company set up to sell Salesforce products to the nonprofit and educational market, part of a 1-1-1 idea that I'm going to tell you about. But the difference with Salesforce.org is that 100% of the profits go to philanthropy to support San Francisco and Oakland schools. If it were a standalone company, Salesforce.org itself might be a unicorn. It's an amazing gift that the founders of Salesforce gave to the community by creating a parallel company, Salesforce.org. Do we have any employees of Salesforce.org here? Can you raise your hand? Board members? So Mark Benioff created the 1-1-1 model. It's a model in which a company gives 1% of its profits, 1% of its people, in the term of volunteer hours, and 1% of its product. This model can be the source of much compassion in action. When I was the head of Google.org, we shamelessly stole that model without giving credit. I'm most proud of the millions of hours of volunteer time that Salesforce employees have given to organizations who are themselves demonstrating compassion in action. Okay, how many in this audience are employees of Salesforce, customers of Salesforce, vendors to Salesforce? You are all helping to do compassion in action by your buying Salesforce products, working for Salesforce, everything that you do. So thank you very much. So, compassion in action. It can be part of your religious life, your personal, your spiritual life, your political work, your nonprofit work, and even part of your for-profit company. And that's what we're going to talk about in the next 90 minutes. And to help us address that, I'm going to have the privilege of interviewing three amazing guests. This is so much fun for me. My goal is by you meeting them today, you will find a way to incorporate compassion in action into your own life. Find things that they do that inspire you and that you can take home and work with. I will introduce each of them to you in more detail when they come on stage, but right now I'm going to give you a teaser to whet your appetite. One of them is the co-author with my friend Sheryl Sandberg of the new bestseller Option B, about facing adversity and building resilience. One is a community organizer. All of them have been entertainers. One is a singer-songwriter in a Bay Area band. Another once brought the Grateful Dead, the San Quentin Gospel Choir, and the Buddhist monks together in a prison concert. And another was a professional magician. One is on the Pentagon's Defense Innovation Board. The other preached the gospel of compassionate action at churches and synagogues of nearly every denomination. One is a spiritual advisor to young NFL football players who are trying to decide how to balance love of country with protest against racism and injustice and inequality. Another led a nonviolent march of poor people through one of the wealthiest suburbs in California and got front page accolades from all sides because of the electric effect they had on raising consciousness of the issues that really plague us. I will let you decide who is who, which is which when they get up here. They are Adam Grant, who is the top-rated professor at the Wharton School and best-selling author of many books. His TED Talks have been viewed over 8 million times. You know, it's a whole new thing in this electronic era. I have TED Talk viewership envy. Chaplain Earl Smith is currently the chaplain of the San Francisco 49ers and of our beloved Golden State Warriors. And he previously was the chaplain at San Quentin. There's a lot of stories there. Iris Brilliant is a national organizer with a nonprofit named Resource Generation, which seeks to help 18 to 35-year-olds who have wealth and privilege to become social justice leaders. The plan for today is to have 2 45-minute sessions. Adam Grant will be first up. He will talk for about half an hour, and then we'll have a short fireside chat, mostly around bouncing back from adversity in your own life, about resilience. Maybe we can persuade him to talk about bringing magic into our lives. The second session will be a 3-way conversation with Chaplain Earl, Iris Brilliant, and we will talk about activism and love, peace, inequality, prisons and privilege, demographics of race, gender, and wealth. The purpose of all of these conversations, we will ask our guests to share their personal experiences, fighting with these issues, struggling with these issues, working with these issues, in a way that may help each of you wind your way through issues of compassion in action and make your own lives feel more authentic, more valuable, to put more love and kindness and justice into the world. Okay? Sound like a plan? Please give a warm welcome to Adam Grant.
Thanks, Larry. Good morning, everyone. I want to take you back about 15 years. I was working at my first real job in advertising, and I had hired this guy who I thought was going to be a creative genius. And then he decided not to do any work, and he fell way behind on a major deadline. And I was watching this happen, and I had a choice to make. Do I speak up, or do I stay silent? And I know my whole life I've been the person who stayed silent. In elementary school, I remember getting called to the principal's office. I got there, I found out I was not in trouble, and I still cried. After that traumatic experience, I not only followed all the rules, I made a list of rules that didn't exist yet, and I followed those too, just in case one day somebody created them. And I was just terrified of getting in trouble, but I felt like in this situation I had to act. So I looked around the organization and I found the person who I knew would have my back. It was my boss's boss. She had nominated me for an award once. She would stop by my desk every week to talk about Survivor, which meant I had to watch Survivor. And I marched into her office and I said, look, this is a terrible injustice. Nobody should ever be treated this way. But I'm also worried this guy is gonna quit. And if you think we're behind on a deadline now, just wait until he marches out the door. Deep breath, nothing bad happened. Except suddenly my boss's boss is dragging me down the hallway and shoving me into a dark room. The lights go on, I'm totally disoriented because I'm somewhere I've never been in my entire life, standing smack in the center of the women's bathroom. Turns out that's the only room on our floor with no windows, and my boss's boss tells me that if I ever speak out out of turn again, I'm gonna be fired. So I made a few decisions after that experience. The first one was that I was never gonna have a real job where someone could fire me. And this was the draw of university tenure, clearly. The second decision was that I was gonna go and become an organizational psychologist. And I was gonna study how we could create organizations where people were treated with real respect and decency and compassion. And that's a lot of what I've been trying to do over the past decade and a half. And then the third goal was to never again enter a women's bathroom. Check. So I went off to graduate school and I started studying the dynamics of helping others. And I found really early on that there were three different mindsets that people brought in their interactions. There were givers who constantly asked, what can I do for you? There were takers who were asking, what could you do for me? And most of us were right in the middle of that spectrum as matchers, saying, look, I want to play it safe. I'll do something for you if you do something for me. And it was very clear that nobody wants to work with takers, and that if we could build organizations of givers, that we would end up having more compassion, but also more productivity, because givers are willing to do all sorts of things that are not in their job description, but critical to the success of their teams and their organizations. And so I really wanted to understand, how do we build cultures where we can speak to the motivations that people have to help support others, to respond to suffering, and try to contribute to the success of something larger than themselves. And I came across this amazing exercise that was invented by Wayne and Cheryl Baker at Humax. They said, look, the biggest barrier to compassion, to generosity in organizations, is actually that people are afraid to ask for help because they don't want to look vulnerable. They don't want to embarrass themselves. And so they don't ask as often as they should. And then we have a lot of frustrated givers who would be perfectly happy to step up and contribute if only they knew who could benefit and how. So they created this exercise. It's called the reciprocity ring. And they said, all you do is you gather a group of people and you ask them all to make a request for something they want or need but cannot get on their own. And then you challenge everybody else in that group to try to help and respond to the needs that other people are bringing to the table. And that's the whole exercise. Everybody asks and everybody tries to give. And you see some pretty unusual requests. Early on, we had somebody say, my dream is to see a Bengal tiger in the wild. And we're like, that's what you asked for? You could ask for anything. Why that? This guy's like, you don't understand. I was a tiger every year for Halloween as a child. I root for all the sports teams that have tiger in their name and all the universities that do, even though I've never lived in any of those places or gone to any of those schools. And I just really want to be part of a world where Bengal tigers roam free. No one in the room has ever set foot on a continent where that's possible. But one person in the room says, I might have a contact for you, and makes an introduction, and a month later, this guy is flying out for a private tour of a game preserve. Now, unfortunately, the tigers got lit. No, I'm just kidding. But never would have happened if you hadn't floated that request to a group of people with different knowledge and different networks who are willing to step up and support each other. So I thought, what a great exercise to run in my classroom. I want to get students in the habit of helping others, but I also want to get them in the habit of really asking and being comfortable putting their needs out on the table. And a few years ago, I had a student named Alex who said, I haven't really told anybody this, but my dream is to work at Six Flags amusement parks. I just believe riding roller coasters is nirvana, and I would love to be part of that, but strangely, Six Flags does not recruit at the Wharton School of Business. So does anyone know a way to get my foot in the door? And another student named Andrew jumps in and he says, I might have an idea for you. So Andrew does a little 5-minute favor. Great idea. Just a small way of adding value to other people's lives, a micro loan of your time, your connections, or your skills to others. And a few weeks later, Alex comes into class and I ask for an update. So what happened? And Alex says, well, you won't believe this, but I just got off the phone with the former CEO of Six Flags. I'm like, this is the greatest thing that's ever happened in my classroom. Did he get you a job? Did he open up other connections? And Alex says, even better. And he breaks out into this huge grin. And he says, I learned so much that I now know I never want to work in that industry. And I was depressed for a little while, but then I realized that Alex could now rule out that dream and go on to pursue others. And I'm proud to report that he did follow one of his other dreams and is now gainfully employed as a management consultant, who swears that one day he will fix the broken amusement park industry. But I think this is a powerful exercise, and it's something we could all run in our work, in our communities, or any part of our lives. Gather a group of people, have them all make requests. And the beauty of it is that the givers are willing to ask when everybody's expected to make a request. They still cheat. They ask on behalf of other people. And they're like, oh, I have a request for my daughter, or for my friend, or for my colleague. And that's not really the point of the exercise. But I suppose if you need a gateway drug to get to the hard stuff of asking for yourself, so be it. The takers also end up giving, which is sort of unusual for them, because they know that all the contributions are visible. So if you do it in a small group, people volunteer to help out loud. If you do it in a large group, people will sign up on flip charts. And the takers know if they don't volunteer, everyone's gonna know they're a taker. And they don't wanna get caught. So we actually find that they triple their contributions during this exercise relative to what they would normally give. And the biggest effect, though, we find is on the matchers, these people who believe in quid pro quo. Because they walk away realizing that that's not an efficient way to manage a community or a team. Because the odds that I can help the same person who helped me are pretty low, right? What works best here is I make a request and somebody helps me, and then somebody else helps that person. If we all establish this norm of generosity, we can all get more of what we want. And I thought this was such a cool exercise, and then I came across this call center, AppleTree Answers, which had 97% annual turnover. If you can imagine your entire staff quitting every year and having to rehire and retrain, some of you are like, if I work with takers, that would be a good thing. But they said, what if we establish this same process and we create an internal Make-A-Wish Foundation where every single one of our employees can make a request and then we try to help grant it? They implement this program and within 6 months, their turnover drops to 33%. And it wasn't just getting requests fulfilled. It was knowing that you worked for a company that believed in allowing you to make a request and created a forum where people could help each other and support each other. And I think if we can do that, we can move a little bit toward compassion at work. But I don't think this is without problems, because the more generous you are, the more committed you are to giving, the more you get a reputation for being helpful. And then pretty soon, no good deed goes unpunished, because everybody wants something from you. We see this in healthcare a lot. It's called compassion fatigue. And sadly, the very people who are supposed to take care of us end up themselves exhausted and burned out. And then they're not able to help anymore. And pretty soon, they're just saying, you know what, I can't step up. And one of the most important things I've learned about how to overcome that has to do with how you organize your giving and helping. So there are two different strategies that we find. One is called sprinkling, where you say, look, I'm gonna do a little bit for other people every day. The other is chunking, where you say, I'm gonna pick one day and make that my day of generosity every week. Sonia Lubomirsky and her colleagues actually randomly assign people to do one or the other. So imagine you're gonna do 5 random acts of kindness next week. If you sprinkle, you'll do one of those each day. If you chunk, you're gonna say, Thursday's my giving day and I'm gonna do all 5 acts that day. And then she follows them. She has him do this for 10 weeks and she follows them to see who gets happier. How many people think the sprinklers get happier? Raise your hands, please. 1 act of generosity every day boosts your mood, okay? How many think it's the chunkers who get happier? Okay, that looks like a minority, and the minority is actually right in this case. Only one group gets anything out of this exercise, and that's the chunkers. If you do 1 random act of kindness every day for other people, it does nothing whatsoever for your mood or your happiness. It might help other people, but it's useless for you. The chunkers, on the other hand, get a sustainable boost in energy that lasts for the full 10 weeks, that they pick 1 giving day every single week. And we think that's because sprinkling is like a drop in the bucket. It doesn't feel like you've really made a difference. Whereas when you pick that one day to be helpful, you have those 5 acts add up and you're like, you know what, I had an impact today. I feel like I made a contribution. And it's also much more efficient as opposed to distracting from your other priorities. And so I think this is something we could all do. The data show just 2 hours of volunteering a week in the US and Australia is enough to boost health and even longevity. And I think if you pick one day, right, as opposed to trying to spread this out throughout your week, it's a lot easier to be compassionate without sacrificing yourself. The other thing that we've learned about compassion fatigue, which I think is really critical, I stumbled into at a call center. And I have to say, I walked into this call center, and the people there were not at all concerned about other humans. And I was a little depressed at first, but then I was walking around the call center. It was a university fundraising initiative, so they were calling alumni and trying to get them to donate their hard-earned money. And one of the callers had posted this sign right above his desk. This is really good advice. But what was so weird about this is this was not at all what the job was about. They were fundraising for all sorts of important initiatives. They were supporting student scholarships, faculty salaries, new buildings on campus. And I began to realize that part of the problem with these fundraising callers is they had no idea where the money they raised was going. So I thought, what if we showed them their impact? What if we connected the dots? And ran a simple experiment, just randomly assigned some of the callers to meet one scholarship student. This is at the University of Michigan, and he came in and he said, look, Michigan is in my blood, quite literally. My brother was conceived after a Michigan football game. We could not afford this out-of-state tuition, but I've always wanted to come here. And because of the work that you do, I was able to get a scholarship, and now I can attend school at the place that I've always wanted to go. And I just wanted to thank you all so much for the work that you do to make scholarships like mine possible. 5-minute interaction with one scholarship student. A month later, the average caller spiked 142% in weekly minutes on the phone and 171% in weekly money raised. Just that one person, knowing how that person benefited from their work, it completely changed the task from I'm harassing a bunch of alumni into I'm trying to do something that will serve a group of students. And I think too often we stay disconnected and distanced from the people that our actions are ultimately helping. If we can connect those dots at work, meeting the customers or clients or end users of our products, or if you have internal customers or clients, the people who actually benefit from your work inside your organization, knowing what contribution you make is a huge driver of sustaining your energy and being able to avoid burnout. And when you look at compassion fatigue, it turns out people do not burn out because they give too much. They burn out because they give without feeling like they're having an impact. And so we can overcome that by showing them, look, here's why your work matters. Here's why your contributions help others. Now, I thought those were some useful things about compassion. But I learned after a couple years that I was missing one of the most important dimensions of this. And it took me back actually to an article that was in the Harvard Crimson back in, about 2003. It was about Harvard's first online social network. And it was a story about how a bunch of Harvard students got into college. They were afraid they wouldn't have any friends. And so they started searching online to see who else was going to be entering their freshman class. And they found a few people and they started an email list. And then by the spring, they had over 100 people on this email list. By the time in September they arrived for college, they had connected more than 1/8 of the entering class. And then they arrived on campus and they said, we all know each other face to face. We don't need this online social network, and they disbanded it. And then 5 years later, Mark Zuckerberg started Facebook in the dorm next door. Now, the co-founders of that first online social network have lived with deep regret ever since that. And I know this because I was one of those co-founders. Yeah, that's how I felt too. Thanks for that. Now, I never would have started Facebook. I don't know how to code. I wouldn't have had Mark's vision or Cheryl's business acumen. But it is really painful to look back and see the mistakes and the failures that we've faced. And it turns out in those circumstances, one of the best things that we can do is we can actually develop self-compassion. I think it's maybe the most important and most overlooked form of compassion. Not showing kindness toward others who are suffering, but kindness toward ourselves when we are suffering. And this happens in all kinds of situations, right? It's relevant to failures, it's relevant to mistakes and accidents, and all kinds of embarrassing, cringeworthy, awkward moments that we might experience. And I think that we're pretty bad at doing this overall. And especially for those of you who are fans of mindfulness, you might be especially bad at it. Because if you're into mindfulness, it's all about living in the moment. But when you've just failed, the moment sucks. There is nowhere you want to be, anywhere near that moment, right? You'd rather be in the past or in the future, definitely not now, because who wants to confront all those feelings of inadequacy and guilt and shame and incompetence? Self-compassion is about trying to gain distance from that moment by offering yourself the same kindness that you would give to a friend who is suffering or struggling. Mark Leary and his colleagues did this really cool experiment where they had people think about a big failure that they'd experienced, where they forgot their lines in a school play, or they bombed a test, or they didn't make the soccer team. And then some of them were randomly assigned to think positive and write about their strengths and affirm their self-esteem. Others were randomly assigned to try to find self-compassion by writing a letter to themselves, showing themselves the same kindness and understanding that they would normally give to a friend. And that second group, on average, was 40% happier and 24% less angry after writing that letter showing themselves compassion. And I think this is something we could all do, right? It's the first thing that I started doing after I learned about this research, was to write about all the reasons I should forgive myself for not starting Facebook. And it's become a really useful step throughout various realms in my professional life. And part of the reason for that is I became a professor and I was terrified of public speaking, absolutely frightened of it. And so I thought, I need some practice. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna volunteer to give guest lectures for other people's classes. And that way I won't have a whole semester to build relationships. I'm just getting evaluated on how I do on stage. So I went and gave some guest lectures and I handed out feedback forms afterward and said, tell me what I can do to get better and also what strengths I should build on. And the comments were brutal. I will never forget the one student who wrote, "You are so nervous that you're causing me to physically shake in my seat." Only much later did I realize that this would have been really useful in my magician days. I was like, wow, cool, I can transfer my emotions across a room. This is powerful. But that was extremely uncomfortable to go through. And the thing that I learned that was so relevant to self-compassion there was I can't control the evaluation that I've gotten after I've given a speech or taught a class, right? That's already happened. And that's true anytime you failed or screwed up or run into any kind of difficulty. What you can control is your response to that failure or that adversity. And so what's often recommended is to give yourself a second score, where you say, look, I might have gotten a C- for this presentation, but I can still get an A+ for how I deal with the feedback from that presentation. So I said, look, I wanna try to improve my second score. And even if I'm not gonna be good at this task, I'm gonna be good at taking critical feedback. And so I just kept asking after every single lecture that I gave, how could I improve? What's the one thing I could do to get better? And I started to get more and more comfortable in the classroom. And then I got invited to teach a group of colonels and generals in the US Air Force. And this was a bad idea in retrospect, because I walked in there and I basically had this staring back at me. The average person in the room was about 50. They were twice my age. They had hundreds and hundreds of hours of flying experience. They were managing multi-billion-dollar budgets. I was a 25-year-old with a brand new PhD, and I was supposed to tell them how to lead. So I felt like what I had to do was I had to establish credibility, and I walked in there and started discussing my credentials. And they looked like they were about to shoot me. And afterward, the feedback forms were even harsher than the ones that I'd gotten from undergraduates. One of the colonels wrote, "There was more knowledge in the audience than on the podium." I was like, yeah, that's true, thank you. And then another one wrote, "I gained nothing from this session, but I trust the instructor gained useful insight." Like a dagger to the heart. And so I said, okay, second score. How am I gonna take this feedback well? Unfortunately, I'd committed to give another session for another group of Air Force colonels a week later, so I didn't have time to reboot my 4 hours of content. All I could do was change the way that I established a connection with them at the start of the session. And I said, all right, before I had tried to lead with competence, now I'm gonna try to lead with humility and let them know that I don't actually know what I'm doing here, and we're gonna try to learn together. So I walked in and I said, look, I know what you all are thinking right now. What could I possibly learn from a professor who's 12 years old? And it was just dead silent. The only sound that I could hear was my racing heartbeat. And then after what felt like an eternity, one of the colonels piped in and he was like, "That's ridiculous, I'm pretty sure you're 13. And it completely broke the ice. I delivered a near carbon copy of the same class I had taught before, but the evaluations were completely different. They said things like, although junior in experience, the professor dealt with the material in an interesting way. And we're gonna manage more and more millennials now, and it's kind of cool to learn from someone who almost is one. And it was a great lesson for me that a big part of self-compassion is being willing to put our weaknesses out there, right? Being willing to be vulnerable and let other people see that we're human and imperfect. That's the only way we learn. It's the only way we get better, is to say, look, I am a work in progress. And to do that, we have to be willing to forgive ourselves for the mistakes and the stumbles. Came across a great example of this recently at Facebook. This is Carolyn Everson. Not long ago, she decided that she was going to take her performance review, which contained not only some compliments, but also some real constructive criticism. And she was just going to share that openly with her entire team. So she posted it in her internal Facebook group for her whole team to read. Imagine taking your latest performance review and just putting it out there for your team. Only Carolyn's team is 2,400 people. So she just opened up her flaws for a huge part of the company to see. And she said, look, I want to signal to people that I'm trying to work on getting better. And if you have other suggestions for me in a certain area, I would love to hear them. It also will help people maybe see my blind spots, she thought, and know what criticism I haven't heard yet that I need to hear. And I thought this was such a powerful idea. A group of our MBA students at Wharton said, what if we got our own faculty to do something like this? And take the reviews and evaluations that we've been given and just put them out there so people could see that we were able to take it too. And this is what we ended up producing.
What suggestions do you have for the Wharton Leadership Program? Have someone more relevant than Jeff Klein lead it.
Professor Lowe should go first to some undergrad or lower profile MBA programs and train herself how to teach before coming to school as reputable and with so high student expectations as Wharton is.
This is possibly the worst class I've ever taken in my life. Fair enough.
This course tries to accomplish too much at once and ultimately accomplishes nothing.
I mean, how embarrassing is it that we're being taught managing people at work by someone who's never managed anyone at work? That is ridiculous.
Pitkin can be so condescending. Yeah.
All I learned from Professor Sinkinson was how to bundle boring with difficult and to charge the price of an LT. I wouldn't even make a good bundle. You remind me of a Muppet.
Professor Bluen dresses like a 50-year-old librarian. Really?
Why do you dress up so much for class? I understand wearing a suit, but the pocket square? It makes me question your maturity and cause me not to respect you as much.
This professor is a total but she's a nice That's sweet.
Prof. Sinkinson acts all down with pop culture, but secretly thinks Ariana Grande is a font in Microsoft Word. The instructor repeated "on the other hand" and "in other words" a lot. Thanks for that feedback. I really appreciated it. On the other hand, who cares? In other words, you.
I have to tell you that every time I show that video in class, after I've gotten over the fact that I just told my students to F off, I'm just stunned by how the floodgates open and how I hear suggestions for improvement, constructive criticism, complaints that I never got before. And I think there's something really powerful about standing up and saying, look, here are some of the most unpleasant things that I've heard about myself, and look, I'm able to take it, right? I'm willing to listen to it. And I think it's a great way to get other people to help you learn, which is ultimately the best path to self-compassion, is to get other people to support you in your own development. And it feels a lot like having a group of people who are formally evaluating you now turning into your coaches. Right? Those of you who ever played sports or did any kind of performance art, you were never threatened by negative feedback from your coach because your coach was there to help you. That was the whole purpose of having a coach. And I think that most of the people that we work with, if we could view them that way, that their sole goal is to develop us and try to make us more successful, then it's a lot easier to have compassion for ourselves when we do fall short of our expectations or short of our targets or short of other people's expectations for that matter. And I think self-compassion is really critical because one of the things that happens is if you lack it, then you end up just beating yourself up over and over again when you've struggled or suffered, as opposed to having concern for other people, as opposed to being able to help others and express compassion for others. And I think if we don't model and develop compassion for ourselves, it's really difficult then to show the kind of concern for others that we want to. Now, the last theme that I want to highlight is something that was not on my radar until far, far too recently, which is about 9 years ago, I had my first child, and she was a daughter. And all of a sudden, I became just extremely attuned to all the inequality that women face in the world. And I think all of you know all the data that have come out. And I don't need to go through all the points, but what I want to say is it's amazing how little change we are willing to tolerate and willing to accept. Those of you who saw the Lena and McKinsey report last month, showing that half of men and a third of women thought that if you had 10% of your executives as women, that was enough. I don't know about you, but from my perspective, that is not enough. And I think the sad reality is that there are a lot of people who lack compassion when we look at the kinds of gender biases that we see in the world. And I'm embarrassed that I spent too many years thinking that there weren't a lot of gender differences. When I started studying givers, takers, and matchers, I didn't even bother to look at differences between men and women. I said, look, you know what? We're in the 21st century. We're at a point, finally, where people are being evaluated for their contributions, not based on their gender. And then Sheryl Sandberg started grilling me on gender differences in my data, and I couldn't answer the questions. So I spent a whole flight across the country, reanalyzing a decade of my data, and I was horrified by what I found. I found that men and women, when men helped other people, they got rewarded for it and celebrated. People are like, wow, I never would have expected a man to care about another human being. I must now shower him with praise and rewards. When women helped, it was just taken for granted. It was like, she's caring, she's communal, she wants to help. And women had to do a lot more helping than men to get the same performance evaluations, even if they were equally excellent at their jobs. I also found that when men spoke up, they got a pat on the back for it. When women had ideas and suggestions, they were either barely heard or they were judged as too aggressive. And there was this really unfortunate double bind. And I started thinking about what we could do to open our eyes, all of our eyes, because we all have biases, to the fact that we're still not at a place where we're anywhere near equality of opportunity. And I came across this staggering evidence, which says one of the most powerful things that can happen to a man is having a daughter. And I was like, yes, I've experienced this. It turns out if you look at a study of 10,000 Danish CEOs, if their firstborn child is a daughter, they will pay their employees more generously, especially female employees. If you look at legislators in America and average male voters in the UK, you will see that those with daughters are more likely to vote in support of reproductive rights. And by the way, those of you who are like, wait a minute, correlation isn't causation? Actually, it is in this case, because there's no way that your voting patterns can cause you to have a daughter instead of a son, or cause your pay decisions, right? The gender of your firstborn child is pretty much randomly assigned. Venture capital partners, those of you in Silicon Valley will know there's some recent evidence that if venture capital partners have daughters, they are more likely to have gender diversity in their partnership, represented at the highest levels of their firm. And if every single venture capitalist had a daughter instead of a son, on average, they would have 10% higher chances of a successful IPO that produces positive returns. So I thought this was great news. And I have to tell you, after reflecting on this for a few years, I think this is incredibly sad. I think this is a severe failure of empathy and compassion. Why do we have to wait to have a daughter in order to care about women? And I will tell you that I am embarrassed that it took having 2 daughters for me to wake up to this issue, as opposed to saying, I have a mother, I have a sister, I have lots of female friends and aunts and cousins. It shouldn't be until we have a female infant that we're caring for that we start to care about these issues. And I think the compassion, part of compassion is recognizing when other people are facing disadvantage, when they are not given the same opportunities that we are, that we have to step up and do something about it. And I want to speak in particular to the white men in this room, to say that if you look at the data, Dave Heckman and his colleagues have studied this, and they found that when women and minorities advocate for diversity, they get penalized for it. It's seen as self-serving, like they're trying to advantage their own group. Whereas when white men advocate for diversity, they actually get rewarded for it. They're seen as good guys who are trying to do the right thing. And I think if there's one place to use white male privilege, it might be in advocating for people who are neither white or neither male. So when you think about compassion, I think it's worth thinking about how you can get people to ask for help more often and know that will bring out the compassion in others. It's worth thinking about how you can make sure that you manage the costs of helping others so that your own compassion does not come at your expense and so that you sustain your energy to be able to support others. Giving compassion to yourself, not just to other people, and also to those who are less fortunate than you. I think if we had a world where more people did that, we would live in a slightly less awful world than we do right now. And I hope you all will help me create that world. Thank you. Ready?
Thank you very much, Adam.
Thank you.
So we're supposed to walk a little bit over to this side of the stage.
Invisible
while
chairs.
They do a scene change,
Let's do it.
and we're going to pretend that nobody's listening to us. And I'm going to say, Adam, hearing you talk, I think I've understood the two-word phrase that will unearth your deepest feelings about these and every other issue. So are you ready?
I'm ready.
All right, here we go. Go blue.
Go blue.
Right.
2 Michigan alums here. We couldn't resist.
3. So, you know, you wrote a lot of books. Your first book, Give and Take, rocketed to the top of the bestseller list. And we're going to sit here and talk about it.
Let's do it.
Hi, Adam.
Oh, hey, Larry. How's it going?
Good, good.
Good to see you.
Thanks for coming over. So in Give and Take, you talk about that, really, the old expression, it is in giving that we receive.
I do. Yeah, I think a lot of people underestimate the power of generosity when you look at not just our happiness, but also our success. In the short run, a lot of givers fail. Right? They end up sort of doing other people's jobs instead of their own. But in the long run, they end up building stronger relationships and reputations, and they also learn more than takers and matchers, which is kind of fascinating to me. The time you spend solving other people's problems actually gives you new knowledge to solve your own problems. And over time, right, as we play that out over years or decades, it actually accumulates into an expertise advantage.
In option B, your other book, which is rocketing to the top of the bestseller list, was Cheryl. When Cheryl's husband died, somebody who all of us who knew him loved him in unthinkable circumstances. She struggled for a very long time right after the funeral, and then she began to learn that in giving, she felt fuller again. And for a while, she felt only grief. And then she consciously began a routine of trying to help somebody else who was hurting. What's it like writing that book with Sheryl Sandberg?
Well, I think the first thing I would say is right after the funeral, she pulled a group of family and friends aside, and I guess I'm her only psychologist friend, so I was the token person to ask. And the question she asked was not, how do I get through this? It was, how do I help my children get through this? And I think that was something I saw over and over again, right? That she became resilient because she was trying to help others become resilient. And I think when others are depending on us, we often find strength that we didn't know we had. But I think that very often, as we were talking about like the ideas and then trying to write the book, it was really hard to sort of overcome the grief. And I remember like in the early days, she would call and she would say, "I'm so sorry to bother you. I don't want to burden you. I don't want to dump like all my problems on you." And she would, like, it got to a point where she would call and I would answer the phone and it would just be like, "I'm so sorry." I'd be like, "Who is this?" And then eventually I just said, look, like if you keep like feeling guilty about asking for help, about being willing to let other people give for once, then it's gonna be really hard to recover. And so I banned the word sorry. I said, like, you're not allowed to say I'm sorry anymore. So Cheryl calls me the next day and she says, I apologize. That doesn't count either, right? But I think so often when people are facing any kind of adversity, whether it's loss or illness or incarceration, one of the things they have a hard time with is actually letting other people help them and be there for them and support them. And I think that one of the things we need to do is we need to recognize that actually one of the greatest acts of friendship that we can give when we're struggling is allowing other people to give to us and receiving the help and support and compassion they might want to show and express. I think the other part of this is the biggest question we've gotten about option B, hands down, has not been how do I find resilience, but how do I help other people who are going through some kind of hardship. And I have to say, it's really disappointing that if you go to a bookstore, there's a gigantic self-help section, but there's no help others section anywhere, which is a great statement about America. But I think that one of the things we need to think about is how do we help others when they're going through the worst events in lives, which unfortunately we all do.
Well, you should feel very proud of that book, and people should read this incredible book, Option B. I find many people are giving it as gifts to other people who are going through loss and grief, so you're accomplishing part of your objective there. In a setting like this, when we've sort of designated this space, this special part of Dreamforce to talk about soft issues, talk about love and kindness and compassion, it's easier to talk about these issues. How do you raise this subject when you're doing a regular conversation? You do a lot of speaking before Fortune 500 companies. Can you interject this, and how do you talk about resilience and grief in that setting?
So I usually sort of, I bring it in a Trojan horse. So I start by talking about resilience and say, look, we know every organization needs resilience, right? When the economy goes bad, when a competitor might put one of your major divisions out of business, when a team is struggling professionally, right? What do we do? How do we bounce back or even bounce forward from those kinds of difficulties? And then inevitably, when we start to raise those issues, somebody will say, well, what about personal resilience? I'm like, it's funny you should mention that. We know some things about that. I think there's a lot we could do from a corporate policy standpoint to try to improve things. So there's a man who wrote something really, really sad and profound. He said he got 3 months off when his son was born and 3 days off when his son died. And companies the policies around bereavement leave are atrocious. After Cheryl lost Dave, she worked with the HR team to expand Facebook's policies from 10 to 20 days if you lose an immediate family member. And now a whole bunch of companies are jumping on that bandwagon. I think it's about time that the companies show that kind of compassion. We actually have some evidence that it actually helps. So does anybody remember Borders, the bookstore? Like a long time ago.
Yeah, Ann Arbor, started in Ann Arbor.
Exactly, so some colleagues and I studied a program that they developed, which unfortunately vanished with the company. It was a foundation that they created for employee support. And they said, look, in a retail industry where salaries are really low, it's often hard for people to weather, sort of life-threatening or expensive events. And so they created a fund and they invited employees to donate just even $1 from their paycheck every week. And you could apply for a grant to help you out if you couldn't afford a scholarship or couldn't get a scholarship or afford school for your kids, if you'd gone through loss, if a natural disaster destroyed your house. And the company would match all the donations that came in from employees. We went in to study this, and we found that it was not only the right thing to do, it was also the smart thing to do. Because employees who were even aware that the program existed, even if they hadn't benefited from it personally, they were more committed to the company. They said, I'm proud to work for a company that has a heart, and I'm grateful to know that there's a safety net here if I ever do run into real trouble. I know that this organization will have my back. I think every organization on the planet ought to have one of these programs, right, that shows up for people when they're suffering, and I'm kind of stunned that we don't see that very often.
Well, it's interesting you mentioned the phrase have a heart. There's an article in today's New York Times that when doing surveys of prospective employees and asking them what's the most important thing about a company that you're going to work for, is it the product or the industry or your pay or your title, they all respond, or a higher percentage respond, I want to work for a company that has a heart. I want to work for a company that gives back. I want to work for a company that allows me to volunteer. I want to work for a company where I'm proud of people I'm working side by side with. And is that your experience?
Yeah, very much so. So if you look at nationally representative data on Americans and you ask them what they want out of work, number one for every generation is meaning. People want to be part of an organization that adds meaning to their lives, but also where they can add meaning to other people's lives. And if you look at where meaning comes from, meaning does not come from anything self-focused, right? It comes from the time you spend helping others, whether that's through your job or volunteering or both. And I think that this is one of the reasons why it's so great to have role models like Mark here saying, look, companies ought to stand for something that's more than just profits. And I think that pride, if you look at why people are proud to work for a company, it rarely has anything to do with a company being high achieving or outperforming competitors. It's about what the company contributes to the world and then feeling like there's a line of sight between what I do every day and what the company gives back. So yeah, I guess I'm preaching to the choir on that one.
Yeah, I do want to make two observations about talking on this stage right at this moment. First, I'm sorry about the people in the back. I mean, we're not showing you our best side. And
speak for yourself.
I'm indifferent, actually. And you may have thought that we'd run out of time because the ticker went down to 0. You may notice they've restarted it and put 8 more minutes on the timer.
Ooh.
So that allows us to ask the question, what surprised you the most in talking to people who either were going through adversity, who had bounced back, or for whom adversity had broken them? What did you learn the most, and what surprised you the most?
Oh, there were a lot of surprises. So the first one that jumped out was, how many people have heard of post-traumatic stress, like PTSD? Okay, how many of you have heard of post-traumatic growth? Only a few of you. So if you look at trauma, roughly about 15% of people will go through PTSD at some point in their lives after facing trauma. And they will experience some kind of debilitating depression, anxiety, intrusive thoughts. Roughly half of people who face tragedy actually experience post-traumatic growth. So what is that? Tedeschi and Calhoun, these psychologists, they went and looked at people who had gone through some of the worst trauma imaginable. They studied parents who lost children. They studied survivors of rape, of war, of imprisonment. And they asked them, what is your life like now? 2, 3, 5 years down the road. And about half of people, regardless of what the tragedy was, said, my life is better in some way as a result of this. And they were like what? That doesn't make any sense. Like, your life is worse by definition. And people said, look, I would give anything to go back, right? And be able to rewind the clock. And I'm sadder, but I've also become stronger. I know if I got through that, I can get through anything. I am more grateful. I have a sense of appreciation for the things in my life that matter that I never did before. I'm closer to people who were there for me, and I have deeper relationships that I didn't have before, and I have found meaning in helping others go through the kind of tragedy that I faced. And we find over and over again that when people face tragedy, they often become more compassionate. And what's interesting is they don't just become compassionate across the board, they're especially motivated to help people through the kind of thing that they've gone through themselves. And I think one of the reasons for that is it doesn't just give their lives meaning, it actually gives their suffering meaning. Right? To say, look, maybe this didn't happen for a reason, but I can give it a reason, right? I can make this into something that makes the world a little bit better, that makes other people's lives a little bit better. And so that was a surprise, right? That alongside the sadness, it's possible to not just bounce back, but also bounce forward. I think the other surprise for me was just when people ask the question, like, how do I support others? About how often we struggle. I thought I was like one of the only people who doesn't know what to say when somebody goes through loss or gets diagnosed with cancer. And it turns out most people are sort of at a loss for what to do. And I think as a result, what a lot of us do is we don't say anything because we don't want to remind people of their tragedy. And this is kind of an absurd concept. Like Cheryl would say, like, you can't remind her that her husband died. She knows that. And I think that we probably all need to get better at calling out the elephant in the room, right? Being able to say, look, I know this happened, and I just wanted to see, like, how are you doing today? Another thing that I learned was I, for years, have said to people when they were struggling, I've said, please let me know if there's anything I could do. And I thought that was the perfect way to like say, look, I'm here for you, but I don't want to impose, and I don't necessarily know what you need. I now know that all I was doing was putting a burden on the person to know what they needed and to feel comfortable asking. And that it's way more helpful, instead of offering to do anything, to just show up and do something. So we've come across some pretty remarkable examples of this. One of my favorites was, Cheryl and I have a colleague, Dan Levy, who had a son who's in the hospital. And a friend showed up at the hospital and texted him and said, "What do you not want on a burger?" And I was like, okay, I'm going to get you a meal. Like, let me give you a little bit of choice, but I'm just going to do something for you. And then said, you know, I'm in the lobby of the hospital, and I'll be here for the next hour. If you want to come down for a hug, I'll be here whether you do or not. And it's such a small act that shows other people that you are willing to be there for them. And I think we could probably all show up a little bit more like that. You don't have to be somebody's friend since the 3rd grade to do that. It is a little creepy if you show up at a stranger's house with a home-cooked meal. But I think that was a surprise to me, just that there's simple ways that we could all show up and be there for each other.
You know, there's a lot of research on PTSD, tremendous new therapies. Chaplain Earl is going to be speaking later today about the dilemma that many young black NFL players face about balancing patriotism with this opportunity to be on the world stage and protest the deaths of young black men in encounters with police. It's interesting to know, if you talk to any of the captains in the police force or any of the superintendents of police, as I have, they'll tell you that the nature of policing is changing in one important way related to PTSD, which is a high, maybe 50% or 70% of the police that they're hiring are veterans. And these are veterans who've come from Iraq War and they've come from Afghanistan, where to reach for your gun is often the difference in life and death. Now when they're in a civilian capacity and they are victims of PTSD, they're suffering from PTSD, when they encounter a stressful place, they go back to who they were in Iraq. And I just wondered if you have anything to say about that, these kind of learned PTSD-like responses.
So, you know, certainly not my expertise, but I will say as a consumer of evidence in this area, not a producer, it's interesting that one of the things that stress does to people is it increases the probability of our dominant response. So under stress, we go into autopilot pretty quickly. And I think one of the most powerful things that we can do is we can try to practice the response that we want to show and change what that autopilot looks like. So in a much more conventional setting that I think probably applies to everyone in this room, one of the things I do a lot with leaders and managers is we work on identifying their emotional triggers. So think about Dan Goleman would call it an amygdala hijacking, right? Like the moments where you're seeing red and you fly off the handle and you're like, what was I thinking? And you know, biologically you weren't thinking, right? You bypassed your sort of conscious thought and you just reacted with sort of fight or flight. Well, one of the things that's clear about that is we all have different emotional triggers that we built up over time. So, you know, there's an event that set you off, and then you start to associate that event with a really negative response, and then it's very easy to activate that response again. And so one of the things we've done is we've actually trained leaders and managers to identify their triggers. So you can all do this. Think about like the last 3 or 4 times that you completely lost it with someone else. And then look at the patterns. What do those moments have in common? For me, I found that like one of my biggest triggers was people feigning knowledge. So people like claiming that they know things that they don't. For a lot of other people, it's selfishness, it's disrespect, it's injustice. And once you identify those, you can actually start to write a script for how you want to respond. And if you rehearse that script enough, it's a little bit more likely to show. So I'll give you my example on this one. I was working with an investment bank, which is just an inherent trigger for me by itself. But I spent a whole summer trying to figure out how to motivate their employees and how to do a better job attracting and retaining junior people. And then I'm presenting my findings, and I had 26 recommendations, and the senior leader, who is our point, said, why don't we just pay them more? And I don't even remember this, but apparently my response was, I've never seen smart people act so dumb. Clearly an amygdala hijacking. And so after that, I had to sort of script, like, how do I want to respond when somebody questions my evidence? And I said, well, what I really want to do is I want to get curious. And what I would love to ask is just like, that's so interesting. What data would you need to change your mind? And try to reframe the conversation around evidence. And so I practiced that script over and over again. And about half the time now when somebody responds like that, I will ask them that question, like, hey, what information would you need to change your mind? And very often they'll outline a study that I already have. I'm like, great, I'll convince you on your terms now. But I think that we could all probably identify those triggers and practice the scripts for how we want to engage with other people.
Ladies and gentlemen, Adam Grant, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks, Larry. Appreciate it.
Happened in the middle of the night, at midnight for most of these people, and they maybe had a few minutes to gather up stuff.
Got any resources that can respond to Santa Rosa? We got a new fire that's jumped 101, so I need any resources. Do you have any resources?
At first you don't process any of it, and you're literally in shock.
It was neighbors telling neighbors and knocking on doors, but the fire was fast moving and it didn't spare much.
Dispatch was overwhelmed and they were calling on the radio for any available fire engines from anywhere to respond to Santa Rosa. I've never heard that before, ever.
A lot of stress. I have 4 friends that lost just about everything.
When we went in, it was hard. It was hard. My daughter-in-law dug and dug and dug. She found my son's handprint from when he was in kindergarten. So we have that. You know, we have that.
We don't want to be defeated by this.
We have over 6,800 homes that have been destroyed. We have people that have been displaced. It takes an emotional toll on people. You need a hug, you need to cry. That happens. We're human beings.
It's really a blessing to be able to say thank you to the people that came, and they came from all over the country to help us.
Yesterday I went to get my hair cut finally, and when I got done I pulled my wallet out and the lady looked at me and she said, "Nope, you're not paying for a haircut." And that was pretty heartfelt for me, you know.
You just got to be there for people, you know.
A lot of people say they're leaving, but this is my town. Our roots are here.
My emotions come and go, but I want to rebuild and to start new memories.
The numbness and the adrenaline are all going to wear off, and then we're going to rebuild and support the community.
Well, I want to start by just thanking our video team for putting together that beautiful video for tonight's concert. This fire has been on all of our minds since it started. It is the worst tragedy in the history of California since the 1906 earthquake. More than 6,000 homes have been destroyed. More than 100 businesses, including schools and hospitals, have been burned to the ground, and more than 100,000 people have been affected. It seems like it's out of sight, out of mind, because it's not on the 24-hour news cycle anymore. But for those people who are affected, it's not out of their mind, it's not out of their life. And we need to keep them in our minds and in our compassion. And that's why I think tonight's concert is so important. while the fire was still underway, and it wasn't clear when it was going to get controlled, we got a call from Rabbi Bauer at Temple Emmanuel who said, we need to get all of the business leaders together in San Francisco, and we need an organized response, and we need to raise as much money and volunteerism as possible. And a group of us got together several times, and all of a sudden we had an idea that we could maybe have an organizing principle, including this concert. And I was very fortunate to be able to send an email to Lars Ulrich, who, as you know, has been the head of Metallica for more than 35 years, our local Bay Area rock and roll band. And in fact, within a few seconds, I got an email back from Lars that said they were in, they would anchor the concert. And completely at no charge, of course, but also that he was going to help organize other bands, and he was going to do all this while he has been on a worldwide tour. In fact, he just got back on Monday from Europe after playing for the last 3 weeks on the road, and he wanted to come here this morning to share us his thoughts and his insights and his enlightenment on why this is so important to him. Please welcome Lars Ulrich of Metallica.
Thank you. This is just how we play in Europe, actually, for the last couple of months in the round. So we're used to looking 360, so this is very cool.
Did you bring your drumsticks over?
They're out in the car.
All
They're
right.
being warmed up for tonight.
Well, do you want to sit down? And we
I would
can
love to
talk
sit
for just
down.
a couple minutes.
I got to save my strength for tonight, so I'll definitely sit down.
Well, first of all, I just want to thank you so much for doing this volunteerism tonight and for playing for all these Bay Area families who have been affected by the fire. Well, let me ask you, how are you viewing this, horrible tragedy that we're dealing with, and what's your perspective of where we are?
Well, I think first of all, coming and playing for anything that happens in Northern California is an obligation. We all have to, bond together. And, we've been flying the flag for the Bay Area for, like you said, the better part of 35 years all over the world. And so when something happens in our backyard, it's an obligation to step up, to try to rally all the creative people that are here and get everybody together. The amazing thing about tonight is that we all pulled this off in, 3 weeks? From you and I sat there and talked about this, and the emails went around. It's just about 3 weeks ago. And thank you to you for leaving the steel and the structure up at AT&T Park, so the costs have been significantly reduced for tonight. Obviously, I've had the disadvantage of being out of the country for the last couple of weeks, but you and I were in contact every day when the fires were going through their most devastating phase. And it was just horrible. There were so many people on our team, Metallica's team, that were affected. A lot of them live up in Sonoma, Napa, and Mendocino. And so we got a chance to see that firsthand, and other parents at the school where our kids go and so on. So it's been just horrible. And like you said, the first or the worst of its kind since about 110 years ago, the San Francisco earthquake. So, but in the wake of these tragic events comes enlightenment and positivity, as you say. And I'm so proud of the Bay Area for everybody stepping up and rallying on the creative side, on the business side, and everybody just, Daniel from Tipping Point, who's been one of the key people in organizing this, the Live Nation people, the Another Planet people, and everybody's just rallied together, left their egos at the door, which is very important when you try to get people from all different worlds together. It can sometimes, when these things happen, everybody's so eager to help, but there's a sort of a cluster beep that can happen in the wake of everybody just wanting to do good. And you really have to leave your egos out of this, and all the key people that have made tonight happen have done that. So I'm I came back 48 hours ago, like you said, but we're honored to be part of this. And like I said, when we've been flying the flag for San Francisco for the better part of 35 years all over the world, and this is it's time to step up and help the communities.
Well, thank you for your generosity and your compassion, Lars. And you know, I've known you now for quite a few years, and I've seen you get more generous and more compassionate every single day. You also now have an integrated foundation.
That we do, yeah. Well, I would say, thanks to your great leadership, what you do for the city of San Francisco, and your influence just seeps through everything that goes on in this wonderful city and all the surrounding communities. So as we've gotten to know each other, and I've seen the generosity of the tech world and your cohorts and how selfless they are. You know, we've for years, as we've traveled all over the world, we've tried to do as much as we could locally. We've worked a lot with food banks. We've worked a lot with local charities to try to, you know, give back in those particular communities where Metallica is fortunate enough to play. But just about a year ago when we launched the new record, we decided that it was time to do a proper foundation, and it's basically up and running. It's called All Within My Hands, and we're just dealing with the last couple of practical elements of that, but we look forward to doing two things, giving back locally. So we just played shows in Belgium, for instance, last week, so there'll be a significant part of the tickets that will go back into the local communities, and then doing stuff on a worldwide basis that the band members sort of decide are charities that the four of us can support in a collective.
Well, this has been a huge year for you. You've released an album, and amazing. I mean, it's almost 40 years of Metallica, but you just released a #1 album.
Just getting started. Yeah, it's been thank you. It's pretty crazy, 35 years in, that people still care at the level that they do. It's we just played, like you said, 3 weeks in Europe. We're playing, like I said, on a small in the round stage like this, and every single, and this is not to pat ourselves on the back, but more sort of how dumbfounded we are about this stuff still happening. In every single building we just played in Europe in the last 2-3 weeks, we set a house attendance record. Because we get more people in because our stage is smaller.
Just give people an example. What are the size? What kind of sizes are we
These
talking
are
about?
the big indoor arenas in sort of London, Birmingham, Glasgow, Belgium. They're all between 18 and 23,000. They're their version of sort of the hockey and basketball arena. But it's pretty crazy that we continue to sort of set attendance records, and we're having the best year for Metallica in probably a quarter of a century. And it should be no secret that, you know, we're not obviously quite as young as we used to be, but it's amazing that still at the concerts, there's half the audience that are down in the front rows are 14 years old, 12 years old. You know, they raise their hand when James, our singer, asks who's seeing Metallica for the first time. And it's amazing that half the audience are experiencing Metallica literally for the first time live. That is a crazy thing. It's like, do they not know that we're old enough to be their parents? And so it's we've had a lot of good fortune, and we're very appreciative and humbled. And I think the one thing that happens to you as you get older, and you and I have talked about this many times, is that as you get older and you raise families yourself and so on, that's when you can really open your eyes and take it all and slow down long enough to realize the moments that you're in, bringing people together, connecting people through music. You know, when we're 22 years old, I mean, we never stopped long enough to know what was going on. But now, 30 years later, you can really feel that impact that you're having on a global scale. So it's been an amazing, amazing year, and we still have about another year and a half of touring left. So, like I said, we are just getting started.
I want to ask you before we end, because we just had a great presentation by Larry Brilliant, who's one of our incredible local leaders and has a heart of gold, and Adam Grant, amazing psychologist, and has written so many amazing books. And what do you think the key is to enduring success? You know, here you are, it's almost 40 years of Metallica. #1 in the world, filling these stadiums, tens of thousands of people, impacting people across every country and continent in the world. And you do it tirelessly, and you also can come back after just a couple hours and give back tonight. What is the key to this incredible enduring success over so many decades?
I think it's twofold. #1 is that from a creative point of view, you have to be willing to always look ahead rather than look behind. You have to turn over every rock, every stone, and open your eyes, open your ears, be inspired, let those influences and all that great culture, whether it's music, whether it's art, whether it's film, whatever it is, just take you, and you have to be open to letting the process take you where it's going to go. It becomes this sort of interesting dichotomy between sort of steering it, but also being open to letting, almost like hanging on, letting it kind of go where it's going and just making sure it doesn't derail like a train kind of. So for 35 years, we've tried to never look back when we were making records, always try to challenge ourselves and see what else was out there that could inspire us to let the music take us someplace differently. Secondly, when you're in a group, when you're in a collective, you really have to know how to work with other people. You have to learn empathy. You have to learn, when somebody else is steering, when you're going to take a back seat, and when that balance point about it's really important that this idea solidifies itself to somebody else in the band, even though I may not personally agree with it 100%, in terms of the balancing points of an internal dynamic that works in a group setting. And I think everybody in this room can relate to that, is you have to just know how to work with other people. When you're 20 years old in a group, in a music group, that's like being in a gang, and that's easy. When you're 50 years old and everybody gets their own patterns, you talk to anybody, whether in the Rolling Stones or our friends in U2 or the Red Hot Chili Peppers, any of the great bands that have been through Dreamforce in the last couple of years, being in a collective, being in a group, being in a band in your 50s requires a lot of work. We spend more time internally in Metallica on just making the band function. We spend more resources on making the band function in terms of giving everybody the space they need. Somebody needs to take spring break off to go with their kids. We're not working that week. Somebody needs this, somebody needs that. Right. It's all an open door, because the minute you do something that's going to put a band member in a position of doing something where he has something else in his head, that's the beginning of the end. So you've got to spend a lot of time working on the collective and the group dynamics, and that is, we somehow turned a corner maybe 10, 15 years ago, all grew up a little bit, and we sort of reprioritized our outlook on life. The first 20 years of Metallica, it was the band first, and the individual and the family second. And about 10, 15 years ago, we swapped the model, and now it's the individual and the families first, and Metallica second. And that has given us a functioning dynamic that we're in better shape than we've ever been. And that's part of the reason I think we're enjoying the best time we've had in 25 years. It's a successful point of view.
So putting yourself and your family first is the key to your long-term career success. Is that what you're saying?
Yes. Because you have to find the balances. What we have is, if you have happy band members show up to the studio. Happy band members show up at concerts. Yeah. And disgruntled and annoyed and unhappy band members, they don't go on tour. It's that simple.
Yeah, because there's very few bands that have been able to stay together for 40 years.
And it's no picnic, I got to tell you, Mark. That is, it is the hardest
You have some
part.
Unusual personalities, right? Is that right?
Well, unlike, say, I mean, you're hitting the nail on the head there. Unlike, say, our friends in U2, who all grew up on the same street and all went to the same school. I'm from Denmark, and I grew up in a very sort of bohemian, open, social democratic society. James Hetfield is from Southern California. Very, very different first 20 years than I did. Kirk Hammett is local, spent most of his time in the Mission, growing up in inner city. And Robert Trujillo is from Los Angeles and had also a very, very different rearing than the other 3 guys. So we're unlike, say, you two, we're 4 guys that pull in 4 different directions, and it takes a lot of work.
Well, we can't wait for tonight. How many of you are coming tonight to the concert? Fantastic. There's still tickets available.
Just a couple, yeah. I think.
What's that?
I think about 2,000 tickets available.
Yep, there's still tickets available. We have Metallica, Grateful Dead, Dave Matthews, G-Eazy, Rancid.
Yep.
It's going to be an amazing show. And also, if you can support us in fire relief, I know many people are watching us online right now. Please text together to 20222 to donate to our fund. And I believe we're going to raise more than $20 million tonight. And it's thanks to you, Lars Ulrich, and your band, Metallica. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mark, for having me.
Great job.
It's great
Please
to be
thank
here.
Lars
Thank you.
Ulrich.
Thank you.
Should I go up? Earl?
It's my great pleasure to be with you.
It's my great pleasure to be with you. Earl? Iris?
Thank you for being here. Thank you for being here. Thank you.
Lars, we met before you came out to San Quentin, and you played. You helped us.
All right, we got to go. Let's go. Go up. Let's go. Come on. Let's go, Iris. Here we go. All right, this is going to be fun. Unless you're going to the concert or going out to write a check to the Fire Relief Fund, don't leave. This is going to be really a lot of fun. So, Earl.
Yes?
Tell everybody how we met.
Well, Larry, as you're aware, and maybe some of the people aren't aware, you were in prison. And
we met in prison.
We met in prison. Very strange circumstances. You came in with a group of people. One guy had a propeller on his hat, and the
that would
inmates.
be Wavy Gravy.
Wavy Gravy came in, and very strange because we didn't expect that. The monks came in with you, and when the inmates saw you and the
Tibetan monks,
the Tibetan monks, and when they saw you and the Tibetan monks come in, the inmates left. They were not happy that you were in their chapel.
So wait, the Tibetan monks and the hippies frightened the inmates at San Quentin.
Yes, and I thought it was going to be a very simple evening. I thought we would have a little fun. You said the monks had felt some need of trapped souls in this place, and they didn't know what the prison was. And so I get this call from Danny Rifkin. I say, sounds great. You guys come in. What I didn't do was check with the inmates and say, we're going to do this. I thought it was the right thing to do. When I saw you, Wavy Gravy sort of leading a group with the propeller, and I think he had his fish with him, and I'm like, what have I done? But wow, what an exciting evening. It changed the lives of so many people in that 2-hour period. The monks came in, and the inmates said, we're not going to sing. You remember that, Larry? And they left. They went to the side room, and I said, we don't want them in our chapel. And for me, it was like, why? If you're so comfortable in your faith, if you know what you believe, why should you be offended about anyone else and what they believe? I believe that sometimes people are held hostage by their faith and their beliefs, and they don't allow themselves to expand beyond the borders of that being held hostage. When you came in with the monks and Ram Dass and everyone else, it was like, what is going on? Yet when the monks started to chant, when they started to sing, the inmates that had left started to come back because they heard something that they had never heard before, and they sensed something. And when they started to sense something and sense that, you remember they said, we want to sing now, after they did. And it just opened up so many avenues of, you guys started to hug our inmates, and they were hugging each other, and it wasn't just the people coming in hugging each other, but you were hugging guys that may not have been hugged for years. And there was tears coming out, and as they got up and started to sing Amazing Grace, well, tears flowed everywhere. But it was that opening of the door and you wanting to come in that really changed things.
So I want to start this off by way of introduction of Reverend Earl Smith, Chaplain Earl. That night, I saw something I'd never seen before. I'm quite familiar with clowns walking around with propeller beanies on their hat. I'm used to Indian gurus with white flowing robes. I wasn't even that unfamiliar with seeing so many prisoners and going to a gospel choir event at San Quentin. What really happened is that Earl stood up when there was so much fear in the room, and the Grateful Dead was in one corner, and the Tibetan monks in another, and the Seva Foundation group in a third. It was as far away as you could possibly get when you're in a chapel in prison. We were kind of pushing against the wall, and it was a segregated, self-segregated moment. And Earl stood up there and he said, all right now, I want to see everybody hug somebody, but I don't want to see any black guy hugging another black guy. I don't want to see any white woman hugging another white woman. And certainly I don't want to see any of you monks hugging other monks. I want to see a white guy hugging a black guy. I want to see a white woman hugging a monk. I want to see a black prisoner hugging everybody. And magic happened at San Quentin that moment for me, as people passed over everything they'd learned to be afraid of about the other and began to show compassion and love for people they never had seen before. That's what happened at San Quentin, and that's how Earl and I became friends. Earl is, of course, trained as a Baptist minister. One week, he came to Marin County. San Quentin is in Marin County. He came to Mill Valley, and he said he wanted to preach the gospel of love and compassion in every church and synagogue and mosque in the entire county. And he would one night preach at a Catholic church, and then a Episcopalian church and a synagogue. And I think that has been his life. He will tell you as we go on that it didn't begin that way. He was a gangbanger, Sacramento, Stockton. He was shot 6 times. He spent time in prison himself. And then he found God, he found Christ. And he became a minister. And this experience that he had didn't make him bitter. It didn't make him want to get back. It made him want to give back. And becoming, I think, the chaplain at the San Quentin prison, after having been in prison, was one of these great circular ironies of his life. And now he's in the center of one of the biggest controversies in the country. We've all seen it every Saturday. The NFL games begin every Sunday night. When the NFL game begins, there's as much interest paid to which of these young athletes are going to kneel as which will stand up and salute the flag and stand for the national anthem. And Earl is the chaplain for the San Francisco 49ers. Earl was the chaplain for Colin Kaepernick. And I'd like to ask you, Earl, tell us your perspective on that. I mean, how are we to understand that?
Well, first of all, Larry, I think I worked in the prison for 23 years, but I never did time in the prison. Thank God I have a sister that's an attorney. And so when I went to court on my drug case, she actually got me off. And so praise God for that, a really smart young lady that saved me from going to prison. But the whole thing about protests is simply this. Colin was sitting on a cooler, contemplating what was going on with a number of people that were being killed in different parts of this country by law enforcement. Didn't really have an idea of what it all meant, yet he knew he was bothered by it. So he decided he would sit. And in the process of him sitting, someone captured him sitting on a cooler between 2 field lockers behind all the guys that were standing, and it became an issue. in the process of that issue, it's now what do? I believe that protests can become your process and can keep you from progress. And so there was a protest, and with that, Eric Reed joining him, yet sitting was not the proper thing because of the faith practice. But yet when you kneel, no matter what your faith belief is, kneeling is a sign of humility, of submission. Kneeling is a sign that says that I have concerns and I'm kneeling in humble submission to my concerns. So if you watch, you saw Eric, as he was kneeling, he was praying. Cap was with him. So it went from sitting to a posture of kneeling. The problem is that so many people see it as a protest that doesn't go beyond being angry about the protest, and they never ask any questions about the process. What's going on? Why are you protesting? Yet in the process of the protest, without progress, you have nothing. You become stagnant in your protests and you never grow from your protests. Then what have you served and what have you won? So for me, in terms of thinking of, I believe that Colin was courageous in the point that he was concerned about something enough that he said, I'm gonna sit and contemplate this. I'm gonna just sit down. There was no disrespect to the military. There was no disrespect to the flag. There was issues that he had that he was trying to figure out, how can I process them? Within the process of his issues, he was pushed out front and a lot of things took place. It was not about the military. It was not about a lot of the things that people have said. He was concerned about the number of people that were being killed in the communities, and no one was really understanding the process of why.
And he was using his privilege of being on television, being a star quarterback, being an NFL player, being well paid. He was trying to, like all these kids, are trying to struggle with the wealth, the privilege, the chance that they've got to bring attention to the issues that cause them so much pain. And Iris, you work at Resource Generation, which is an organization that works with young people of wealth, young people of privilege, and you try to get them to understand and become very successful social action philanthropists. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Yes. So at Resource Generation, we work with people age 18 to 35 who identify as being within roughly the top 10% financially, who care about affecting long-term social change through moving money and resources, doing it together, as well as supporting issue-based campaign work. We've been around for about 20 years. Is this kind of cutting out a little bit? It's okay. Thank you. Thank you so much. We have 500 members all over the United States, and collectively we move millions of dollars every year to support organizations that are actually creating solutions to issues around social inequality. And we work with people who both inherit wealth, such as trust funds and homes, property, stocks, as well as people who I think a lot of the people, similar as people in the room, who have high earning power, who have disposable income, and who want to leverage that privilege to affect social change.
So you work with people who are in the top 10%, and a lot of the people in this room are well off. Maybe they're not that well off. How do they know if they're in the top 10%, and what does it matter?
Yes. So I first just want to say, I really don't think that we talk about class and money hardly at all in this society, and certainly not enough. So class can get really, really confusing. And I know for myself, I grew up in Mill Valley, which is about 30 minutes away from here. It's a very wealthy suburb of San Francisco. And there's this phenomenon that I call comparing up, right? Where we often only really notice the people who have more money and more resources than ourselves, rather than being able to actually accurately place ourselves within a greater economic context. So for myself, growing up in Mill Valley, because I didn't have the actual information about how much money it took to be in the top 10%, because people around me weren't talking about money, I had no idea how much my neighbors made. I had no idea how much my friends' families made, but I knew that our family only owned one home. We didn't have multiple homes. We didn't have a yacht. I also knew I was going to private school and I didn't have a scholarship. So I basically assessed that we were middle class, which it turns out is completely inaccurate. I grew up in the top 10%, but there was no way that I could have really known that without actually having the information. So I want to actually cue the first slide, which is going to give you some hard numbers. And I'd love for you all to actually check these out and try and place yourself within this. The first note up there is across all ages. We know that generally speaking, people increase their earning power as they age, and they also increase their ability to accumulate wealth. So if any of those numbers in that first line apply to you, congratulations, you're in the top 10%. However you feel about that, that's the reality. And the one below is by 18 to 35, precisely around income. So on the next slide, we break down that 18 to 35 even further, because I know a lot of you are in that age range here. And net financial wealth is what you own minus what you owe. And we say net financial wealth, not net financial worth, because we believe that you're worth more than what you have in the bank account. It's a political decision. So again, if you are 18 to 35, check this out and see, does this apply to you? Do you fit into this bracket? And again, some of you might not know your own net financial wealth. Some of you might not know your family's net financial wealth. That's okay. It's a starting place to start to consider, where do I fit within this context? And therefore, what might be my responsibility in affecting change through a myriad of ways, but including and not limited to actually giving away money. I think one other thing I'll say is that if you do notice that you fall into this category and you're surprised, I just want to normalize that it can be kind of hard to reckon with this. I don't think a lot of us take a lot of pride in being in the top 10% because we know that it's not right. We know that it's not right that the top 10% control 77% of this country's wealth. That's absurd, right? That's so unjust. And we know that we're a part of that. And I know for myself, the first time someone somewhat unkindly pointed out in a room full of people that they thought I was wealthy because they knew I was from Mill Valley, I just felt like my stomach was falling to the floor. I felt so embarrassed and scared, really, of being isolated. And it was also within a social change meeting. And I had this feeling of like, can social change really be for me if I'm wealthy? Can social change be for me if I'm wealthy and I'm talking about being wealthy? And it was really through getting involved at Resource Generation that I learned that actually, yes, there is a key role that the top 10% can play in affecting change. And part of it means being really honest about our wealth, being really honest and talking about money, being honest about what we can bring to the table.
And you have a slide that shows that the average white family...
Hey, don't give it away. Don't give it away.
Well,
There's a build-up to it.
Tell us about wealth and gender and class.
Okay. So I want to do a quick poll for those of you who are here. If we were to contrast the net financial assets for the median white family in the United States, are you following me? So net assets, median white family in the United States, contrasted to the net financial assets of a black family in the United States. For how many of you would you say we're actually at a point in society where they're roughly equal? Okay, no hands. All right, this is a well-educated group. For how many of you would you say it actually is about twice as much? Anyone? 5 times as much. Okay, we're getting some hands. 10 times as much. All right, so please cue the next slide. It's actually 100 times as much, right? So if you look here, you can see the white family contrasted to the black family, which is 100 times. It's nearly the same for the median Latino or Latina family, right? This is 2017. These are updated statistics. Like, this is horrifying to me. This is not the world that I want to be living in. And I think a lot of us want to believe that we live in a post-racial society, you know, that since Obama, things have, you know, racism no longer exists. And clearly, we're still struggling. And when I see this slide, I see that we are still dealing with the ramifications and the reverberations from slavery and from genocide, right? I know these are hard things to look at and talk about, but we don't live in an ahistorical vacuum, right? And I don't want anyone to leave the room believing this has anything to do with a lack of talent or brilliance in these communities. There are specific policies that have been put in place historically, AKA slavery is a pretty solid example, people working for hundreds of years not being able to actually make any of the money that they were earning, as well as today. And I'll give you one example of a policy that was placed that changed my life. So how many of you are familiar with the GI Bill? Okay, so some of you. For those of you who don't know, the GI Bill was passed in 1944 to help veterans from who fought in World War II to be able to buy their first home, to be able to get trained to do a bunch of different high-paying jobs, to be able to get their go to college, right? And so this was a massive transfer of wealth. This was a massive moment of the expansion of the middle class. It changed people's lives. And my great uncle was one of those people who benefited from the GI Bill. He was able to get a home. He was able to develop a career and earn wealth. Supposedly, this bill, it was supposedly for all veterans. And yet, we know because of housing discrimination at the time, because of racism within colleges that wouldn't accept black students, this bill almost entirely only benefited white families, right? And we might think again, well, this is a long time ago. What does this have to do with today? What does this have to do with this slide? In 2010, when I graduated from college, my great uncle unfortunately passed, and I inherited wealth from him that he earned from this bill that was passed in 1944. Every policy we put into place such as these, they affect generations and generations to come. And my generation, we're in the midst of the greatest transfer of wealth in human history. There's $30 trillion being passed from baby boomers to people in my generation. And I believe it's so essential that we direct that money to counteract this slide in particular.
You know, it is so important that when we say the words that we've said over and over again here at Dreamforce, and I think all of us say, which is some variant on either all of us were created equal or all of us are entitled to equal, or just aspirationally, we are all equal. When you see that 100 to 1 differential, you understand how far we have to go. It's unpacking it, and thank you, Iris. It's unpacking it in these terms for our minds to begin to understand what the course of action is that we have to follow. And you have one more slide?
Yes, so I want to take this a little bit further and talk also about gender in a moment. I know that this is a very live campaign and conversation at Salesforce among many other companies that are really trying to rectify and close the gender wage gap, which I think is incredibly commendable and essential. And yet I don't think we talk about race enough. So in this slide, you'll see for the average dollar that a white man is earning, and thank you so much, Adam, before for talking about the essential role that white men have in speaking up about issues such as these, you'll notice where white women are, I do believe the gap is closing. But look at where black women and where Latino women are, right? 65 cents, 58 cents. And I don't think that we're actually, when we're talking about the gender wage gap, I think we're actually often talking about white women. And we're actually leaving a lot of these women behind. Women of color make up the majority of the low-wage workforce, right? We're talking about domestic workers, we're talking about nannies, people who work in retail, food service. The lowest paying jobs are majority comprised of women of color. So when we're talking about the gender wage gap, who are we actually talking about and who are we leaving out? And then the last slide, just to give you something more solutions-oriented, this is a profile of Adam, who's 33 years old. He's a member of Resource Generation. He has net wealth of about $1.2 million. Our members really have a range of how much access to wealth they have. His money came from oil and from oil prospecting. So you'll see here that before joining, he was only giving less than $200 away to support social change. He's now giving $130 to social justice. And in particular, I want to highlight Adam. When we're talking about compassion, I think part of what is so essential is actually turning towards, where does my money come from? If it comes from oil, what is being called of me in order to rectify that? And again, so Adam funds a lot of climate justice organizations because he knows that his family has benefited from extraction of the land that is harming our environment, and he wants to work against that in a compassionate way. He also funds organizations that are led by predominantly women of color because he knows that it is precisely in those communities that they know what's best for their community. They know what they need in order to overcome the adversity that they've been faced with.
So to bring this back.
And that's the end of the slideshow. Thanks.
I'm very proud of my daughter. Good job, Girija. So let's try to bring this back. If you're a professional athlete, a high percentage of professional athletes are black. The average salary income for a rookie is in the high hundreds of thousands of dollars a year, certainly in the top 10%. Many of the most famous stars in the NFL or the NBA are in the top 1%. So you look back on where you came from, and you're looking back at people whose net wealth is 100 times less than you. It's not like 2 or 3 times less. I didn't understand the magnitude. You're growing up in a community, and the county or the city that you're growing up in, you went to church with these same kids. You're leaving, and your earning potential's 100, maybe 1,000 times more than theirs. And then you see young black men that are being killed, or you see instances of the effects of racism. It shouldn't surprise us that such a high percentage feel they morally must act. And I wonder, Earl, you've spent a lot of time talking about these counties that, the same counties that feed the prison system, the same counties that feed professional athletes. And maybe if you would just talk a little bit about your experience that way.
Well, one of the things we find is that the feeder, if you look at the states that have the largest prison populations, you look at Texas, California, Alabama, Louisiana, if you look at some of these states that the prison, Mississippi, the states where the prison, Florida, where it's just sort of, that's the states. But also, what you have to understand with the prison populations, the feeder counties for those prisons are also the same feeder counties for professional sports. So the guys that end up in prison, in many cases, are the friends of the guys who end up in professional sports. So when you speak about activism, or you speak about why are they doing this, or you speak about their wealth, prison, I was talking to you earlier about this whole notion of incarceration, and I hear this over and over again, and we're saying when a guy gets to prison, he's incarcerated. He's not incarcerated when he gets to prison. He's incarcerated by economic situations, by generational situations, by environmental situations, and sometimes as a byproduct of those, they become detained in man-made facilities. Well, by the same notion, there's guys that don't end up detained in man-made facilities, but they're professional athletes. And we say, great, you made it. What did they make? What have they done? Because at the end of the season, they still go home. At the end of the seasons, they're still related to many of the people that find themselves detained in these facilities. So in order to get a better grasp of it, you have to understand they haven't come from some weird place that no one knows the name of. And these guys who are in prison don't get out and go back to ex-conville. They go back to the same communities they came from. And many times what happens is we want to put these guys that are, as Ira said, the 1% because they make all this money. Well, wealth without knowledge is what? It's ignorance.
Yeah. Yeah. And Earl, you're doing something. Yeah. Let's give these guys real support, because you're seeing real compassion in action as trying to understand the problem, unpack it, and then do something about it. And each of you are doing some fascinating things. Earl, tell us about CARE and the program and what you're doing.
Well, CARE, you know what I want to tell you first about this whole notion of compassion in action. There's an organization that I work with called Convoy of Hope. And I wanted to talk about that for a minute because this organization was founded by a guy named Hal Donaldson, and his dad was killed by a drunk driver. And he had this whole notion as he grew up of going from being homeless to being on GA that he needed to help other people. So the reason I wanted to mention this is because with the 49ers, we do a program where we bring people from the community in and we actually help them. We give them health screenings, we give them haircuts, makeup, we give them food, and this is all through Convoy of Hope, through Hal's organization. But also with CARE, as you mentioned, the thing that's fun for Angel and I, who started this organization, Angel's my wife, as Larry knows, the thing that's really exciting for me, CARE is concerned about recovery education. And the thing that we really build on is the notion that when people come out of prison, if they're not educated to reenter society, society is the worst. When you're incarcerated and you go to prison, except someone come in and give you the tools necessary and equip you to come out, you're at a disadvantage. So concerned about recovery education takes those tools in. We have one of the acronyms called AIR, accountability, integrity, responsibility. Because usually what happens is you're used to breathing toxic air when you're in the facility. You're used to breathing toxic air. As a result of that, you become confined. CARE, and the thing that we're doing that we're really excited about right now, we're doing transitional housing for men and women that are coming out of prison. We're trying to build these networks where we can equip men and women who are coming out of prison with the tools. When they get out, many of the streets that they remember have been renamed. The communities they're told to go to, their families don't live there anymore. So we need to do something with them. So that's really one of the things we're doing. We're going back into juvenile facilities. We're teaching programs. We're teaching accountability courses that are helping men and women prepare, as well as juveniles, prepare for reentry.
And I think it would help all of us to have a different view on what some of these young men are doing. And they're very young men who are professional athletes. I mean, we hear about Kevin Durant, and we hear about Steph Curry, we hear about Eric Reed. But how big is this movement inside of professional athletics to give back and to try to get smarter at giving back, not doing just charity, but doing strategic philanthropy?
Well, I think, first of all, people, they hear those names of Eric, Steph, Kevin, and they hear all these names, and they're famous because of what they do on the field, what they do on the court. But yet, really, what I consider them to be is famous for what they do and no one knows, for what they give back to the communities, what they're constantly looking for. Kevin left Oklahoma City and he built a whole school network and a community, and he put a ton of money into it. He left there, but when he came here, he was asking, what can I do here? Eric Reed goes back to Louisiana, Baton Rouge, and he tries to give to sickle cell anemia. And I can go down the list of names where you see them, they may be kneeling, they may be saying certain things, but what they're doing is more with the resources they're getting, because they understand they have a debt that they owe. There's an onus to what they received, and it's not just that they're receiving this wealth, but they see it as a blessing that they have to share. So they're going back to those communities. Each game you see so many, we have a fellowship night for the Warriors, and one of our players paid for 200 kids to come and family members. And that's a lot of money that he put, but he says they need to be able to come to this arena and see, and it's Andre Iguodala, he wanted them to see what it's like to come to an arena and see the people working together, see them playing, and benefit from an evening away from their environment, their communities. Kids from foster homes, from group homes, from socioeconomic situations, you say, they couldn't get there without that. So there are a lot of guys that are helping.
And you may see, if you ever watch a Warriors game, watch the NBA game, you'll see, kind of an ad for an organization called Nothing But Net, which Steph Curry is involved in, and it always shows a photo of him shooting a three-pointer, and it goes in only nothing but net. But what nothing but net really means is that the bed nets that are distributed throughout Africa that are impregnated with insecticides, when those are put into a community and protecting the sleeping area of people in those villages, they don't get bit by the Anopheles mosquito and they don't get malaria. They're not bit by the Aedes aegypti and they don't get dengue and chikungunya and these other diseases. So Nothing But Net is his way of talking about being a basketball player involved in nets, but it's funding a huge number of these bed nets that are giving away free now. And I just thought that was a wonderful way for him to blend his work and his philanthropy. And Iris, maybe if you would just dwell down a little bit more on the difference between the kind of giving away money or charitable activity that we need and becoming a strategic activist in using your philanthropy.
Yeah. So at Resource Generation, we really think it's important to delineate between charity and social justice philanthropy. We really believe that both are absolutely essential ways of treating social problems, but we have to do both. We see charity as treating the symptoms of a problem, and social justice philanthropy is really getting at the root cause. Why is there this problem to begin with? So I think this is best illustrated by an example. Let's say that there's an epidemic of asthma among children and young people in the Richmond. This is a true hypothetical. A charitable approach might be to go into that community and fund a hospital in being able to expand their capacity to treat these young people who have asthma. And as someone who has asthma, I can't stress that I think it's absolutely essential that people with asthma get immediate medical care. However, what's missing in that approach is this question of why. Why do all of these children have asthma? What is going on to actually cause this? And upon investigation in that community and deep listening and engagement, the strategic social justice philanthropist might learn that young people are getting asthma because there's a Chevron oil refinery that's been built nearby. And therefore, they might shift or expand their approach in how to tackle this problem by supporting organizations that are actually advocating to get rid of that oil refinery, that are actually working to create alternative economies that aren't based on oil and fossil fuels, so that we're not always just treating the symptoms, we're actually getting ahead of the game and really preemptively creating the long-term solutions that we really need. And, you know, I think similar with the Sonoma fires, I've really appreciated that video and this fundraising, which again, you know, we had family that was affected by these fires. It's so essential that we do rapid response. I think our society is really good at rapid response, right? There's this huge crisis. Millions of dollars get moved immediately to support people who are in a visible crisis. And yet why? Why do we have fire after fire in California? Why are these fires increasing in their rates? We know it's connected to climate change. And therefore, what are we actually doing to prevent this increase in climate disaster? We don't always want to be on the defensive of responding to disaster after disaster. We actually want to get into the offensive, right? We want to get ahead of the game by funding organizations that are creating solutions to climate change, to racism, to these huge inequities that are causing these problems, rather than just wanting to treat the symptoms.
So we've got 2 minutes left.
Right.
What I would like is to give each of you a chance to speak, not just to the folks in the audience and those who are watching this and streaming, but to talk to the community that we live in San Francisco, the tech community, but the community of young people who are first beginning to make money and experience new wealth. And I want to know what your advice is to them, and maybe the people who are here will learn that not just for themselves, but for friends of theirs who are working in the tech companies. Earl, start with you. What do you think you would ask them to do in their life to make this kind of social philanthropy more part of what they do and who they are?
I would ask you to consider your neighborhoods, consider the men and women and children that are detained in correctional facilities. Consider that they're going to come back home, and consider what you can do in preparing them to come back home. I think that each of us in this room can offer a resource. A guy once told me, I've never been to prison. I don't know what I can offer. I said, tell the guy why you've never been there. Tell them what it was that allowed you not to be detained, what it was that kept you from being detained and locked up. So there's something we can do, but also your resources in terms of developing homes and developing communities where we can help people that are detained, that are getting out, prepare to go back into the communities. If we want to see a change, recidivism simply is built on the notion that you were incarcerated, because of that you were detained, and when your detention time was up, you left still incarcerated. So you go back to what you were doing. If we want to see a change in our communities, we have to think about what we can do in terms of going in, sharing our resources, whether they're economic resources or intellectual or mental resources, to bring about a change that can affect lives today as well as tomorrow. So that's what I would ask you to consider going in.
And Iris?
Yeah, I echo check marks next to everything that Earl said. I would just add, I think there's an incredible opportunity here, right? Like, we are a part of an incredibly wealthy industry of people who care about the world, of people who are innovators, people who are creative. And what I want to ask of people is to really channel your skills and your talents, your excess resources to support others who are, again, dreaming big just like you are, but who are dreaming about system change, right? Who are dreaming about how to get us out of the problem that we're in and funding those solutions. A colleague of mine once said, and someone who was raised working class, I wouldn't want to be the only well-fed person in a room full of hungry people. And I think that's precisely what we're in right now, in this room, in the Bay Area. I know that I relate to that deeply. And I think we're faced with a decision. We can either go off and hide all of our food and only talk to other people who have enough food and then create really complex systems of locking up the food and putting gates around our houses, or we can share our food. And I think we need to get into rooms and situations that make us uncomfortable, get to know people who are different from us, right? And actually employ deep listening and humility. Consider, what are the things that I actually don't know that much about? Who are the experts in this work that I can form deep partnerships with? And again, I do think social justice is for us in the top 10% as well as everyone else.
I want to thank both of you, Earl. I want to thank you for all the work you've done in prisons, that you've done in all over the Bay Area, all over the world. I want to thank you for your book, which I didn't mention before, Prison Chaplain?
Death Row Chaplain.
Death Row Chaplain, all right. Remember that title, Death Row Chaplain. And Iris, I want to thank you for everything that you are and what you've become. And I want to thank everybody in the audience for coming today and for sticking it out. I know that when Metallica left the stage, there was this natural feeling that the concert was over, but I think we've learned so much that makes this one of the most valuable sessions of all. So join me in thanking everybody.
Larry, I'd just like to thank you.
Yeah, thank you all so much.
Iris and I, we're so proud of you and what you're doing and the work that you continue to do and the lives you continue to affect. And from both of us, we want you to know how proud we are of you.
Thank you. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you all so much.
Think of what you're saying. You can get it wrong and still think that it's all right. Think of what I'm saying. We can work it out and get it straight or say goodnight. We can work it out. We can work it out. Life is very short and there's no time for fussing and fighting, my friend. Hey, I have always thought that it's a crime. So I will ask you once again. Hey, try to see things my way. Only time will tell if I am right or I am wrong. While you see it your way, there's a chance that we might fall apart before too long. We can work it out. We can yeah. Work it out with me, baby. Work it out with me, baby. Trapped in my way. Only time will tell.
This happened in the middle of the night, at midnight for most of these people, and they maybe had a few minutes to gather up stuff.
Got any resources that can respond to Santa Rosa? We got a new fire that's jumped 101, so I need any resources. Do you have any resources?
At first, you don't process any of it, and you're literally in shock.
It was neighbors telling neighbors and knocking on doors, but the fire was fast moving and it didn't spare much.
Dispatch was overwhelmed, and they were calling on the radio for any available fire engines from anywhere to respond to Santa Rosa. I've never heard that before, ever.
A lot of stress. I have 4 friends that lost just about everything.
When we went in, it was hard. It was hard. My daughter-in-law dug and dug and dug. She found my son's handprint from when he was in kindergarten. So we have that. You know, we have that.
We don't want to be defeated by this.
We have over 6,800 homes that have been destroyed. We have people that have been displaced. It takes an emotional toll on people. You need a hug, you need to cry. That happens. We're human beings.
It's really a blessing to be able to say thank you to the people that came, and they came from all over the country to help us.
Yesterday, I went to get my hair cut finally, and when I got done, I pulled my wallet out, and the lady looked at me and she said, "Nope, you're not paying for a haircut." And that was pretty heartfelt for me, you know.
You just got to be there for people, you know.
A lot of people say they're leaving, but this is my town. Our roots are here.
My emotions come and go, but I want to rebuild and to start new memories.
The numbness and the adrenaline are all going to wear off, and then we're going to rebuild and support the community.
tell you, I can't believe it has been a year since we stood before you newly minted as the Salesforce Commerce Cloud. And I can tell you a lot has happened, a lot over the last year. So we have got a ton to share with you over this next 50 minutes or so on our vision for commerce, where we think the industry is going, the product strategy we have to align to that vision, and you are going to experience this with a lot of demos and through the eyes of our customers, in fact, many of which will join me here on stage. But before I get there, I want to do the most important thing, which is to say thank you. Thank you. I mean, this has been an amazing journey over the years with all of you, and to our customers, your incredible products, your brand, the innovations you've driven on the platform over the years have inspired us, and we thank you for your trust. We're honored by that. And to our partners as well, right? Your technologies, your teams, the expertise that you have is so vital to us driving success in the field with our customers. Thank you for your partnership. We appreciate that. So good to have you all in our community, in this Ohana, and also here at Dreamforce with us today. And, you know, I think we should take a moment and really appreciate what you have all accomplished here as together as part of this community. As we finish this calendar year, believe it or not, you will process on the platform $21 billion of your merchandise. $21 billion. And what's more, that $21 billion is growing at more than 35% year on year, more than twice the industry average, right? So you are gaining share and winning in this new digital economy. Really amazing. Now, you're doing that through more than 2,700 sites in more than 50 countries around the world. And that number, too, is growing very quickly. In fact, we are going to pretty soon pass the 3,000 sites threshold that you are driving around the world. We also should consider the incredible consumer reach. Now, at the holiday season last year, Black Friday, Cyber Monday, during that week, you touched more than 440 million unique shoppers on the platform. 440 million. And to put that in context, consider that over that same period, Amazon touched around 200 million. So you have more than twice the reach. You think about that. You are really reaching and engaging with the consumer. And that number also growing very quickly. We think as we head into this holiday season that's now upon us, that number will be well over 500 million. So really incredible, incredible success. And congratulations to all of you for all you've accomplished and the value you're driving in your businesses and in your careers. Now, you'll have all heard Mark on his keynote Monday. He spoke about us being in this fourth industrial revolution, and that characterized by intelligence and machine learning. Well, that disruption very much extends to our world here too, right? Of commerce and of retail. And, you know, it's hard to believe, but it was 1994. We really sort of ushered in the era of e-commerce, say with the advent of Amazon coming to market. And now we find ourselves in this whole new brave world of chatbots, connected products, a variety of predictive technologies. But we are in the very early stages of this disruption, and make no mistake about it. This will transform everything about our industry, in retail, in commerce, how we connect to our customers, how we inspire them, and how we grow our businesses. So in the end, to tap into that, we need you, right? The trailblazers, right? The amazing brands, you in these companies, driving these experiences, innovating on top of the platform, are doing amazing things. And this, in the end, is our mission. We think about the Commerce Cloud. It's all about delivering you the platform capabilities combined with the Trailhead learning model so you can empower your teams to run faster, to tap into these trends, to create great experiences, to transform your customer relationships, and grow your businesses, full stop. So we are in this fourth industrial revolution in commerce, but we are on this journey together. We are all trailblazing. Now, let's consider where the e-commerce or the commerce world kind of came from, right? It wasn't that long ago. It looked like this. It was pretty simple, right? We did a bit of marketing, or we did a bit of digital marketing to get a customer to a store or to a website where we look to convert them. right? The old kind of conversion funnel that we work so hard to sort of optimize over time, to visits and order value and so forth. Well, the calculus has changed, and it's a lot more interesting, right? Now, there's a variety of touch points where we as consumers want to engage, to find the brands that support our lifestyle and our passions in the world. So many of them. And what do we want as consumers? Well, I mean, simply, we just want it to be easy. We want it to be easy for us to explore, to be inspired by the brands that we love, that support our passions, right? And to be able to connect with them, to be able to find products that are interesting to us, to be able to buy them, to be serviced, to have that delightful experience. And this is the multifaceted relationship we live in today. In fact, last year on our platform, more than half of all the transactions that occurred transited multiple touch points along that journey before that sale was made. So this is the opportunity for all of us. So as we think about what we're trying to do is, frankly, to make it easy for you, to make it easy for your customer to experience the richness of your brand, and to engage with you, to transact, and to build that ongoing relationship. Now, this is not fantasy or future. I mean, this is happening. With so many of you, we have so many amazing, innovative companies, trailblazers in this community. You're doing so many things. I just want to share a couple of stories with you today that really underpin what I'm talking about. The first is Coach, which is, of course, that incredible luxury leather goods brand. And they're tapping into the power of Instagram to reach out and connect with their customers. Now, it turns out they have more than 2 million Instagram followers. You can go to the Coach feed and, of course, review the products, watch videos, get inspired, learn about it. But now they've gone one step further. Now they've embedded the entire shopping experiences right there in Instagram. So you have the ability now to see the whole product assortment, to be able to get recommendations on complementary products or alternatives. Ultimately, to browse the selection, colors, size, style, read reviews, ultimately finding the products you want, put them to the cart, one thumb pay, done. Right there in situ, rich experience at catching the customer where they are at the moment of inspiration. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about in terms of extending your experience to where the customer is to provide this amazing journey for them. So now, that journey also extends to, of course, the physical world, the stores, the other 90% of retail, we say, right? An important part. And Lacoste is doing really a fantastic job driving the connection between that digital world and the physical stores. And they're doing that on the Endless Aisle application on the Commerce Cloud. Now, for those who are not familiar with it, that's a tablet-based application that is used in the store by the associate to engage the consumer and provide really an amazing experience. That photo there in the tablet on the screen is actually a photo I took a few weeks ago. I was in the Lacoste store in Paris, and that's the associate there, Guillaume, helping me find a polo. And you'll notice he's taking me through it. There's the red polo there on the screen. He's actually presented up for me. But what you don't see is he's actually taking me through a rich clienteling application on that tablet based on the Endless Aisle. And he's taking me through, he's asking things like my size, my weight, body type, my fit preferences, fabrics, to ultimately lead me to a great product choice. Now, having found that product, if the product's not in that store, he can see inventory from other stores, ones that may be nearby that they could reserve for me or actually ship from, right? Or from online inventory. I can put that right there in the cart and capture that sale. But what's more, let's say I see that, that sweater hanging on the rack and I want to actually walk out of the store with that right there. I can buy that too and put that in that same cart. One unified cart, one payment right there in the store. I walk away a delighted customer. I've had a great experience. Lacoste has captured a sale that would have not happened had they not connected the dots between digital and physical world and opened up to that enterprise inventory. This is the sort of power I'm talking about. Now, Julian Schneider and the team there at Lacoste are really doing an amazing job trailblazing the way here. In fact, this application was just launched in the spring. And already, he was telling me here a few weeks ago when we saw each other, that more than 9% of the sales in their stores are actually going through that tablet. Imagine that, 9% of the sales in the store, and he expects that number to climb. So you're talking about creating a great experience for the customers, but also really providing value in growing the Lacoste franchise. So super stuff. Now, it's not just enough, of course, to be where the customer is, online and offline, but we also need to make sure that those experiences are intelligent, that they're on target and they're personalized. And this is where Uggs, the iconic footwear brand we all know, has done a terrific job tapping into Commerce Cloud Einstein to provide personalized product recommendations, predictive sort and search to find content, and then providing a very personalized experience to the customer right there, wherever they are, regardless of the touch point. And that's driving real value, right? In fact, the average revenue per visitor to their digital experiences is up 6% just by doing that. I mean, in retail, that's huge, right? 6%. I mean, imagine if your boss walked into your office tomorrow and said, you know what? You already had a raise, but I'm giving you another one. I'm giving you 6%, right? You'd say, pretty cool, pretty awesome. Well, that's kind of what happened. The e-commerce business at Uggs just had a 6% raise. I mean, it's pretty cool. And I think the most interesting thing about that is there wasn't a big marketing push to make that happen. There was no big systems implementation project. It was merely turning on and accessing the inherent capabilities of Commerce Cloud Einstein to create a more personalized experience. Great stuff, very innovative there at Uggs. Now, I know there are a lot of trailblazers in this community, and we want to hear from you. So over the course of the week here at Dreamforce, we've been surveying the community and so many of you here to find out how you feel you are positioned, you and your organizations, around these big trends we've been talking about. Mobility, AI, and delivering these unified experiences. And the results are right here. You look at mobility, 14%, relatively small part of you feel like we got it nailed. Big chunk feel like, well, we're doing some things, but we got a lot of road to hoe, a lot of opportunity there. Others feel like you're not quite really started on that journey. Let's look at AI. Secondly, AI, even less of you feel like you've mastered that. I mean, let's face it, we all see the promise of machine learning and intelligence, but it's not always easy. We don't always have teams of data scientists or the technologies and platforms to allow us to do that. So lots of opportunity here. Now, let's move on to unified, even less so the case in terms of people that feel like they got that mastered. You know, how long have we been talking about unified or omni-channel in this industry? It's been forever. Yet, why is it when we're consumers and we're out there in the marketplace engaging with the brands that we love that we're so often disappointed? And those experiences aren't as seamless and easy as we'd like them to be, right? And the bottom line is because, you know, it's hard. This is not easy to do. So I don't know what you take away from this and how this data reconciles with what your experiences are and your businesses and where you're going. I'll tell you what my takeaway is. It's really, this is our mission. This right here is our mission as the Commerce Cloud, is to make this easy. Make it easy for you and your teams to be equipped with a platform and the capabilities to go after these trends and allow your businesses to run more quickly. So, thanks to you and everything you've accomplished, customers and partners, as community on the platform, we find ourselves as clearly the leading commerce platform in the world, focused on delivering these intelligent, unified experiences. And as we start to move to the product demos and roadmap, I just want to center you all on our product suite that supports that. And it all starts, of course, with Commerce Cloud Digital. That's the platform that drives all these digital experiences. On top of that, we have order management, and that's all about delivering this buy anywhere, fulfill anywhere capability with distributed order management. And then there's Endless Aisle. Think Lacoste. Tablet-based application in the store, providing a rich experience for the consumer and helping the store associates to be smarter and more effective, capture sales. On those platforms, we're investing as we look forward into this coming year on roadmap around these kind of 4 key themes. And they are, first of all, mobility and social. Think about architecting these connected experiences across touch points as I was describing. And those touch points need to be intelligent and informed by machine learning. We've had great success, you've had great success on Commerce Cloud Einstein. We are doubling down on that investment in the coming year. You'll see a lot of innovation there. And then Unified, we remain committed to helping to bridge the digital and physical divide, helping the consumer's journeys to move back and forth between the physical store and the online world and develop a tighter relationship. And then finally, really exciting, when we stood up in front of you last year, newly minted as part of Salesforce, we talked about the opportunity, right, to connect to the broader Salesforce CRM. So we could no longer just do unified commerce, but we could unify the entire customer experience, from customer acquisition and inspiration, from marketing and advertising, through to the commerce transaction, post-sales service, and on, developing a relationship with your customer. So, to tell you more about what we're doing in that area and to show you some demos, please welcome to the stage Catherine Murphy.
Thank you.
All right, Catherine.
Thank you. Good morning. I'm excited to talk to you about the world's #1 commerce platform. Jeff just introduced this to you, and over here on the left, you see the products, and on the right, I'm going to introduce some great new capabilities and roadmap that align with those investment themes. Let's get right into this. First, Commerce Cloud Digital. This is an intelligent platform driving some of the best commerce experiences in the world. And it includes capabilities to drive experiences across mobile, social, web, core commerce capabilities like search, merchandising, and marketing, and of course, multi-site management and localization as we see so many of our retailers growing globally. There's a couple of great new features I want to introduce. First, mobile-first reference architecture. As Jeff described, we've got so many of our consumers coming from all of these touch points. And mobile-first reference architecture truly enables a one-thumb experience. And it includes out-of-the-box capabilities for driving search and navigation and easy scrolling and reading of reviews and recommendations, sticky cart, and one-touch pay. And then shopping on Instagram. Jeff described Coach. Coach has been one of our beta customers. But all of our retailers want to be able to tag organic content in Instagram, enabling followers to touch those products and have their own mobile shopping experience. And as the poll showed, so many of us have work to do here. And mobile and social are important, but in the age of the 4th industrial revolution, we must have AI-powered commerce. We must have AI-powered. And Einstein, Commerce Cloud Einstein is part of Commerce Cloud Digital, and it's already delivering tremendous results. Einstein product recommendations, these are consumer recommendations. And some of our customers are already seeing 7 to 16% lift. But it's not just the consumer, it's also the merchant. And Einstein Commerce Insights takes all of these purchasing patterns happening on the platform and lets the merchant assemble smart product bundles. And then there's Einstein Predictive Sort. This might be one of the most important features in mobility because we have such few chances to get it right and put the right products in front of that customer. But as Jeff talked about, we're doing more. And coming soon, search dictionaries. As consumers are more oriented around searching for products, it's actually harder for the retailer. So imagine me, it's November, I'm looking for my upcoming ski parka, and I want a blue ski parka. Blue is actually pretty tricky. There's a lot of versions of that. There's cobalt, there's azure, there's sapphire. But Einstein Search Dictionaries builds those synonyms for me, enabling me to find the products I want. And then hand in hand, the next feature there, search recommendations. How much better if when I'm looking for my ski parka, if it will just type ahead for me what I'm searching for. So mobile, social, Einstein, how much better if I pull this together and show you a demo. I'm gonna leverage a great brand, UGG. As Jeff highlighted, they truly are a trailblazer leveraging the power of AI. And in this demo, we're gonna do it through the eyes of the consumer. Sarah Conway, she's a city girl, but she loves her Uggs. And she has just been invited to an upcoming wedding as a bridesmaid on the beach. So she's on her way to work, and she is searching on the UGG mobile site. And as you can see already, it feels a lot like a mobile app. This is mobile-first reference architecture in action. Easy ability to search through the categories. But Sarah, she's looking for something specific for this wedding, so she goes right to search, and she types the letter S. And Einstein Search Suggestions types ahead for me, predicting sandals. Now, Sarah is actually looking for a specific color to go with the bridesmaid dress she's been asked to wear, and so she types sandals in coral. Coral, like blue, is actually tricky. Salmon, orange, what is coral? But Einstein Search Dictionaries has built those synonyms, and as Sarah looks for her shoes, Einstein Predictive Sort presents Sarah with the right 4 sandals for her. The woman's Kari is perfect. She picks that, and again, mobile-first reference architecture kicking in here. With my one thumb, I can easily scroll, read the reviews and the product details, and the cart is sticky down below. The sandals are perfect. Sarah adds them to her cart. One Touch Pay, Apple Pay. Her shoes are on her way. But now, fast forward to the wedding. She's taking tons of pictures and posting them on Instagram, of course. And she even posts a picture of her shoes. And now UGG can pick this up and tag the content and enable Sarah's followers to have their own click-through mobile shopping experience. So this is pretty amazing. This is how shopping should be done. And that's how UGG is a trailblazer. But that's just the beginning. So let's go back to the product arc and talk about a couple of the other products, order management and endless aisle. Commerce Cloud Order Management. What is order management really? You know, we're long past the age where Sarah buys her shoes and it just gets shipped from a warehouse. And so distributed order management is really about giving Sarah all sorts of options and includes things like ship from store, buy online, pick up in store, and really enables the retailer to activate inventory across all of the channels. Next, Commerce Cloud Endless Aisle. Unified commerce across physical and digital channels. Jeff shared the story of Lacoste and what they're doing. But what do I really mean by unified commerce? I mean a single view of the shopper. I mean omni-channel fulfillment and in-store solutions like clienteling and endless aisle. And as the poll showed, this is really hard. We have not got this nailed. And so our goal and vision as a Commerce Cloud is to make this easier and to deliver these solutions to you in ways that you can deploy them alongside your existing systems. So we've covered the arc, we've covered the products, we've covered some of the great features here on the right, but let's hit the final point, the integration roadmap. This is the #1 question we get from customers now that we're part of Salesforce. What are we gonna do about that as the Commerce Cloud? And if you think about Salesforce and that ultimate customer journey all the way from acquire to transact and service, we are really lighting that up. And the first thing that we've done is delivered a Commerce Cloud and Marketing Cloud connector. So all of that rich digital shopping behavior and activity that happens on Commerce Cloud Digital, it can now trigger messages in Marketing Cloud. And this is available today as a Commerce Cloud cartridge. But next, integration with Service Cloud. We are working on this today, and it will be available soon. But this is all about a single view of the customer, enabling the service agents using Service Cloud to be able to view order history and details, and even do transactions like order on behalf of. And as you heard from Mark's keynote, Google Analytics. So many of our Commerce Cloud customers are already using this. And that's just one more way that we are creating the best customer journey on the world's #1 CRM platform. So let's see this in action. Back to you, Jeff.
All right, Catherine, nice job. Great job, Catherine. Exciting. So how about that? You excited about some of that product? Look good? Yeah. All right. So now we're going to open the next chapter here. We're going to start to look at what some of the amazing trailblazers in the community are doing on this platform. The first of which is LVMH, that luxury brand we all know and love. So to tell you more, welcome to the stage, Nancy Derish.
Thanks, Jeff. Thank you, Jeff. And hello to all of our trailblazers. I don't want to brag, but I have a really fun job today. I get to talk to all of you about two of my favorite things, which are luxury fashion and technology. LVMH. With a portfolio of more than 70 brands, LVMH are world leaders in luxury. And they're also one of the most digitally innovative, making them a true Salesforce trailblazer. So we've got a lot of ground to cover today, so let's dive right in, and we're going to first introduce you to our first demo and the brand Kenzo. Kenzo is an international luxury brand known for their iconic tiger shirt, as well as collaborating with avant-garde artists on each collection. As such, they needed a platform that gave them complete control and artistic freedom. Enter the Salesforce Commerce Cloud. With our continuous innovation and our open APIs, we allow our customers to create truly unique experiences, like the one that you're seeing here for the Kenzo Move shoe. Here, the user is able to literally, in a 3D-like fashion, move the shoe around the screen. They're able to look at it from every angle, change the colors, and get this really involved experience. And what's really important here, as we've been hearing about mobile is so critical, there's no compromise between the desktop and the mobile experience. With more than 50% of our consumers starting their journey on mobile, it's important that we deliver exceptional mobile experiences. But as you've also heard from Catherine, it's not enough to just be mobile. Your mobile also has to be intelligent. And so for our next demo, I'd like to introduce you to Marc Jacobs. Marc Jacobs is doing an exceptional job of infusing AI into the commerce experience so well that you don't even realize it's there. Let's just say that I'm shopping, of course, from my mobile phone, because that's where I start all of my shopping journeys these days, and I'm clicking around on the site. Now, with every click that I make, Einstein is building a predictive model, and it's getting smarter. It's using the information from all of my clicks. It's using the information from the wisdom of the crowd to be able to create a truly personalized experience for me. So as I scroll around and I look on this page, all of a sudden I come across other items I might love. And you know what? I do love them because they're not random. They're personalized just for me. And so Marc Jacobs is able to infuse this personalization into the site. They're able to do it on product detail pages, home pages, cart checkout pages, wherever we want to be able to reach the customer and bring them the best product possible. And we're able to do this for anonymous as well as logged in customers. Now, for our next experience, I'd like to bring you to one of my personal favorites, Givenchy. In October of this past year, Claire Waite-Keller, the newly appointed artistic director for Givenchy, unveiled her debut collection. And what's really important here is she considered the website to be a part of her product line. Think about that for just one moment. We have the artistic director for one of the most preeminent luxury brands thinking about the experience her customers are getting digitally. And so it was very fitting that she used Givenchy.com to showcase this iconic brand moment of her first runway show. And she did so digitally, on a global scale, optimized for mobile. Here we see 3 users, one in English, one in French, and one in Chinese. And this is made possible because the Commerce Cloud's native platform localization supports navigation. So as each one of these users goes through the site, they're able to see it in their respective language. And as Givenchy continues to expand globally, the Commerce Cloud is there to support them with our with our shared catalog and our common code base, the ability to transact in local currencies with local payment methods and local shipping carriers, we help our customers launch new sites more quickly, realizing faster time to value. And also, the business users who are creating these exceptional experiences, they benefit too, from everything from a content delivery network, language localized tools, as well as a global infrastructure, ensuring no matter where you are in the world, you get a fast and seamless experience on Givenchy.com. So speaking of great experiences, that brings me to my final demo. We're going to introduce you to the luxury shopping experience of Berluti. Now, Berluti are cultivators of high-end menswear, particularly leather goods, and they currently use multiple Salesforce clouds. They use Commerce Cloud Digital to deliver Berluti.com, and they deliver exceptional customer service with Service Cloud. And as my colleague Catherine mentioned to you earlier, we are hard at work on our integration roadmap, looking at the connection between Commerce Cloud, Marketing Cloud, and Service Cloud. And so to be able to demonstrate some of that to you today, Berluti has graciously allowed us to do a visionary demo to showcase some of these things. And to do so, we're going to bring you on a journey through the eyes of a customer. Our customer is Pascal Bergeron. He is a very successful young French businessman, and he is passionate about the timeless elegance of the Berluti shoe. And so today, he's on Berluti.com, and as I mentioned, this is live on Commerce Cloud today. Everything that you're seeing is available, and you can experience it yourself. Now Pascal's looking for a pair of shoes, and we know that traditional etiquette dictates that one must not wear brown shoes after 6 p.m., but actually black shoes. But what about blue shoes? Or how about some purple shoes? Pretty spectacular. In the 1980s, Olga Berluti reinvented the color rule and invented the Berluti patina. Now, this is traditionally a very in-store experience, being able to go, have a custom pair of shoes made, being able to pick out the patina. But we see now this merger between the physical and the digital worlds. And we're able to experience much of this on the site. This allows us to have inspiration where we can actually buy here, but we can use this inspiration and still go into the store and as well see the merger between these two experiences. So now Pascal is on the site, and he's gotten a little distracted looking at these gorgeous patinas, but what he's really come here to do is to look at the tattoos. And these aren't tattoos for the human body, these are tattoos for leather goods. So while he's on the site, he's looking at these gorgeous designs, reading the history and the story, and he sees that he is actually able to make an appointment for a consultation, which is great. This is exactly what he was planning to do, to head into the store in a couple of days. Now, this is where part of our vision comes in, being able to have connections between interactions that you have on Commerce Cloud and being able to trigger a message from Marketing Cloud. So this triggers a message that lets him know that his appointment has been made, which he then immediately receives in his email. So now we're going to fast forward. We're going to head on over to the store, and we're going to be greeted by our next character, who is Henri. He's our store associate. And the first thing that Henri does when he gets into the store is that he logs in to his Berluti iPad app. This gives him a 360-degree view of the customer. And he knows that Pascal is coming in. He sees that he has an appointment with him, so he opens up Pascal's record. Here he is able to see his appointment details, his wish list, his recent orders, his cases, and of course, Einstein has provided us with some recommendations. So Pascal enters the store. They're able to dive right in to look at some of these recommendations, looking at the gorgeous product detail, and they're consulting right there from his iPad app. And then they're able to go and look at some of the different tattoo designs. And after much discussion and much debate, he decides on a pair of shoes, he decides on a tattoo, and they're able to attach that order directly to his customer record. So now we're going to fast forward a little bit. It's 4 weeks later, and Pascal is a young jet setter, and he is off to Monaco for the weekend with his friends. He's heading to the airport, and as he's on his way to the airport, he receives a text message letting him know that his shoes are now available. And he really would love to have these shoes. He thinks that they're going to impress his friends, but he doesn't have time. So what does he do? He texts back to the customer service representative and wants to know, could I possibly get those shoes sent to me at my hotel in Monaco? So on the other end of this transaction, we have our Berluti customer service representative. He's on the Service Cloud Lightning console, and here he has that 360-degree view of the customer. He is able to update the transaction and change the shipping address, and immediately he is able to send a text message back to Pascal, letting him know that his order has been updated and his shoes will be arriving the next day. And so that is a just fantastic experience, and that is our vision for how we are going to be able to deliver a 360-degree view of the customer with seamless service for the commerce transaction. And so I'd like to just thank Berluti and LVMH for allowing us to do this visionary demo. And with that, Jeff, the floor is back to you.
All right.
Thanks.
Wow. What beautiful brands, beautiful experiences there. Now, I don't know who's going to win that $10,000 sweepstakes today, but I have an idea where you can spend it. Pretty good stuff. All right, so to learn a little bit more about this amazing transformation going on at LVMH, please welcome Stéphane Couvlet and Vincent Caroux, who lead that initiative at Berluti and LVMH. All right, thank you. Vincent. Well, bienvenue. Thanks for coming. Merci. Good to see you guys. Thank you for being here at Dreamforce. Awesome to have you here. Why don't we start with you, Stéphane, and just tell us a little bit more. I mean, everybody knows LVMH, such a rich brand portfolio. Give us a little bit of background on the LVMH story.
Yeah, as it was mentioned, it's an overall 70 brand plus. The different brands can be like Louis Vuitton, Fendi, Dior. In the fashion, we have in the perfume and cosmetic, Guerlain, Dior, we have Sephora, we have quite a few brands also on watch and jewelry. And they all have a different expectation on the way they want to manage the customer relation and the way they want to address the different needs of their customer and expectation.
Yeah, thanks for that. Really an incredible set of brands. Now, we've been talking about this brave new era of commerce that we're in and all these connected experiences, the importance of mobility, but also intelligence and personalization. So talk a little bit about the strategy and your vision at LVMH for how you tap into that.
Yeah, the mobile is a fantastic opportunity for us to engage, to reach, and eventually to propose different way of shopping to our consumer. Of course, and it is where Salesforce is helping us in a consistent way. It's very important that we are not proposing different experience to our consumer depending on the different touch point that they're having. And we are selling products, but we are also selling an experience. And this is a territory where the AI and Einstein is really helping us to analyze all the data of the different contacts we have with our customers and propose a customized experience to have a fantastic, not only product, but also a story around the product and services around those products.
Making such terrific progress there. It's been great to work with you and the team, Stéphane. And I should turn to you, Vincent, and just talk about Berluti. Now, Nancy did a great job telling the story. I mean, this is the iconic, historic French brand. Of course, Olga Berluti, that store, I think in Marbeuf, was that the first store? And yeah, that rich experience. Talk about how that store experience, sort of handcrafted patina, everything you had that was really Berluti. How do you tap into the digital world and extend that sort of personalized experience there?
Yeah, I mean, we were founded back in at the end of the 19th century, so over a century ago, before Salesforce.
Before my time.
So we're dealing with old brands, with tradition and so on, but at the same time, we have to offer new experiences to our customers. So the challenge for us is always to have that mix between tradition and customer service. So, I mean, we're not doing technology for the sake of technology. It's always integrated in our overall customer experience. So it's very important for us to be always consistent. We even talk about a ceremony, a sales ceremony. So we do work very closely with the training teams and so on to make sure that all the solutions are well integrated into that this process and those life cycles.
You're doing really a terrific job. It's an amazing experience there, and thanks for your collaboration on that. So let's talk about the customer journey a little bit now, right? And how you're thinking about that, not just this unified commerce experience, but taking it from introducing new customers to this amazing Berluti brand, the other LVMH portfolio, and how you think about wiring that entire journey.
Yeah, so what we do is, even though we're a high-end luxury brand, we have to make sure that we have that one-to-one relationship to our customers.
Yeah.
And so in order to do that, we need some solutions to help us. So we're working very closely with, as you said, with different cloud solutions from Salesforce. So we started with the CRM, and then later we added service, and then a few months ago, Commerce Cloud, as you saw. So everything now is fitting into a single vision and where we're headed. So yeah, it's very important to always keep that consistency throughout the channels, whether it's online or in the store where the real thing happens.
Yeah, it's an exciting time, and really appreciate the partnership with you. Thank you for joining us here on stage today at Dreamforce. Let's give a big hand to
you.
Stefan. Thank you very much. Yeah. So now we're going to take a look at a different type of trailblazer, which is PetSmart. Really an amazing company, and how many of you we can all relate to? I mean, how many of us have pets at home? Not counting teenagers or whatever. Yeah, I mean, we can all relate to this. What an amazing company. And PetSmart is really doing fantastic things. I'm excited to share this story. And to give you a little bit of background, let's run a video.
Retail is changing every day. And if you can't move quickly, you're going to lose.
Black Friday is always a worrisome time for pretty much every retailer. We were up against Black Friday with a new platform.
This was a big deal for not only us, but for our customers and the experience that we were going to deliver.
I always tell my team, failure's not an option. The motto here was failure's really not an option. We will not have a site. Everyone knows how important pets are, and at PetSmart, we truly love pets. We believe that pets make us better people. We want to be there for the pet and pet parent throughout their journey and deliver them whatever they need to enrich their lives. We want the customer experience to be the same across all channels. And from a technology standpoint, I can move more quickly if I have fewer technologies in the mix.
Before Salesforce, we were with a turnkey platform. And that platform did not allow us to take on the level of innovation that we're looking for within our future.
It wasn't just the web store that we were replatforming. There were new capabilities that we were putting in. So a lot of moving pieces to get right before holiday.
The team just had to believe that we could do it and it was going to happen. And then we went live and it was stable. The site stayed up.
And we're just watching our analytics and making sure that traffic was going through and the first orders are going through.
It was like, oh my gosh, we're actually going to pull this off.
We had our biggest Black Friday, Thanksgiving, Cyber Monday. Those were our biggest days ever. And again, a month onto a new platform.
Our implementation of Commerce Cloud was the smoothest technology implementation that I've had in my career. I knew I was on a platform that could handle the volume, that I wouldn't have to worry about scalability on Black Friday. We wanted to be empowered to control our own destiny. We're not dependent on a third party, and we can just make it happen. Our customers are buying for their pets that are a member of the family, and our ability to create more personalized interactions for them, it creates the loyalty that we want with our customers.
The platform allowed us to take on new capabilities as a business. We know that as long as we can dream it, we can keep driving, we can keep innovating, we can keep doing whatever we need to do to drive the business.
It empowers our team to be able to be effective in what they do, to take care of our customer, give her a great experience, and deliver the business goals.
Customers want to come to our stores. It's an experience. They want to bring their pet. They want to see the store associates that know them and their pet. We're not a destination just to buy something. We're really there to help through that journey. Salesforce enables us to connect with our customer authentically, to help them in every step of their pet's life, to see that growth and to see how much we are empowered to actually deliver against our business strategies. That's very freeing.
Wow. Awesome. So to get a peek at some of the innovation going on at PetSmart, please welcome to the stage, Gordon Evans. Gordon.
Thank you, Jeff. Good afternoon, good morning, Dreamforce. I'm excited to tell you the story of how PetSmart is a trailblazer, connecting to their shoppers from awareness all the way through to advocacy, from personalized marketing, integrated service, custom sales and marketing apps, and of course, unified commerce. Now, much of what you're going to see today is live, some of it visionary, all of it possible with Salesforce. So let's go ahead and introduce you to our shopper, Kate, and her golden retriever, Bella. And as Jeff said a few minutes ago, many of us have furry friends at home. And like all of us, Kate wants to keep Bella happy, healthy, and of course, stylish. So as we cut over to the demo, we find Kate looking for inspiration and pet style. She's on the PetMD blog, and she sees a post about the Westminster Dog Show, but it's not quite the style that she's looking for. So she toggles over to Facebook, looking for inspiration from these beautiful dogs here. And this entire time, she's leaving behind a trail of clicks and browsing behavior, but she's largely unknown. And that has been a real challenge for retailers and marketers until now. Enter Salesforce DMP. Salesforce DMP is a data management platform. It's an advertising platform that quietly listens to online behavior and builds anonymous profiles. Marketers can then build massive audiences and deliver personalized messages at scale. A lot of the retailers I talk to want to drive more traffic to their .com sites, and this is a great way to do just that. So let's take a look. We've built a pet grooming audience of about 25 million shoppers across 74 million devices. But like any good marketer, we want to make this audience as big as possible, right? So let's add some data. We can add first-party data like our email addresses, second-party data from publishers like PetMD or Meredith. We can even add third-party data from Experian or Acxiom. And we've got the power of Salesforce Einstein built right in. And we can use machine learning to build lookalike models of our best shoppers and add them into the audience as well. So let's apply some machine learning here. And now, wow, we've got 58 million shoppers across 175 million devices. Amazing. Thank you, Einstein. Yeah, pretty awesome. But now we need to activate that audience, and we have activation partners built right in. DoubleClick, Facebook, and of course, Salesforce Marketing Cloud as well. So let's go ahead and activate that campaign. And now we find Kate on the train home from work. She is browsing through Ellen TV, looking for inspiration in the pet gallery there. And she sees that PetSmart ad, and she realizes she needs to book a grooming appointment for Bella, so she clicks through. And that takes her right into the PetSmart mobile app, and you can see it's integrated with Commerce Cloud, so you can see the product and catalog information right there. And we know all of our shoppers are mobile, right? And so we need to deliver great mobile experiences like this one that allows Kate to find what she's looking for with just a few clicks. And so she finds the pet services, and she can book the appointment with her thumb before she gets off the train to pick Bella up at doggy daycare. And once that appointment is booked, it triggers a message from the Marketing Cloud, a text confirmation of the appointment. And look, it just happens to be for 11 a.m. today, which means, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Bella to Dreamforce. Here she comes. Give her a big welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Here comes Bella. Fantastic, and she's greeted in the store by her groomer, Joel. She's ready for her appointment. Doesn't she look great? Hey, Joel, I've got an idea. Why don't you take out that Trailblazer bandana and put it on Bella and take a photo? What could be more stylish than that? Bella's a little riled up today. She's very excited to be here at Dreamforce. Amazing. And now Joel can take a photo of Bella using a PetSmart Salesforce app. Doesn't Bella look gorgeous, ladies and gentlemen? Aww. And the store associate can then text the photo back to Kate Bella is looking amazing, and she's ready to be picked up. So now Kate gets that text message, and she can come into the store where she's greeted by Sarah, the store associate, who's got an endless aisle tablet. So she can focus on checking Kate into the store, not just checking her out. So she can look Kate up by her last name, see her order history and her appointment history, and also access web inventory. And so Kate tells Sarah that she's got a holiday party coming up and she needs to get a pair of doggy antlers for Bella and one of her dog friends. So Sarah can click into top sellers and she sees the reindeer antlers right there. But she clicks in and there's only one pair left in the store. But now Sarah can save the sale. She clicks over to inventory tab and she can see the antlers are in stock in another store. So that works out great for Kate. And now, as we cut over to the map, we can see this is the power of distributed order management in action, allocating inventory across 1,500 PetSmart locations and enabling a whole variety of fulfillment options, whether it is ship from store or same-day delivery, or in this case, pick up in store, which is what Kate's gonna choose because she's gonna head down to the San Mateo store later today. So now, as we fast forward a few weeks to that holiday party, we can see Kate and her friend Jamie decked out in their holiday antlers, and they are looking good. They are ready for treats, obviously, and looking forward to their holiday party. And that is how PetSmart is a trailblazer. Jeff, back to you.
Wow, all right. Wow, fabulous. I think a star is born here, Bella. Mark, I don't know if you're listening, but we have a rival, I think, star here at Dreamforce. So to learn more about the PetSmart story, we have the honor of having with us today Beth McCormick. So please give her a big Dreamforce welcome to the stage. Beth, thanks so much for coming and joining us here at Dreamforce, Beth.
Thank you.
Maybe just for everybody's benefit, tell us a little bit more. We've seen the video about PetSmart and the brand and what it stands for and how we should think about that.
Right, so at PetSmart, obviously the pet and the pet parent, we want to be with them every point of their journey. That is first and foremost. It's a brand that, coming from my past, which was in specialty apparel, always trying to get that emotional connection with your customer. At PetSmart, we have it, and it's really just there for us to enrich and make better.
Yeah, amazing. Now, I love that video. You know, one of my favorite spots, of course, you talk about this was the smoothest systems implementation project in your entire career. And that's quite saying something. But in particular, you did that right before Black Friday, Cyber Monday, the high holiday season, which took some courage. And you ended up having your best holiday actually ever. So just,
we did.
First of all, how'd you get the courage muster to do that? And tell us how you pulled it off.
Well, I think first and foremost, like I said, we had to believe it could happen. There were a lot of doubters. I remember going to conferences and talking to peers, and they're like, "You're doing what? And how? You know, what amount of time? And you're going live?" They literally laughed at me. So I think the keys was one, the team. You know, I'm blessed to have a smart team that is innovative and they're scrappy. And we just, like I said, we had to believe until we saw some reason why not. I think secondly, it's really about the platform. Without the Commerce Cloud, that enabled us to move quickly. We would have never been able to do everything we did. So we did Commerce Cloud, order management, new fulfillment partner in 9 months. We would have never been able to do that without the platform. Not only did it enable us to go fast, once we were live, it was stable. And I think that it doesn't matter how fast you go and when you go live, if what you deliver is not quality, and Salesforce the Commerce Cloud enabled us to do that.
Absolutely. You and your team have really done an amazing job, so inspiring. Now, let's talk about the store experience. Obviously, in the pet business, so many services you bring to bear to support pet owners and their pets. Talk about how the store and digital kind of come together to enhance that experience.
Sure. When I think about unified commerce, it's really about the customer experience. And PetSmart, we try to stay ahead of our customers' desires so we can engage with them how, when, and where they want. So we're constantly looking for innovative omni-channel capabilities and solutions that we can add to our roadmap. to make sure that we're engaging with them first, fast, and most effectively. And it is really tools like the Commerce Cloud that enable us to move quickly and to deliver those new capabilities.
Well, it's really amazing. Congratulations on all the huge success, Beth, and thank you for joining us here at Dreamforce.
Thank you.
Let's give Beth a big hand. So why don't let's come full circle to where we started this. If there's one thing I want you to remember about this presentation today, it's really this, is nothing is more important than your success as trailblazers. We've centered the business on that from the very beginning. There's so much exciting innovation going on here in the commerce and the retail world. We're so pleased to be on this journey with all of you. Now, if we've inspired you and you would like to learn more about our products or how we can engage with you, Dreamforce is not over. There's plenty. I'd point you to the Commerce Lodge over at the Palace Hotel. We'd love to engage with you, tell you more. We are in the Einstein Observatory, so you can dig deep on all things Commerce Cloud Einstein. We are in the Developer Forest, Customer Success Expo. In fact, by the way, when you're there, if you haven't done it already, see the Adidas experience. It is amazing. And by the way, you can bring some nice product home for yourself or your loved one. So please go visit it. It's really fantastic. Lots to do. But now, before our last order of business is the moment you've all been waiting for. So we are going to find out who is the lucky winner of a $10,000 voucher to be spent on Commerce Cloud sites. Look under your seats. We have a winner. Where are we? Yes! Harvey Bierman. Wow, congratulations. You know where to spend that, Harvey? That's fantastic. There's an IRS agent waiting for you at the door. Actually, we'll be glad to take your donation. Anyway, thank you so much, everybody, for joining us. I hope you enjoyed the presentation. I look forward to seeing you at Dreamforce. Have a great day.
You know, Salesforce has changed my life. I wrote a blog post about this a few years ago that I was never expecting to go, I guess, viral, but it did. And the blog post is titled, "The Best Thing I Built on Salesforce, My Career." And it's true.
I was an at-home mom.
I thought I was going to be the world's best pediatric surgeon.
I went to school for business.
I was not in this industry a couple of years ago.
I went to school to be a lawyer. I was a cosmetologist and a hairdresser. If you would have asked me 15 years ago if I would have a career in technology, I would have told you were crazy.
You know, and it's not easy to put yourself out there. Think about what is it that makes you excited and happy and passionate.
What is it that I really love? Why do I like doing this stuff?
Maybe your passion is veterans, if your passion might be retail, or if you're in banking, you can really take what you learn in Salesforce and you can apply it to any industry.
That was an eye-opener for me. This is a huge universe. I can actually start to dream about what I want to do.
The power of the Salesforce platform allows you to do so many things. You can do so much with it.
I'm flying with Einstein! Woohoo! The sky is the limit. The limit is your imagination.
We're going to bring our customer a level of service that is extraordinary.
That's what it's all about. It's all about the customer. I can now talk to case study example after case study example of where, with Salesforce, we've been able to pull this off. That's exciting.
That's where it's been life-changing. I never thought I had the ability to do that, and I think Salesforce is not only giving me technical skills, it's giving me confidence in myself to know that I can achieve these things.
Being a trailblazer is coming out first and clearing the path for others.
It's being the voice of the customer.
You're giving them something that they're looking for.
You're always making sure that the best technology is at their fingertips.
These tools actually push me to figure out what the best is every day.
All of that is not possible without an incredible tool like Trailhead.
The best thing about Salesforce and the smartest thing they've ever done is the community.
It is phenomenal.
The Trailhead community, it just takes you wherever you need to go.
I somehow found the user group and I went in there and I was actually hoping to pay somebody to help me, and all these people helped me for free. I will never ever forget that feeling, and I remember that experience and I try to recreate that for other people.
It's an amazing example of what an ecosystem can really do when it bands together and focuses on how we can all make each other better.
Where you can not only be proud of the work that you're doing, but the people you're doing it with.
That's the magic of Salesforce.
It's changed my life. It really has, and it's changed my company and the customers that I work with.
When your customers are happy, your company's thriving, and when your company's thriving, you're truly at your best. You're at the top of your game.
This is what I was meant to do my whole life.
Being your best is not only having a great career, but it's enabling others to have a great career. And I think that makes me my best.
Shake it up. Shake it up.